This is a clerk with a courtesy announcement. The meeting is now live on the meeting portal and YouTube.
Good morning, Miguel. Good morning, Megan. Good morning, Jeff. Good morning,
Good morning, Rhonda.
See, I just wanted to get you all to say good morning to me in unison, and it worked.
Hello, Rhonda. Can you hear me?
I sure can. Have a great meeting, you all.
Thank you.
Good morning, Supervisor Chavez.
Hey there, Rhonda. It's Victor standing in for Supervisor Chavez. She should be on in a few minutes.
All right, we can hear you loud and clear. Thanks, Victor.
Hey, Rhonda. Rhonda.
Good morning, James.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Have a great meeting. Good morning, Akbar. You are muted.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I sure can. Thank you. You have a good meeting, sir.
Yes, thank you. 9:30, right?
Yeah, starts in a few
Yes.
minutes.
Yeah.
Good morning, Robert.
Good morning.
Have a great meeting.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Good morning. Good morning, Craig.
Hey, good morning.
Have a great meeting. Good
Thank you.
morning,
Great.
Rita.
Thank you. I'll go on mute. Thanks.
Thanks. Rita, would you like to do a mic check?
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. We can hear you loud and clear.
Awesome.
Good morning, Barbara.
Morning.
Have a great meeting.
Thank you.
Good morning, Vice President Ellenberg.
Good morning, Rhonda. How are you?
Good, thanks. How are you?
You know, best day ever.
Have a great meeting.
Thank you.
Good morning, Supervisor Lee.
Good morning, Rhonda.
Have a wonderful meeting. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning.
Have a great meeting. Good morning, President Wasserman.
Good morning, Rhonda Schroeder. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. How are you?
I'm doing all right. Thank you very much.
Glad to hear it. Have a great meeting.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Sean.
I know. I have different glasses for literally every different distance. It's a challenge. These are the computer glasses.
There you go. Looking good. Supervisor Simidian just texted me. He's getting on in just a minute. And Peggy, are you clerking this? Do I see?
I am. Good morning, President Wasserman.
There you are. Good morning, Peggy. Thank you very much.
You took away my introduction of your clerk. I'm just teasing you.
Sorry.
That's all right. You have a great clerk today. Things are going to be wonderful.
I agree. And as soon as Supervisor Simidian joins us, Peggy will take roll. And then Supervisor Ellenberg will lead us in the pledge today. And for all those watching, item 6 is public comment. And if you want to register to be recognized to speak at that time, please go ahead and do so. There's Supervisor Simidian. Peggy, why don't you take it away?
Good morning, Supervisor Lee,
Present.
Supervisor Simidian,
Here. Sorry for the delay, Mr. Chair.
No problem.
Supervisor Chavez,
Here.
Vice President Ellenberg,
I'm here.
and President Wasserman.
Here. Thank you
Yeah.
very much. And Vice President Ellenberg is going to lead us in the pledge today. If you're able to, please stand, recognize our flag.
Does that work? Sorry, that doesn't seem to work with the background on, but the flag is there. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much.
I'll figure that out better for next time.
It looks like it's waving, Susan. It's okay.
Exactly. It was
There
very
you go.
windy.
Special
very windy.
effects.
All right. Supervisor Lee, you're doing our invocation today. Please take away.
Thank you. Actually, I'm not doing the vacation, but I'm inviting our invocator today. Thank you, President Wasserman. In honor of Ramadan, I would like to invite Akbar Saeed from the Evergreen Islamic Center to do our invocation today. Akbar lives in Santa Clara County Evergreen area for over 42 years. He formerly worked for General GE and IBM business partner as system designer, and currently is the principal consultant. Akbar also served as South Bay Islamic Association Sunday School as the chair, president, and board of trustees chair. He's currently the president of the Evergreen Islamic Center. Throughout the leadership of Akbar, Evergreen Islamic Center launches a food assistance program to help county residents during the time of need. He works hard to ensure everyone follows the county guidelines as a social gathering allows by the state and county. Please welcome Akbar Saeed.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Lee. Greeting of peace. Thank you very much for Mr. President, Vice President, and all the supervisors and all the participants. Thank you very much for inviting EIC for this invocation. Our special thanks go to Supervisor Atoli for this invitation. Time for the invitation could not have been better. This is the month of Ramadan, and the entire Muslim world, about 1.4 billion, connects with the Almighty Creator of the universe. Engage in spiritual enlightenment by fasting, giving charity, and self-control. The famous poet Rumi, he said that he searched for the God in the churches, in the synagogues, in the temples, in the mosques. But at the end, eventually he found the Almighty, the greatest power inside his heart. So what I suggest is the Almighty power is inside you. Search for him. Ponder upon yourself and your creation, who created you. You will find the Almighty God, the Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That's the Arabic word for the God. The Almighty Creator says in Holy Quran, chapter 49, verse 13, Ya ayyuhan nasu, inna khalaqnakum min zakrin wa unsa, wa ja'alnakum shu'uban wa khabaila li ta'arafu, inna akramakum indallahi atqakum, inna allaha alimun khabir. This is the translation. O mankind, we have created you from a male and a female, and made you into nations and tribes, that you may know one another. Verily, the most honorable of you with Almighty Creator is that who is conscious of him. Thank you very much. You have a wonderful meeting.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Lee. We now move on to ceremonial presentations, and today's will be introduced by Supervisor Chavez. Excuse me, this is adjournment in memoriams.
Thank you, and also thank you to our invocator. That was a very soothing way to start our meeting. Thank you. I am today very honored to ask my colleagues to adjourn our meeting in memory of Philip Henry LeBeau, also known as Hank LeBeau. I want to acknowledge his family that are joining us today. His daughter, Cecilia Carrillo, an invaluable member of the Office of Women's Policy. His children, Lisa LeBeau and Rana LeBeau of Albuquerque, New Mexico. His son, Billy LeBeau, a longtime VTA driver. His daughter-in-law, Rose Amador LeBeau, who we all know from Conexión. His grandchildren, Destiny, Jarrett, Nathan, Albert, Aaron, Paul, Thomas, Pauline, Elijah, Mia, Michael, Margaret, and Ceci. And his great-grandchildren, Lorinda, Noah, Crystalline, and Michael. Philip Henry Hank LeBeau was a Cheyenne River Sioux from South Dakota. He came to the Bay Area during the Bureau of Indian Affairs relocation program. Hank graduated from San Jose State in 1994 with a bachelor's degree in behavioral science. He retired in 2018 after 40 years at the Indian Health Center of Santa Clara County, where he served as a Santa Clara Valley, where he served as a drug and alcohol counselor. Hank was ordained in the Episcopal Church and had officiated over numerous weddings, funerals, and other ceremonies. In his youth, he was a highly regarded basketball player and had always been an avid sports fan. His lifelong involvement in the Native American community included organizing runs and basketball tournaments. He was the founder of the annual Running is My High event that has taken place in Oakland, California for the last 20 years. He also participated in the 500-mile American Indian Spiritual Marathon for many years and organized annual runs for the Indian Health Center since 2015. Hank was the recipient of many, many, many awards, including Assemblymember Ash Kalra's 2018 Legacy Award. He was very proud of his 49 years of recovery. Over the years, Hank has also served as a community volunteer at Conexión with his daughter-in-law, Rose Amador, and who, as we know, is the president and CEO of Conexión. There will be a celebration of life held for Hank on Sunday, April 16th at 2 p.m. at Conexión. I know that Hank was loved by many, many people in our community, and certainly loved and honored by his family. Today, as the Santa Clara County, we are honoring him for his dedication of providing services to thousands and thousands of people throughout his career, and to say thank you to him and to his family, and to say to his family how deeply sorry we are for your loss.
Thank you, Supervisor Chavez. That was very, very nice. That 500-mile marathon, that's 1 million steps. That is absolutely amazing. Thank you for sharing his past with us, and condolences to the family. We now move on to item number 5, which is commendations and proclamations. I have 2 that I'll present on behalf of the board. Supervisor Chavez, you have 1 as well. I'll do my first 2 first in the order they are on the agenda, if that's all right with you. Thank you. The first one will be a commendation, a proclamation for the American Cancer Society Discovery Shop of Los Gatos. We have Rita Melamed with us. Let me look on the screen somewhere. She's the manager of the shop. She'll say a few words when I'm done. There's Rita. Nice to see you, Rita. Thank you very much. Whereas on this 25-year anniversary of the opening of the Los Gatos Discovery Shop, the County of Santa Clara Board of Supervisors is pleased to commend the nonprofit business for its service to and engagement with the community. Owned and operated by the American Cancer Society, the shop has raised more than $6.5 million of the $500 million the Discovery Shop enterprise has raised over the past 56 years to help the society save lives, celebrate lives, and lead the fight for a world without cancer. Whereas the Los Gatos Discovery Shop, located in Santa Clara County, along with its sister shops in Los Altos, Sunnyvale, and San Jose, support the fight against cancer through the sale of donated, high-quality, gently used, and new merchandise, which is curated in a boutique-like setting to create a fun treasure hunt experience, which I can attest to, for the community. With shops staffed almost entirely by community volunteers, funds raised go even further to help the American Cancer Society improve and save lives. We celebrate the legacy of ACS volunteer Denise Noel, who conceived and launched the unique fundraising and community engagement business of the Society, which continues to grow thanks to volunteers, donors, and customers. Whereas in its enduring pursuit to help raise funds critical to the American Cancer Society's mission, the Los Gatos Discovery Shop has persevered through some unique recent challenges, that's for sure. During this unprecedented time of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, the Society remains focused on keeping our community and the Los Gatos Discovery Shop volunteer and staff teams safe by following the most updated COVID-19 guidelines. And whereas after a 5-month closure in 2018 due to a catastrophic water damage, the Los Gatos Discovery Shop reopened thanks to support from the community, including the work of dedicated volunteers and the tenacity and leadership of manager Kamala Rita Melamed. I hope I got that last name right. All right. The Los Gatos Discovery Shop staff and volunteers encourage Los Gatos citizens to help the American Cancer Society improve and save more lives through their ongoing support of the Los Gatos Discovery Shop this anniversary month of May and beyond through donations of goods, volunteerism, and shopping. Therefore be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Santa Clara does hereby honor and commend Los Gatos Discovery Shop upon its 25th anniversary, passed and adopted this day. Rita, a few words from you, please.
First of all, I would like to thank the Santa Clara Board of Supervisors for this commendation on the 25th anniversary of the Los Gatos Discovery Shop. We are an upscale resale business, and yes, we are owned and operated by the American Cancer Society. Not to confuse us with all the other Discovery channels, please. And it has been a great honor and a privilege to have served the community of Santa Clara County for a quarter of a century. The Discovery Shops are unique fundraising retail platforms. They are central to the ACS's, American Cancer Society's, vision of involving the community in the fight against cancer. The Los Gatos Discovery Shop has actively raised awareness about cancer prevention, early detection, and patient support networks. We also actively fund cancer research. Awareness-raising activities include, we have our annual drive to get people screened for colon cancer. We have our publications and healthy lifestyle education. We are grateful for the continued strong community support, involvement, and participation to lead the fight for a world without cancer. Special shout out to the Los Gatos Chamber of Commerce, City Council, and most importantly, the community of volunteers, donors, and customers whose ongoing engagement with the Los Gatos Discovery Shop continues to help the American Cancer Society improve and save lives. Please visit one of our Discovery Shops in Santa Clara County. Shop, donate, and volunteer. If you are not the shopping kind of person, you can also get involved and participate in the Relay for Life that's actually going on now in the month of May. Making strides against breast cancer, you can be a real man wear pink, and all other fundraising activities and platforms. And finally, if you think you want or need to declutter, then always think of us, the Discovery Shops. Thank you.
Thank you, Rita. And I know there's plenty of shoppers watching this Zoom meeting. Thank you very much.
Yes? Awesome.
And before I go to item 5B, my commendation for the Director of the Department of Aging and Adult Services, I want to remind everyone that when I and Supervisor Chavez are done, we'll have public comment where you have an opportunity to speak about anything not on today's agenda. So please electronically register so you can be recognized. With that, it is my honor to present a commendation honoring Older Americans Month. And we have Mary Ann Warren, the Director of the Department of Aging and Adult Services for Santa Clara County. I see you right there, Mary Ann.
Morning.
Good morning. We'll look forward to a few comments from you in just a minute. Whereas Santa Clara County includes a community of over 350,000 older adults who deserve recognition for enriching our community through their diverse life experiences and for their efforts to ensure a better life for future generations. Whereas the County of Santa Clara provides services to help all individuals live longer, healthier lives in the communities of their choice for as long as possible. Whereas since it was enacted in 1965, the Older Americans Act has supported a range of services that help older adults remain healthy and independent. Whereas the County of Santa Clara includes a growing number of older Americans who have built resilience and strength over their lives through successes and difficulties. Whereas the County of Santa Clara benefits when people of all ages, abilities, and backgrounds are included and encouraged to share their successes and stories of resilience. Whereas the County of Santa Clara recognizes our need to nurture ourselves, reinforce our strength, and continue to thrive in times of both joy and difficulty. And whereas the County of Santa Clara can foster communities of strength by creating opportunities to share and learn from each other, engaging older adults through education, recreation, and service, and encouraging people of all ages to celebrate connections and resilience. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Santa Clara does hereby proclaim May 2021 as Older Americans Month, passed and adopted by the Board of Supervisors, County of Santa Clara, this 4th day of May 2021. Mary Ann, take it away.
Thank you so much. As you mentioned, it was John F. Kennedy who started Senior Citizens Month in May of 1963, and it was later changed to Older Americans Month. And this year, the theme is Communities of Strength. And this recognition celebrates the strength of older adults and the aging network, with special emphasis on the power of connection and engagement in building strong communities. And we at the Department of Aging and Adult Services are very proud of the work we do and our seniors agenda. And we thank you all very much for your support.
Thank you, Marianne. Your department doing a great job. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much.
You betcha. With that, I turn to Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. I wanted to express my appreciation to the Social Services Agency for putting forward this declaration for May 2021 as Resource Family Appreciation Month in Santa Clara County. We, all of us who are here today, believe that every child has the right to live, thrive, learn, and grow in a safe and loving environment. Currently, there are approximately 950 children in out-of-home care with over 400 resource families welcoming them into their homes. Through their compassion and patience, resource families give children hope and stability. Resource families support foster children by being caregivers, advocates, mentors, guardians, and teachers, and they form lifelong connections with the children entrusted in their care. We acknowledge the additional challenges faced due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and honor resource families' invaluable dedication to children in their care, while also adapting their own schedules to ensure children could attend school though remotely, receive services, and continue to visit with families. On behalf of the Board of Supervisors in the County of Santa Clara, I would like to present this proclamation declaring May 2021 is Resource Family Appreciation Month, and present this to Denise Marchou from the Kinship Adoptive and Foster Parent Association, more lovingly known as CAPCA. And just to thank CAPCA for their continued support for all the resource parents, mentoring, education, social connections, and advocacy with the Board of Supervisors in the state and the federal government. In particular, Denise has been an active, involved foster parent for a very long time. She has fostered and welcomed over 100 children into her home over a span of 32 years as a foster parent. She's adopted 5 children. And Denise, I just want to say how much I have appreciated your leadership since I've gotten on the board to help me understand what all the improvements are that we could continue to make in our services. And thank you so much for being an advocate for children and for other resource families. And so Denise is going to say a few words, and then Don Long will also speak after Denise. And so I'm giving you this proclamation remotely.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the kind words, Cindy. I really appreciate it. Yes, I just retired from fostering after a long time off and on, and I'm hoping that I've left a little bit of my heart with each of the children that we fostered. So with that being said, I want to say good morning and thank you again for acknowledging the tremendous task that our foster, adoptive, and kinship families face every day. Thank you, Chavez, for always being a champion for our families and for listening to their concerns. We appreciate it. I've had the privilege, of course, of being a foster in this community since 1989. And I have a tremendous passion for our children and for this community. I'm always honored to represent our families. I get to do this every year, which is wonderful. However, this year in particular, I'm in awe of the incredible job that they have done. During this COVID crisis, our families have become counselors, consolers, therapists, doctors, referees, activity directors, mentors, advocates, and teachers. They've worked hard to help preserve family ties, which has not been easy since everything has been done remotely. They've taken children into their homes, even with the possibility of infecting their own families, and they have not missed a beat. Additionally, foster families have asked for very little. They have met the daily challenges and have gone above and beyond expectations. Our foster families are the strongest advocates for the children in their home. And even when the court loses sight of the child, the parents are the ones who are always looking out for the best interest of the child. They have kept our most vulnerable children healthy, loved, and out of harm's way. They are truly frontline heroes. So thank you again for this proclamation. It is a wonderful reminder of the community that gets little sleep, does not take days off, has no weekends or holidays, yet love beyond measures. It is a community that can take someone else's child and love them without conditions. And it's a community who speaks up for those children who have no voice. I'm on.
Thank you, Denise.
Thank you, Denise. Thank you, Supervisor Chavez. Good morning, President Wasserman, members of the board, senior staff, and members of the public. My name is Don Long, a social services program manager with the Department of Family and Children Services. It is my distinct honor to represent the department and the Social Services Agency today. I just want to start off by thanking the Board of Supervisors for this proclamation. COVID-19 has presented tremendous hardship and challenges to our county and our nation as a whole. It has been especially challenging for the child welfare system. Our resource parents, among others in the community, have stepped up to new levels of care for vulnerable children while managing their own fears and worries during this pandemic. They've engaged children and families with compassion and resolute support. They are truly unsung heroes who have gone above and beyond the call of duty in the service. Oftentimes, it's without recognition and little resources. But they've done so much for the community and our foster children, and I truly thank them from the bottom of my heart. On behalf of the department and all social workers, I just want to express my gratitude and thanks to the resource parent community and recognize them for their invaluable role in the child welfare system. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Chavez. That was wonderful. And Denise, 100 children, that's amazing. Thank you very much. All right. With that, we'll move on to item number 6 of our agenda, which is public comment, which I mentioned before is the opportunity for anyone to speak about anything not on today's agenda. So if you're looking to speak about a certain item on today's agenda, please wait to raise your hand until we get to that item. That said, let's set the timer for 2 minutes each. And Peggy, go ahead.
Our first speaker is Blair Beekman. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute, and you will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. One moment. There we go.
Thank you. Hi, Blair Beekman here. Happy May.
Morning.
Can someone from Supervisor Ellenberg's office write back, as I have written a few letters now to ask about the Santa Clara County Fire Department and Emergency Preparedness meeting of Thursday, April 22nd, sponsored by the supervisor. I feel in the next few years, there may be wildfire scenarios, sea level rise issues, and a possible large earthquake in the SF Bay area or Los Angeles area. Can someone write back how we can build upon early good informational beginnings and continue to openly prepare working together as a county towards one community effort to address upcoming natural disaster questions and challenges? It was also stated at the meeting that Verizon will be in charge of emergency cell phone service. To respect the newly installed BayRIC system, can someone write back to myself to better describe what are the efforts to create a more secure, guaranteed system of wireless communication for everyday people in time of emergency? I guess that's about all. I worked it to be under a minute. So
thank you, Blair.
Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is PJ Kearns. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute, and you will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
President Wasserman and esteemed supervisors, my name is Patrick Kearns, Dr. Patrick Kearns, and I appreciate the opportunity to address a public health issue. During last evening's meeting, I raised the issue of an approaching end of the moratorium on water disconnection for low-income community members delinquent in water bill payment. There is a public participation hearing next Monday for water drinkers, which is all of us, to comment on the impact of water shutoff during the summer in communities with high child poverty areas. Notice of the PPH, public participation hearing, was sent out last week. I received copies in English and Spanish, but I did not receive a copy, a version in Vietnamese. I just wanted to include the Vietnamese community in a public announcement that this is an issue that will affect their community. Unfortunately, I have not taken the opportunity to learn to speak Vietnamese, and humbly suggest to the board staff an alert to this community of the upcoming opportunity to express their feelings on May 13th, Monday, May 13th, would be in order. I have asked the CPUC running the meeting to have San Jose Water Company translate the notice into Vietnamese on their website so that this community can be alerted. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. And I really respect your priorities.
Thank you.
All right, the next speaker is Tina Brown. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Your mic is
Good
open.
morning. Good morning. This is Tina Brown. I am a system impacted family member with a son inside the main jail. I am also an organizer with Silicon Valley Debug and the Alternatives to Incarceration Coalition. Recently, our coalition had a meeting with Martha Wapinski from the county exec's office, and I was very shocked to hear that the clock for the 120-day community input process has already started, which means half the time is already gone. I would really like to hear your feelings about this because this is a problem. We want to make sure that the community input process doesn't start until the facilitators are chosen and the community involvement work plan is approved. I would like to remind everyone here that these important decisions about justice-involved community members and the reimagining of what could be or should be includes alternatives to jail options, which needs to be a thorough process that should not be rushed. This is about changing the future for our community and not about what we've done in the past that has not worked. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ellen Rollins. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. Good morning, supervisors. I'm a proud member of Long-Term Care Union SCIU Local 2015 for Santa Clara County 715-521, and now in our long-term care state industry. I'm a bargaining team member. I work for my daughter. She called me home in '95 before IHSS because she feared being institutionalized. She didn't call her mother home. She called Nurse Rollins home. That's what got her independent and out of the hospital. I've been a care provider since 1972. I've been here with Terry since 1995 when she called me home. We're in bargaining and we still suffer from not having in these pandemic times proper PEE or ERG, EPG. It's unconscionable that we have to fight for gloves. I mean, it's similar to the problems nursing homes have, and gloves and masks help you not to transfer your biology to another biology. So it should be for these frontline care providers, it should be something they have. And if you look at the cost of food, 4 jobs, I work 158 over unmet need hours. So proper pay and hours. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Melissa. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Melissa. I am an organizer with Silicon Valley Debug, and I am also a system family impacted family member. And I am here today to ask if we can have more time on this community input process. It needs to be a robust, meaningful process. We hear that the clock has started ticking, and it's super important because we are reimagining or trying to reimagine lives of those who do not have a voice on the inside, and it is our duty to uplift it and in all of these terrible conditions that they are in. So we would really appreciate that the time starts when the facilitators are chosen and the community involvement work plan is approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Leslie Ziegler. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute to speak, and you will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning. I'm Leslie Ziegler. I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart, and I live in District 5. I want to reiterate that the 120-day community engagement process regarding alternatives to incarceration should only start after facilitators have been publicly announced and a work plan for community involvement has been established, neither of which has happened. I'm concerned that some folks in the county think that the community engagement process already started, and the community engagement, the community doesn't even know about it. So that's all I have for today. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Cynthia Longs. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute, and you will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Cynthia, can you accept the unmute? Cynthia, there you go.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Cynthia Longs. I have a son in the main jail. I'm a member of the Silicon Valley Debug Alternatives to Incarceration Coalition. Our coalition met with Martha Warpinski, and I was shocked to find out that the 120-day input process has already started. That means that 60 days has gone by, and therefore, most of the time has been spent. This really concerns me because it makes me feel that time is being crunched, and therefore the community input process will not be a quality process, one that is complete and includes our community input. We want to make sure that the 120-day community input process starts after the facilitators are publicly announced and a work plan is put in place and approved. Thank you very much for your time and consideration to this matter.
Thank you.
That concludes our public speakers.
Thank you, Peggy. With that, supervisors, we'll move on to item number 7, which is approval of the consent calendar, which has items 30 and 81 on it. We received an update dated today at 9:30 this morning. Peggy, could you just kind of summarize each item that has been requested already? And then supervisors, if you want to add, delete, change, we'll go from there.
We have a request from administration to continue item number 10 to May 25, 2021. Item number 10 is a public hearing relating to the purchase of real property located at 397 Blossom Hill Road, San Jose. We have a request from Supervisor Lee to consider item numbers 19 and 25 concurrently. Item number 19 is to approve a referral to report to the board on May 25, 2021, with options for consideration relating to providing a one-time sponsorship to ICAN of $3,000 to support their upcoming personal safety distribution event on June 19, 2021. Item number 25 is to receive a report relating to recommendations for addressing hate crimes and violence against Asian American and Pacific Islander communities. We have a request from Supervisor Lee to consider item numbers 20 and 21 concurrently. Item number 20 is to approve a referral to administration to report to the board on May 25, 2021, with options for consideration relating to providing a one-time sponsorship to LEAD Filipino in the amount of $500 to support their inaugural Queer LAC-based Summit on June 19, 2021. Item 21 is to approve a county sponsorship of LEAD Filipino in the amount of $500 from the Supervisorial District 3 fiscal year 2020-2021 budget to support the 2021 Queer Black-Based Summit. We have a request from Supervisor Chavez to remove item number 31 from the consent calendar. Item number 31 is to receive a report relating to the County Food Systems Initiative Work Plan. We have a request from Supervisor Simitian to remove item number 41 from the consent calendar to be heard with item number 11. We have a request from Supervisor Chavez to remove item numbers 41 and 42 from the consent calendar. Item number 41 is to approve a request for appropriation modification number 158 in the amount of $3,364,012, increasing revenue and expenditures in the Public Health Department budget and transferring budget from the Public Health Department to the County Counsel's Office and Technology Services and Solutions Department relating to federal COVID-19 grant funding to support COVID-19 response and enhance public health infrastructure and workforce. Item number 42 is the adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.21.91 relating to compensation of employees, adding 2 positions in the Office of the County Council, 9 positions in the Technology Services and Solutions Department, and 46 classified and 19 unclassified positions in the Public Health Department. Item number 11 is to receive a report from Public Health Officer and Administration relating to the current status of COVID-19. We have a request from Administration to remove item number 61 from the consent calendar. Item number 61 is to adopt resolution authorizing issuance of the County of Santa Clara General Obligation Bonds, election of 2016, 2021 Series B, federally taxable in a principal amount not to exceed $350 million, approving the form of a first supplemental paying agent agreement, the forms and distribution of an official statement, an official notice of sale, and notice of intention to sell, a bond purchase agreement, and a continuing disclosure certificate, and authorizing the taking of all necessary actions in connection therewith. And finally, we have a request from Administration to hold item number 73 to May 25, 2021. Item number 73 is to accept project as complete and authorize the clerk of the board to execute a notice of completion of contract and acceptance of work on contract number 16-8 SB-81 James Ranch, project number 263-CP12003. And that concludes the consent calendar update.
Thank you, Peggy. I appreciate that. Supervisors, before I hear from the public, are there any additions or changes to the actions just described? Supervisor Ellenberg, Vice President Ellenberg.
Thank you, President Wasserman. I'd like to remove item 51 from the consent calendar. This is the monthly report on referrals. I have concerns with referral number 40 in the matrix, which is the referral on the 120-day public engagement process regarding jail alternatives. That's
Understood.
my only change, please.
51 to remove. All right. Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. Item 53 is the adoption of an ordinance, and it's the extending the sunset date for the provision governing the organizational structure of the jails. And I would like to leave this on consent and request that Dr. Smith, in his capacity as the DOC chair, and Sheriff Smith report back to the board in August with recommendations relating to resolving communication and operational issues regarding the 4 areas that fall under the purview of the DOC chief: administrative, booking, food service, warehouse, and laundry. That's for item 53. Item 54 is to approve an agreement with DCI Consulting relating to the conducting of a comprehensive pay equity study and developing a pay equity strategic plan. This is in response to former Supervisor Cortese and my referral from August of 2019. I'd like to leave this on consent and thank staff for finalizing the agreement. And I would like to request a progress report in 6 months to FGOC that has a work plan attached to it. And finally, I'd like to delete item 17 from today's agenda. Item 17 was a sponsorship for ACE charter schools for an event they were holding. Thank you.
All right. righty, deleting 17. All right, I'm current on that. I don't see any other hands raised. I'm going to give a quick summary of what we've got here. We're continuing to May 25th, items 10 and 73. We are going to hear 19 and 25 together, as well as 20 and 21. We have the comments on record of Supervisor Chavez regarding 53 and 54. Deleting 17 altogether at this time. Removal of consent are items 31, 41, 42, 51, and 61. And item 41 is being removed from consent, but being heard with item number 11. And supervisors, unless Supervisor Chavez, yes?
I would just like to say that item 41 and 42 should also just be heard with item 11. They're relating to the same topic. So it would be 41, 42 with 11.
41 and 42 with 11. Just give me one sec. 41 and 42. All right, I've got that. We've got a couple of speakers. Peggy, please recognize the speakers. Give them 2 minutes each.
The next speaker is Adam Cole. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning, board. This is Adam Cole with SEMA. I'm speaking on item number 53 from the consent calendar. At the county, there's often nothing more permanent than a temporary solution. We've seen over the last year the difficulties and deficits of such temporary solutions. We have hundreds of disaster service worker deployments, denuding home departments of the attention and support they need, and then those staff running services they were not hired to run, in which they are often not experts in. These are the same issues with the temporary leadership solution of DOC leadership over jail services. The county is again running departments or assigning them to leaders who acknowledge they have no expertise in the field. SEMA's previously brought to the board our concerns over such changes in administrative bookings reportings to Mr. Fisk. While Mr. Fisk is diligent and hardworking, admin booking starts from an obvious deficit when its newly designated director needs to learn basic functions, workflows, and dynamics in the department before they can even start to address the problems and improve services within admin booking. At the same time, pretrial suffers from lack of focused attention that it needs from its director. In addition, such poorly considered leadership changes have introduced labor and union issues to departments that did not previously have them. The problems local to admin booking and pretrial are a microcosm of the greater issues with running jail services with non-expert leadership. These problems need a resolution rather than continued delay as temporary solutions become permanent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cole.
The next speaker is B. Beekman. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute to speak and you will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. I wanted to speak on item 38 about kids and parents' education in this age of COVID and funding for that, for those sort of programs. What I could talk about this with items 41 and 42, but I'm going to try with this item 38. You know, at your Board of Supervisors meeting a few weeks ago, you had a lot of issues about COVID and that you're worried about new issues. Someone's mute. Can someone mute themselves? There's a mic on. Can someone mute themselves? Thank you. Thank you very much. To try to continue, I was really impressed that there was COVID issues a few weeks ago at your Board of Supervisors meeting. It's my goal since then, I think, I think we need to begin to talk about next steps of the next, how to better talk about the future of the Moderna and Pfizer vaccines, and to talk about its protein vaccination process and how it's slightly different than the Johnson & Johnson homeopathic process. I think it's a process that doesn't have to be feared. And we have to learn to explain what, it's smarts, why it's such a good idea and an interesting idea and not harmful and not filled with, microcomputer technology and the such. And how do we make sure of that? And to prove that it is a system of man-made, developing cell structures that does not have to include microcomputer technology. to learn how to do that. That's the kind of stuff we have to learn how to talk about, and working through the kids and parents program in a learning teaching process can eventually teach the whole community, hopefully. Thanks a lot for your time.
Thank you.
And that concludes our public speakers.
Super. Supervisors, I need a motion to approve the consent calendar along with all the changes.
So moved.
I listed. Thank you. Vice President Ellenberg, seconded by. Looking for a second, Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Roll call vote, please, Peggy.
Supervisor Lee,
Aye.
Supervisor Semidian,
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez,
Yes.
Vice President Ellenberg,
Yes.
and President Wasserman.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, we move on to item 8. It's after 10 o'clock. It's a public hearing for the fiscal year 21-22 annual action plan for Community Development Block Grants, CDBGs, as we call them, and Home Investment Partnership Act funds. This is brought forth by the Office of Supportive Housing. I'm looking for Consuelo. There's Consuelo. There's half of Consuelo's face. Good morning, Consuelo. And what we're going to do here, this is a public hearing to consider this. So I'm going to open the public hearing and look for any public testimony. And Peggy, I don't believe we have any. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, then we are going to close that. We'll close the public hearing. And I will turn to Consuelo for any comments you wish to make before our board considers the items you've listed under B as in Baker, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Thank you, Board President Wasserman. Good morning, Board. This is our standard and annual community action plan or annual action plan in order to program community development block grant and home funds. This recommendation was presented to the Housing Community Development Advisory Committee in April, and they concurred with our recommendations. This is following previous actions that we've taken to streamline our process where we don't have an annual NOFA. Instead, we have a 5-year NOFA, and a NOFA is a notice of funding availability that we put out to the community and service providers. And this just shows again how quickly we can move when we listen to our partners and work together. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Consuelo, as always. Members, we've opened and closed the public hearing. We have item
approval.
Second.
I'm sorry, Supervisor Semidian, that was a motion for approval?
It was, Mr. Chair. I hope that was timely.
Thank you, it was. And Supervisor Chavez, that was a second from you?
Yes.
Thank you. Any further discussion? That's a motion to approve item B as in Baker, 1, 2, 3, 4 as listed. Seeing none. Peggy, if you'll please call roll.
Supervisor Lee,
Aye.
Supervisor Semidian,
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez,
Yes.
Vice President Ellenberg,
Yes.
President Wasserman.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, we move on to item number 9, which is also a public hearing. This one for the increase of fees for the unincorporated solid waste franchise agreement for garbage collection District East. Joe, I'm looking for you here before I open. There's Joe right there. Good morning, Joe.
Good morning.
Thank you. We're going to open the public hearing. Peggy, I don't see any speakers on my screen. Do you have any on yours?
We have no speakers.
Okay, thank you. We will close the public hearing. Joe, we will turn to you for any brief report or summary you wish to make.
Yeah, thank you, President Wasserman and members of the board. The item before you is the public hearing for the new rates for garbage and recycling services for unincorporated county District East, and then the approval of the new consideration of the approval of the new maximum rates. This action would increase the rates 4% in addition to the regular annual inflationary adjustment, which this year was 1.5% for a total of 5.5% effective July 1st, 2021. This item is the third and final action for board consideration relating to addressing the extraordinary compensation request that our haulers made under the terms of their agreement with the county for the costs of the collapse of the international recyclables market in China, where we sell most of the recyclables under these contracts. The first board action on this item was June 2021, where the board, or June 2020, excuse me, where the board approved the amendments to the hauling agreements related to this compensation and directed staff to move forward with rate increases notices for District West and District East. The board approved the rate increase for District West in August 2020. And then this is the final action, the rate for District East. All 5,000 customers were notified in 2 separate mailings over the 45-day period of their right to protest the rate increase. This information was provided also in Spanish and Vietnamese. We received to date only 2 protests. And I did want to point out that several cities in the counties are implementing double-digit rate increases this year, including to address the recyclables market issue, including San Jose, Santa Clara, and Campbell. And with this increase, District East rates remain below the county average for county residents. And with that, I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director Zintek. Supervisor Chavez, your hand is raised. You're muted.
Thank you.
Oh,
Yeah,
there you
thanks
go.
very much, Joe, for the work on this. I had a question, a couple of questions. One is, was there a consideration of the need of expanding services? And did that come up from any of our customers as we were doing public hearings?
We did do some service expansion when we amended this contract. We extended this contract for 5 years in 2019, and we did do in consideration for that, Recology did provide us some service enhancements, I think additional large item collections and dumpster days for this district. The consideration for this item was to cap our ratepayer exposure to the recyclables market volatility. Prior to this amendment and this rate increase, the ratepayer exposure was unlimited. And that's the issue that San Jose is grappling with now, where they have second year of large rate increases to deal with those costs. So 2019, we did get service expansion for the extension, but for this item in particular, it was capping our ratepayer exposure. These contracts are up July 2025. So we are soon about to begin the process of going back out to our customers and getting input on what they want to see in the new contracts. And that actually is coming up pretty quickly.
Part of the reason I'm asking is that I just think that we're seeing so much trash and so much dumping all over the county, including in our unincorporated areas, that I was hoping there was an opportunity not to wait till 2025. I will just say that in one area that I represent, there's an increasing concern about rats because of dumping. And you know, one of the challenges is that, you know, cleaning up dumped sites is it's expensive, and so I just was hoping that we could take a look at doing something in a much quicker clip, because I think the rats aren't going to wait till 2025. I know, Joe, these are some complaints that you're probably as well, but perhaps you know, just recognizing that I realize we're trying to solve a specific problem. I would just be interested in getting your thoughts on how we address broadly illegal dumping and then the vectors that are coming along with them. And perhaps that can come back to us at a later time.
Yes, certainly.
Thank you.
Do that.
Thank you. With that, I'm looking for a motion to adopt the resolution or an alternative motion.
I'll move to adopt the resolution.
Thank you, Supervisor Chavez. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Supervisor Lee. Any further discussion? Seeing none.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, Supervisor Lee?
Yes, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, I can. Thank you.
But it talks about that if the conditions improve, that Recology will be able to refund some of the fee increases back to the consumers. I just want to make sure that does happen, that there's some type of oversight to make sure that if that were to happen, that they could be refunded to the consumers. Thank you.
Thank you very
Yes,
much.
Supervisor Lee, we do that audit every year under the amendment to see if we're due money back.
Great, thank you.
And Joe, thank you for negotiating the rate increase being lower than the average. Absolutely. Any other comments? Otherwise, we have a motion by Chavez, a second by Lee. Peggy, will you please conduct our roll call vote?
Supervisor Lee,
Aye.
Supervisor Semidian,
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez,
Yes.
Vice President Ellenberg,
Yes.
and President Wasserman.
Yes, as well. Thank you very much. Item 10 was continued. Item 11 cannot be heard for 2.5 hours. So we move on to item number 12, which is to approve the referral to administration, report back to the board. And this is Supervisor Chavez referral.
Thank you. This item is in response to a timing challenge we're having with the Vietnamese American Service Center and the construction and senior nutrition RFP timing. So prior to COVID-19 pandemic, and even more so now, there's been a strong need for a program that provides meals to Vietnamese seniors. Given the language barriers among older adult Vietnamese, it was crucial that this specialized site be set up. As our county begins to rebuild, it's important to ensure food and accessibility and the seamless transition to the planned senior nutrition services at VASC. Initially, the Viet Tu Tay charity was funded through the inventory process, and funding continued through the board approval led by Supervisor Cortese. So the referral here is for the administration to come back May 25th board meeting with options for continuing the funding for this meal service at its current rate until November 30, 21, when the VASC's senior nutrition program is expected to be fully implemented. Second, to add a $25,000 grant to support Viet Tu Tay to strengthen its back of house and infrastructure as a supplement to a previous inventory item to strengthen nonprofit organizations that the county partners with to serve vulnerable communities. And as a critical partner in our county programming, it's vital the county provide this support to enable organizations to become solid foundations in our community. And that would be my motion.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Supervisor Lee, thank you very much. If you don't mind, supervisors, we have one speaker on this item. Peggy, if you'll please allow this person to speak for 2 minutes.
Our next speaker is B. Beekman. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Thank you for this item. I thought, maybe it can be appropriate to make light of this time. And it was spoken in public comment today that, San Jose and Zoom, they're having real problems with language issues, interpretation issues. And, it really brings up, we have really old habits about an English only program for city government practices and county government practices. I hope you guys are working on the concept, we're not at that place anymore. We're at a time to really consider that, it is the sharing of different languages that's how we build our community. And that's how we build love and trust, good mental health and good economic practices as well. It offers a better economy system at this point in our lives, I feel. And, Zoom and San Jose, they're really stifling a process by limiting language interpretation. And you talked about it here that, the need for it and the help it can offer. And, just good luck in the efforts to really be working on this issue and really learn to, we need to learn to work out of this English only mentality that was created in the mid-1980s. I also wanted to quickly offer from the previous item, try to not be fearful to talk about the word subsidy and the new proactive uses of the term. East Bay Community Energy has been doing some amazing work at this time. Developing renewable energy with subsidy ideas. It's a first step. We'll have to take important next steps after subsidies, but for the next few years, subsidies can be a very proactive, good way to work. Sorry about this time of COVID. Thanks a lot.
Thank
And
you.
that concludes our public speakers.
Thank you, Peggy. I see that as well. We've got a motion and a second. Any comments? Otherwise, I've got a question of Supervisor Chavez.
Yes, sir.
I'll ask my question first. What I wanted to do was question on the 25,000, the urgency of getting this in this fiscal year, which is wrapping up in another 6 or 7 weeks, as compared to putting in the 21-22 inventory process. And I didn't know if that would still work or if there'd be an issue.
The reason that I was requesting the resources is that the Social Services Agency did a lot of outreach to organizations that could provide the service at the VASC and that RFP would be available to start service in the October-November timeframe when it's opening up. This nonprofit is one of the nonprofits that needs help being prepared to participate for the RFP. So the resources would come after they needed the consulting services now to help them be competitive for this RFP in particular.
All right, thank you. Any other comments or questions of the motion makers? Seeing none. Peggy, if you'll please take a roll call vote.
Supervisor Lee?
Aye.
Supervisor Semidian?
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Vice President Ellenberg?
Yes.
And President Wasserman?
Yes. Thank you very much. We now move on to item 13, which is a referral from Supervisors Chavez and Ellenberg, asking that the administration reports back to the board by May 25th, which will be our next board meeting. Supervisors Chavez and Ellenberg.
Thank you. I wanted to thank Supervisor Ellenberg for joining me on this referral. And just as a reminder for my colleagues, since March 25th, 2020, the county's been providing options for emergency childcare for essential employees who are required to leave their homes to perform their job duties. The costs of county contracted temporary emergency childcare services are tracked and charged to the appropriate funding streams and will be completely reimbursed through COVID-related funding, according to our administration. The board has already approved an extension of the options through June of 2021. Due to the inconsistent nature of the school day at this time, as well as pending summer vacations, and because many parents and caregivers may be required to return to their workplaces in the coming months, this referral requests that the administration provide options to extend child care services to our essential employees and disaster service workers through the summer of 2021. And just as a reminder, our current providers are San Jose Day Nursery, the Boys and Girls Club, the YWCA, and the YMCA.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Ellenberg?
My talking points absolutely reflected what Supervisor Chavez just said. I have nothing to add other than the hope that our colleagues will support this referral. Thank you.
Thank you. We don't have any public comments. Supervisors, other supervisors? No, I'll make one comment. I'm just making it at this point now, but it's very much applies to all the referrals that we have coming forward the next half dozen or so. We have over 100 referrals currently in the queue. I will be supporting this motion because all that it's asking for is a report back by, I believe it's May 25th, a few weeks from now. So I will be supporting that. But at a certain point, fellow supervisors, staff has 100+ referrals in the queue. If we give them a referral and ask them to bring it back to us in May or June, I think we have to be very clear and open and transparent that what we're saying is put this ahead of whatever 80 or 90 other ones that they're working on and get this back to us in a couple of weeks. Because otherwise, if they're processed as received, the following referrals would come in at numbers 110, 111, 112. If you process them in the order received, it'll be months and months and months till we get them. Perhaps what we need to look at is our referral list and prioritizing our referral list and giving staff direction on which ones are more important than other ones as far as getting back to us on a timely basis. Okay, we have no speakers. We have a motion. We have a second. Peggy, roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Lee,
Aye.
Supervisor Semidion,
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez,
Yes.
Vice President Ellenberg,
Yes.
and President Wasserman.
Yes, as well. Thank you very much. Members, this brings us on to item 14, Pete Rose's number. This is approved referral to administration to report to the board no later than August 17th, 2021, relating to pending changes to county property tax bills. Supervisor Ellenberg, if you'll make any comments you wish, and then I'm going to turn to Dr. Smith and probably James for the comments they wish.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And I will begin with just a couple of comments on the exciting topic of tax bills. For members of the public, here's the issue. Currently on our property tax bills, the county lists the percentage due for each line item assessment, but actual dollar amounts are not clearly communicated, and a little multiplication is required in order to get from the percentages to the dollar amounts. There's a sample tax bill in the agenda packet for anyone that wants to follow along here. And if you take a look at that sample bill, the property is valued at $344,640. And there's a community college bond approved by voters that adds a 0.0357% assessment. The current bill does not include the calculation of the 344,640 times the 0.0357% to show that the community college board bond assessment adds $123.07 to the tax bill. The information is there, and residents can calculate the dollar amount if they so choose, but we haven't necessarily made it clear or easily accessible. This is a change that several of my constituents have been requesting for some time. We spoke with administration and learned that they were already aware of the concern. And by the time I drafted this referral, administration had already begun to work on an update to the programming for tax bills that will fix this. So I'm changing my ask and my referral somewhat. We don't need to get a vote to approve the change since it's underway, but I would like to request a status report on the progress and clarification of when the new format will appear on the tax bills. And of course, if that answer is available today, then I don't need an off-agenda memo. And to the staff that jumped on this, thank you. It is so important that we as local government are always innovating and looking for ways to increase our transparency, our accessibility, and our clarity for the public. And I appreciate your willingness to adopt this new practice, and I expect the public will as well.
Thank you. That was a motion. I'll second it. I'm going to turn to Dr. Smith now.
Thank you.
Dr. Smith, your hand is raised, but you're muted. Dr. Smith, you're still muted. I see a PowerPoint presentation on the screen.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Sorry.
No worries.
As Supervisor Ellenberg pointed out, here's the model that's attached to the agenda, and the part in question is the yellow box. And we had some challenges modifying our information technology system so that we could actually do the multiplication. I won't go into all the details, but it basically has to do with the fact that we have so many different tax areas with overlapping jurisdictions that we can't fit it all onto the tax bill, but the yellow part, we can do the multiplication. And as the supervisor pointed out, we will be multiplying the percentage times the value, and the result will be here in the yellow page or part of the page. The change should be effective with the next tax bill.
Thank you, Dr. Smith, and I appreciate the time that we spoke on that topic as well with IT and James. Thank you very much. Supervisor Ellenberg, your hand is still raised.
It is. Thank you. Just a follow-up question for Dr. Smith. There was something you said at the beginning about not enough room on the tax bill to show something, and I didn't catch what that was or what the reason was.
Dr. Smith?
There are many more allocations of the taxes than will fit completely on the bill. So those are online, but the major ones are, as you saw on the tax bill. So for example, when school districts overlap with sanitary districts, overlap with a city, or there's a special assessment, they don't all fit neatly in that corner, but they're all available online and they're all in the packet or the envelope that comes to every taxpayer. So it'll be there, the information will be there, and we'll do the multiplication.
Super.
So the assessments that you say don't fit in the corner are, well, obviously one option would be to expand the corner, but if I'm understanding correctly what you just said, those assessments are listed on a separate piece of paper that is distributed with the tax bill, or do people have to go online to get that information?
No, it comes out with the tax bill.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
And thank you for saying it'll be on the next tax bill. All right, we have one speaker. Peggy, if you'll please recognize that person and allow them 2 minutes.
The next speaker is B. Beatman. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, B. Beekman here. That was my hand raised from another item, so I would not like to speak on this item. Sorry for the trouble.
Thank you very much, Mr. Beekman. All right, we've got the motion in the second that the status report. Supervisor Ellenberg, I think we just got a pretty good status report, and the multiplication will show in that third column on the next property tax bill. Do you agree?
I do. So I actually don't think that there's a necessary action item here.
I agree with you.
All right.
Thank you very much. That was item number 14. We now move on to item number 15, because that's how we roll. Consider recommendations relating to allocations of the American Rescue Plan federal funding. Supervisors Ellenberg and Lee.
All right, thank you. So I'm actually pretty eager to hear my colleagues' thoughts on this agenda item today. I realize that the guidelines for spending the American Rescue Funds have not been finalized and may yet still not be so by the report back date that I've requested in my referral. But I understand from the National Association of Counties that the first tranche of funds will be distributed on May 11. Unlike FEMA reimbursement with their rather onerous justification and eligibility documents, this funding is now coming with much more flexibility on how it might support local needs. And I very firmly believe that we as a board need to determine, with input from the administration and the public, how we want to prioritize disbursement. And I don't say this as a criticism of how our administration spent the CARES funding in 2020. Our county has led the state and the nation in so many aspects of the COVID pandemic response. And this has been the case across a wide range of response needs, including emergency rental assistance, childcare for essential workers, procurement of testing and medical supplies, contact tracing, testing and vaccination infrastructure, and so many other areas. Administration, with the approval of the Board of Supervisors, was able to manage revenues and resources across a wide swath of county spending to pay for more than $400 million in pandemic-related response efforts, even in the absence of any federal or state assurance that reimbursement would be provided. But if you'll also remember, we were informed how the CARES Act funds were spent after they were applied to existing needs. As a board, we did not weigh in on the decisions on the coronavirus fund as a whole. We didn't express priorities prior to the application of funds, and we didn't solicit input from the public. And to a large extent, that's totally understandable. Funding decisions had to be made very quickly, and much of the funding was used to pay for core response items like testing capacity and hospital equipment that was absolutely essential and needed to be advanced by the county to address the crisis in real time. But not all counties operated this way, with virtually no input from the Board of Supervisors or the public. And through my work on the California Association of Counties, I've made valuable connections with board supervisors up and down the state and have learned that so many of our colleagues have been very deeply engaged in directing how their administrations spend the one-time funds. A number have convened community engagement processes to learn where the greatest need exists in their communities. And while that may not have been feasible with the speed of the response effort and the smaller allocation of dollars in CARES previously, now that we're shifting into a longer-term recovery frame, I strongly encourage us to approach this round differently. I'd like to hear a proposal from administration, I'd like to hear a proposal from administration as opposed to an accounting. I want administration to hear from us, and I want all of us to hear from the community. There is a meaningful opportunity here to use the lenses of equity and racial justice to determine how to most effectively use these one-time dollars to have the greatest impact on alleviating poverty, increasing economic stability, strengthening local infrastructure, and making sure no one is left behind. The letter submitted by Silicon Valley Council on Nonprofits, I think, raises some really thoughtful points on equity, leveraging local partners, and using the one-time funds in strategic ways to jumpstart local progress on issues that have been made more acute or certainly more visible during the pandemic. At the April 6th meeting's report from administration on recovery planning efforts, Martha Wapinski presented an overview of the recovery support functions team working collaboratively among county departments and with the engagement of external stakeholders, such as our CBO and health system partners and the business community. In that meeting, the board gave direction for the recovery support teams to identify priorities and report back on those items at the May FGOC meeting, and then in June to report to the full board. And I'm hoping that this recovery planning infrastructure that incorporates both core county responsibilities and external stakeholders can function as that venue for identifying the priorities for the use of these recovery funds, and inform the board discussion without needing to necessarily stand up a separate community engagement process. So I'm looking for your reactions today, my colleagues, and for your support on making this direction to administration. And I welcome discussion on how we approach these new resources in a strategic and transparent manner to build back better.
Thank you. And Peggy, I see, oops, I'm sorry, somebody was, nope. Peggy, I see we have a number of speakers. Will you please give them 1 minute each?
Yes, the next speaker is Sparky Harlan. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
I guess I will follow Susan Ellenberg's response to Cindy Chavez, which is ditto to everything she just said. As a member of the Racial Equity Action Leadership, which is 100 agencies talking about race equity and how we can work together as CBOs and community members, I urge you to look at this rescue money differently. I appreciate what the county did digging in response to COVID, but it's time for us to get beyond Zoom so I can actually sit down and see you and talk about these issues as they affect our community. I would like to see things like purchase properties and deal with juveniles coming out of DJJ and put them in the community, not in juvenile hall. That's just one example of many things the community can have input in. Please include more of us. This money is by us, it's the people's money, and I would appreciate more input from the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Janet Diaz-Perez. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning. My name is Janet Diaz, president of SCIU 521 and a patient business services clerk. Never in our lifetime did we think we would be dealing with a pandemic, but we are. There was no bigger sacrifice made than the lives lost. Through the entirety of this pandemic, decisions were made that will remain controversial. They never took into account how it affected SCIU, essential frontline disaster service workers at the forefront, serving and assisting the community with needs, COVID-related or not. Speaking on behalf of SCIU members, our stand is also to ensure the county's executive budgetary packet includes the ARP funding. The allocation of funds must be transparent and prioritized to reinvest the expansion of the eliminated workforce and essential services that the most vulnerable of this county deserve to have readily available. I hope the county doesn't repeat the method of decisions, but to apply the lessons learned.
The next speaker is Jason Dorsey. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning, Jason Dorsey, Vice President, SEIU 521. We support the transparency to have the ARP monies part of the standard budget process. We must invest in our frontline services. We need to prioritize the funding of essential services in our public health system, behavioral health system, and health and hospital system. Our workers have been at the front line of the pandemic, and for those positions are the ones that support most vulnerable in our community, not just during COVID, but every day. Our current budget has a $50 million surplus, but is only adding positions in HR and labor relations. That in itself seems counterproductive. Thank you.
The next speaker is Ken Vong. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Can you accept the unmute? We will come back. The next speaker. We will come back. The next speaker is Logan Paulo. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Okay, good morning. My name is Logan Paulo. I work at East Valley Behavioral Health here within the county. And I just wanted to thank Supervisor Ellenberg. I really appreciate your comments on this matter. We do agree that the county has a great opportunity to make a great difference here with the ARP funds. I just wanted to share that recently my team here at the clinic was deployed as disaster service workers during the height of this pandemic. And while we were deployed, there was nobody left to care for our clients. And like we had stated, this is showing the cracks within the county during this pandemic. And the county has a great opportunity here to invest in behavioral health services and increasing support for the most vulnerable communities that we have and help an impacted behavioral health system that is pretty broken. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is B. Beekman. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, Blair Beekman. Thank you very much for this funding program. I mean, I really like when funding programs can help and offer support to people in need at the local community level. It's a great system when it works. I'm worried that what are we going to do in the next 5 years? Do we have to plan for an upcoming earthquake? And if that is the case, I think we really have to consider the importance of proactive use of subsidy ideas and really consider that thinking. And in the next as we work subsidy ideas in any upcoming natural disasters in the Bay Area, we have to consider, the next steps out of subsidies and how do we work towards creative ideas out of the subsidy time. I really like, this sort of funding programs. Maybe this can stay the same forever. It's really good system. So thanks a lot.
The next speaker is Robert Brownstein. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning. Santa Clara County is not just more progressive than the average county and more ethical than the average county and more committed to equity than the average county. It's also more innovative and collaborative than the average county. And community groups and unions and advocates are eager to work with the county to use these resources to go where no county has gone before and to achieve things that other counties can only dream of. But information is the fuel that we need to ignite our energies. So I urge everyone to support these proposals, unleash us, and you will be glad you did. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert.
The next speaker is Qian Bong. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, I'm so sorry. There's so much background noise. I just want to say that this is Quinn Vaughn. I can't. Sorry. I want to support the investment agenda put together by the Silicon Valley Council for Nonprofits. And I want to stress the importance of having disaggregated data because the Vietnamese usually got forgotten when there's no clear data to show our needs. So thank you so much. I'm sorry about the noise.
No worries.
The next speaker is Jacqueline. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute when you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. And your mic is open, Jacqueline. Jacqueline, your mic is open. Would you like to speak? We will come back. The next speaker is Nick Kwada. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. President Wasserman and honorable members of the board, my name is Nick Kwada and I'm the policy director for the Silicon Valley Council of Nonprofits. In consultation with the Racial Equity Action Leadership Coalition, we present to you several important community principles around ensuring an equitable recovery. First, federal resource rescue funding is the people's money. Second, local governments should not seek to go back to the way things were, but should strive towards building a more equitable future for our community. And lastly, the scale of federal resources should be viewed as an opportunity to make breakthrough achievements in critical areas, such as alleviating the racial, ethnic, economic, and other disparities that produce so much death and suffering during the pandemic. Thank you.
And that concludes our public speakers.
Thank you very much. I'll look for comments by board members, or I've got some I'll make when all of you are done.
Yes.
Seeing no, Supervisor Lee.
Yes, thank you. First, I'd like to thank Supervisor Ellenberg, or Vice President Ellenberg, for asking me to join her on this important referral. This is something clearly unprecedented. The American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, this big 1.9 trillion package, the Clara County is going to be eligible to receive over $370 million. Certainly, this is going to be huge, especially in these economic times that we are in. The scale of these federal resources should be viewed as an opportunity to make breakthrough achievements in critical areas, as many of the speakers talked about, like alleviating racial, ethnic, economic disparities that's produced so much death and suffering during this pandemic, and allow COVID-19 to run rampant throughout underserved communities. It is for these very reasons that we feel that the county, like other counties, should develop and publicly share its plans how these funds should be used. And this is especially important. Questions remain about the implementation of these funds. So I just wanted to say thank you for bringing this referral, and I hope my colleague would support this as well, because at the end of the day, this is the fund that would be the one that would help everyone in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. So first of all, I appreciate the conversation, and I'm very interested in what our staff's plans currently are relative to the budget discussions. And I think in the options, there's an option of coming back on June 8th or discussing this as part of the budget hearings. And so Dr. Smith or Greg or whoever is most appropriate through the chair to respond.
Well,
thank you, Dr. Smith.
Thank you, Supervisor. We, in the recommended budget, which just came out last week, we have a section describing where our status is with regard to the American Rescue Plan resources. As the Supervisor Ellenberg pointed out, much of the regulatory framework and requirements for the expenditures are not currently known. They're still being worked on at the federal level. So our approach to these revenues regarding this current recommended budget is not to allocate the entire amount, but to allocate portions that we think are pretty clearly covered, directly related to COVID. Obviously, the board will have to discuss that during the workshops and during the hearings. I'm hopeful that we'll have more direction from the federal government for the revised recommended budget, which comes out in June. So we certainly will be discussing it with the board quite a bit.
But just as a follow-up, Dr. Smith, and I appreciate the point you're raising about, there's a lot of unknowns. What I'm trying to understand is that as part of the overall budget process, and I know we're kicking this off next week, so it's really more of a question of maybe of timing and then approach. But on the approach front, how or will how do you anticipate this going through the budget process, or do you see it as a separate process?
No, it'll go through the budget process just like any other allocation, because we have to have a balanced budget for the entire county government. So the board will have to set priorities within the full budget process. Some of this resource obviously is to pay for expenditures that we've already made related to COVID. But of course, the board will need to decide how much, where, when, how, why. But the full budget has to be balanced, including any revenue from the American Rescue Plan. It's not something that can be done outside of the budget.
Okay, so as you look at the referral, you're then saying that this would be part of action B, essentially, and then come back to the board because no matter what we're doing, I know we've changed our budgeting process overall this last year to address COVID. So is that, and I don't know if you have it in front of you, Dr. Smith, but is that what you're saying will happen?
The funding recommendations in the recommended budget will be identified as coming from American Rescue Plan revenue, and the board will have the option to decide how to expend it based on their priorities. Some of the recommendations will have to do with backfilling costs that have already occurred. Some of it will be recommendations regarding new expenditures, but obviously the board makes the final decision. It's just that the board has to balance the entire budget, not just one section of the budget.
Thank you. And then I just have one other query, and Supervisor Ellenberg and Supervisor Lee, thanks for prompting this discussion prior to budget. Just one other question, and that is, as part of the budget process, I'm hopeful that we'll have a better understanding, perhaps even from our FEMA consultants, about what we anticipate being paid for over what period of time. I know FEMA is notoriously slow. After talking to Sonoma and Napa counties who've experienced fire challenges, really slow, and earthquake challenges. So I would also just be very interested in making sure we understand the over what period of time we anticipate revenue coming back to the organization, and in approximate chunks, if they would help us understand that. So thank you, colleagues, for letting me ask my questions.
Thank you. Supervisor Ellenberg, your hand is raised.
Thank you. First, I was in error to not immediately recognize my colleague Supervisor Lee for his partnership in this work when I started to talk about it. Thank you very much. I really appreciate your support and similar perspective on this item. What I would like to do, and Dr. Smith, tell me how this works. If we have several questions. First, I would look at the funding in two different ways. Certainly reimbursing any of our COVID-related costs and covering losses, I believe should be a priority. But you talked about two different ways to use the American Rescue funds for reimbursement and for new work. And it's the new work that I'm most interested in making sure that you not only engage with the board, but that all of us engage with the community in some process to get their input. What's interesting is that people have said this is the people's money. All of our money is the people's money. This is all public funds. I don't necessarily see this as different funds. What I see is a unique opportunity with a significant amount of one-time funds to do some things that are really out of the norm, that really can lead to better structures and systems. So my first question with that is, if we should be able to balance the budget by including the anticipated American Rescue funds that would be used to cover losses, but keep separate the new funding. It shouldn't be in the budget already if we haven't made any determinations as to how to spend it, and it shouldn't be covering for losses if it would be spent on new items. So help me understand if we can do a separate process for new spending that doesn't necessarily have to happen by the time the budget is passed.
Dr. Smith.
Trying to think about how to say this. Right now, we only have clarity about part of the rules with regard to the American Rescue Plan. So when you read the recommended budget that we just put out, there's a relatively small amount projected to be allocated in order to balance, which you could consider as utilization of monies that paying back for monies that are already spent.
Sure.
Because we don't have the rest of the direction, we have not recommended in this recommended budget allocating it all because we don't know exactly what the rules are. And obviously we would want to come back to the board with the rules before we make a recommendation. I'm hopeful that some of the rules will be done by June so that when we come back with the revised recommendation, we can put some options in front of the board that they can consider, and obviously input from the public, typically is done at the workshops and the hearings. If the board desires to have a different forum, that's certainly fine. We just need to have a balanced budget by July 1st. That being said, I'm sure there will be, there definitely will be more revenue coming after July 1st, so that those allocation decisions will be made by the board as we become more aware of what the regulations are and have potential needs. So just like, not just like, but similar to this last year, in this last year, we knew we had a large deficit and we were looking at the budget in a serial function. This year, it's going to be exactly the opposite. We have new revenue and the board will be making decisions as revenue comes available, as we get more information. So it'll be serial additions rather than serial
Mhm.
reductions.
So that actually lends itself really well, I believe, to a community engagement process, because if we are acknowledging that we are not and really cannot allocate all of it right now, we could decide as a board, if there were, if there's sufficient support, that at least some significant portion will not be allocated without a more robust community engagement process, whether it happens before or after the budget. And if there is support for that, one of my questions that I teed up in my introductory comments is whether the current partnership, nascent partnership that we have set up as based on the community recommendations to, hold on, I'm losing my words, to our response to COVID, recommendations that came from the community stakeholders, all of the recommendation reports that we got. That was the body that I understood Martha to be bringing together that would work and then report to FGOC and to the board. And I'm wondering if that is the same body that could work together to make these recommendations. Then we don't have to create something new. But if my colleagues think that's not their purpose, and that it's more narrow than that, then I'm happy to consider another structure.
Thank you. I'll chime in unless Dr. Smith, you have any additional comments at this time?
I was just going to say, however the board wants to gather information about setting their priorities is up to the board. My priority and dictate from the charter is to present you with a recommended balanced budget. We don't spend any money until the board allocates it or authorizes it. So, none of the rescue funds will be expended without authority from the board specifically. And how the board wants to gather information or public input is really up to you.
Thank you,
And
Dr.
to
Smith.
confirm that the referral
Supervisor.
asks for a report back from administration on recommendations for a process, so that so I don't need to change anything in the motion. I just want to confirm that it does include a report back on an engagement process with regard to, and I'll make it a little more specific with your agreement, Supervisor Lee, that I'm talking specifically about the unallocated American Resource Rescue Funds. Does that work?
Thank you. I'll hold my comments now. I see Supervisor Smidian's hand is raised.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of observations, since I know that we're trying to sort of provide a sense where the whole board is on these issues. I think under the best of circumstances, our budget process is a challenging one, in part because of the multiplicity and uncertainty of the budget streams that we rely on to do the work of the county. Other governmental entities or levels of government have their challenges, but the county budget streams are really very tough to manage, predict, and then at the risk of stating the obvious, but I think it needs to be underscored for this conversation. I can't recall a time of budget uncertainty quite like the one we've been through over the last year and a half now. And good times, yes, bad times, yes, at various levels of government. But I think one of the challenges of the last year and a half has been we really haven't known what the impacts on our budget streams would be, on the nature and extent of the needs in the community, the economy has responded in ways that I think are were largely unpredictable. And all of that is by way of saying, I think the community conversation that my colleagues want to foster is a helpful and important one, but I also think it needs to take place in the context of understanding that there's still a lot we don't know. It's going to take a long time before we know more. And even when we think we know, we may not know. I'm a little anxious about how much we'll know, when we'll know it, and how much we can rely on what we think we know. Great. Let's go forward with a little sigh of relief that things could have been worse. That may be our bumper sticker for the budget process. It could have been worse. Let's find a way to, as we're sort of in the transition, make sure that we engage the public. I'll just, I think possibility of FGOC having some hearings is one that's worth considering as a way to create that venue and tie it directly to our budget process. But I'm counting on the county executive and his team to, in May and June, sort of be in constant update mode. We'd like to know what's going to happen, but I think it's likely to be a more iterative process. And the one other thing I would say, in addition to the thought that FGOC may have a helpful role to play here, is our mid-year budget review in January or February varies from year to year. In some years, it's kind of just a time to true up, various revenues and expenses. In other years, there's more to talk about. I'm thinking, colleagues, that this coming year, that January, February opportunity for a mid-year budget review may hold more potential for a meaningful conversation instead of decisions, because while there'll still be plenty that is unknown or uncertain at that time, I'm hoping that things will have shaken down a little bit more clearly about what we're going to get, when we're going to get it, and what strings come attached. That's what I've got today, Mr. Chairman and colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Chavez.
I think, first of all, I really want to just reiterate my appreciation for Supervisor Ellenberg and Supervisor Lee forcing this conversation, because I feel like every year when we're approaching this, that there are ways we can improve the process, A, but B, this is an even more confusing year because of potential funding streams. So one thing I will share is that I think and Supervisor Lee, since you're the chair of FGOC, I don't want to, just volunteer you, but I'm the other person on it, so I'm kind of half volunteering me. But I think one thing that we had done in the past that we don't have in our budget schedule this year is an evening session so that we could hear from more members of the public. And I think if we can use FGOC for that purpose, Supervisor Lee, I'm happy to be part of that with you, because I do think that there are kind of two parts to the budget. One is the reaction the public has to the overall budget. And then the other is, as part of those hearings that are usually during the day, we get to hear what people think the needs are of the county, but perhaps at least holding one meeting in the evening prior to the finalization of the budget would be of value this year. Like I said, we had done that in past years. And then the second point is that I think, Dr. Smith, that it was difficult to do this last year, but I know you all are planning how we're addressing the budget in chunks, and perhaps even being able to see what that looks like in the future would be helpful, because I think the point Supervisor Smidian raised about mid-year is really, really critical. I also think that, one of the challenges we have is that we resolve our budget before the state does. And I think that the state is going to be taking some actions that are more one-time, especially as it relates to housing. So I do recognize that these are different waters, and if it's helpful to use a committee to be able to address those choppy waters, I think that's a really fine idea from Supervisor Smidian, and I think it just reinforces Supervisor Ellenberg and Lee what you're saying in terms of let's make sure there's a community component. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor. Seeing no other hands raised at the moment, I'll share my thoughts, which are numerous. When I look at A and B, the approved referral to administration report to the board no later than June 8th with proposed plan for allocation of the funding and deferred dispersal of funds to county departments until board approval of plan. Supervisor Ellenberg and Lee, I think that's something that we do, as Dr. Smith said, no dollars are approved for dispersal until there's a vote by the board. So I'm not sure that A is necessary. I do agree, we're all elected officials to represent about 400,000 people and other people throughout the county. But at the end of the day, we've got budget workshops. I've just heard from Supervisor Chavez, volunteering Supervisor Lee. I like that a lot, to have a FGOC evening meeting perhaps. But that's a public meeting where the publics can participate and supply their information. All of our budget workshops are opportunities. I really don't think we need anything beyond what we have in place, unless Supervisors Chavez and Lee wish to have an evening FGOC meeting. That said, many of the dollars that we receive are earmarked. You know, the parks have their own supply, the airports have their own supply, the library has its own source. Then we get dollars from the federal and state government tying into what Supervisor Chavez was just saying, that are earmarked for special programs. We really don't have much discretion over those, but I see dollars as dollars. This is the American Rescue Plan. This is not the FEMA dollars that we specifically requested reimbursement of to reimburse specific costs. This, I think, is going to be more generally available to us, but to Dr. Smith's point, there may be some strings attached to what come our way. But at the end of the day, this goes into the pot that I think I would call discretionary, and that means that if a majority of the board thinks this should be spent on X, then it's spent on X. And if we think it should be spent on Y, it should be spent on Y. But before I would make any decision like that, I would want our very talented, very educated, very experienced staff to bring back their recommendations on how all the dollars we receive should be spent. And Dr. Smith, as you said several times, what you spend and what you receive must equal. We must have a balanced budget. So as dollars come in, I would expect from staff, from administration to say, we've received the X dollars and we suggest those X dollars be spent in total to A, B, and C services. Talking about services, the county from, I believe the acronym is DSW, Disaster Service Workers, but I have heard from numerous departments how many employees have been plucked for up to a year to serve for testing, for door-to-door, for vaccinating, for everything COVID related. Those departments have suffered. Excuse me. Those departments have suffered. The planning department that had people taken to serve as DSWs has not been able to process applications, permits, et cetera, as fast as they normally could. We heard from a speaker earlier about behavioral health. We have not been able to provide the extent of services. The quality's there. All of our people provide quality services, but you need an army in behavioral health. And we took people from various departments. Road repairs. I've spoken with roads and airports. We're behind in our maintenance. We're behind in our repairs. I'm speaking to Molly and public defender. There's a lot of places that they lost personnel and could not accomplish. You can't do as many things with 15 people as you can with 20. I've got a concern about the Sheriff's Academy being restored. People are still retiring, but the academy, which takes 9 months to graduate people, is not moving along. I, for one, am looking forward to administration's recommendations on how these dollars are spent. And perhaps there will be some dollars left after all these departments that have been depleted of their personnel for DSW purposes have been restored, and we have caught up in providing the core services the county is expected to provide. That's what I'm looking for. I'll close by saying, well, I think that's redundant. I'm not even going to close by saying that. I will stop there. Supervisor Ellenberg.
Thank you. And Mike, I appreciate your full overview of well, it was a good soapbox with all of the different limitations and I agree with your concern about erosion of county services, especially where we may have less visibility of folks being pulled from one place to another and how that's impacting services. But what I want to just keep really clear is that I'm focused on the public engagement process as opposed to really knowing specifically what the recovery issues for our community are going forward. And I want to look at the funds as a package to match those needs. And I'm concerned that if we just on public comment, we're going to get something that's very piecemeal. This organization wants funding for their program, another wants funding for theirs, rather than creating a forum or opportunity. And I would send this back to Supervisor Lee to see if that interests him, an opportunity to really talk about areas of priority as opposed to specific programs to fund, because I think once we have a sense of where the community, again, thinking just about the discretionary dollars, just about that set of discretionary dollars that we don't need to use to backfill our own services, creating a process by which we can get some very broad buy-in, if such a thing is possible, about what we as a community can do. Again, it's becoming so cliche, but I really do like the term build back better. What can we do that we won't necessarily think of and that our expert staff, who is very focused as they should be on county operations, may not think of? More brains are better, and being able to have a really robust discussion with meaningful community input rather than the piecemeal public comments, I think gets us to a better and more cohesive result. But I'm also loath to give direction to my colleagues who are certainly capable of deciding how they're going to run their own committees and what they're going to do. But I would be interested in hearing what approach Supervisor Lee might be thinking about.
Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, and thanks for all the very important comments on this very special times of our. Really, it's a lifetime that we've never seen any type of a pandemic like this, and that type of funding from the federal government, and that's what makes this so special. As much as Supervisor Chavez talked about the volunteering ourselves, being FGOC to deal with it, I think it's certainly upon us. The time is now, and I certainly would not be shy to use our committee to have another way of looking at this more carefully of how these priorities could be properly used for the funding. Certainly some of it will be used to help balance our budget, right, since we're running a deficit. But I certainly do believe that there are other priorities that we need to highlight. So I think the FGOC could be a good process to do this. As I said, I'm the new one here. So whatever the process makes sense to make it work, give it more visibility to our community, to be able to give important inputs. I think the more eyes on this will make a better product at the end for how we spend our public's money. So I think that certainly is something that I would be able to support. And if the maker of the referral was willing to let the FGOC have a more important role to view this, I think it'll be great, and we'll certainly conduct those hearings to allow the public to give more inputs.
Thank you, Dr. Smith.
I just want to say a few words to be really clear for the public. Every source of revenue is used to balance the budget. Some sources of revenue are not going to be in the July action because we don't know what they can be used for, but it's one budget, and it's not like we balance a budget and then have extra resources. It's a balanced budget.
Thank you. All the ins have to equal all the outs.
Right.
I got you.
Now, at sometimes we don't know what revenues are coming in at the time period that the board balances the budget. So like Supervisor Ellenberg said, a process as we go through the year, when we become aware that there's going to be a resource, then we can certainly add that to the budget. But it's not separate from the budget. And I'll also point out that there's more than just the American Rescue dollars in play here. There's also the infrastructure dollars that are going to be discussed. There's the family dollars that are going to be discussed at the federal level. We obviously don't know what the state's going to do, but there's much talk about revenue at the state level. And many of the projects that are being talked about being funded are projects that the board has already embarked upon, because as Bob Brownstein said, this board is innovative and at the top of your game, so that there will be funding coming from the feds for childcare, and that the board will then have to decide how they want to utilize that, whether they want to use just that money for childcare, or they want to add more general fund, or however they want to do it. All of which are decisions that will come in the future, and I agree that a vigorous process of involvement is important. And also want to reemphasize Supervisor Simidian's comments that the sources of revenue and expenditures are constantly changing, so we don't know things until we know them.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. And for Supervisors Ellenberg and Lee, I think what's fair to say is that in order to get to a balanced budget, administration has to take every dollar they expect to receive, and they have to determine where it is to be spent. Spent can include dedicating it to reserve. Spent can include whatever, but the debits and the credits must equal. And that is what is already in play. And during the budget, staff will be bringing back to this board their best guess on revenues and their recommended ways of expending those dollars. And then it's up to us to take public comment, of course, and then it's up to us to agree or disagree with administration's recommendation on what to do with the dollars they estimate will be coming in. And then we have budget adjustments, as Dr. Smith said, as other dollars may or may not come in. With that, I turn back to the motion makers, the referral makers, Supervisors Ellenberg and Lee, with how you would like to proceed at this time.
Supervisor Lee, do you want to take a shot here, or do you want me to do that?
Why don't you try it, and I'll see if I could help you. At the end of the day, we'll patch something together that we could get our colleague to agree on. I mean, at the end of the day, we are doing the same thing. We're trying to get our money to be as transparent as possible, get as much input as possible, and come up with a balanced budget, right? So go ahead.
Exactly. Okay, so
A
what I
motion,
would,
oh, go ahead, please.
I don't think we have a formal motion yet on the table.
I agree with you, Supervisor. I don't know, with the additional information that you and Supervisor Lee have heard, if something more is necessary at this point. If you have a suggestion, please make one.
Yes, I still would like staff to come back with a recommendation for opportunities for community engagement that extend beyond board meeting public comment, in order to hear from the community what priority areas they would like to see funded with our new discretionary dollars, to the end of doing some brand new and innovative justice and equity oriented work in our community.
Alrighty.
And do you want to put in anything, Otto, about, do you want that to be through FGOC? Do you want it to, anything you want to help there?
Right, let's see, let's use FGOC as a forum. If my colleague Supervisor Chavez thinks that would be a good place for it, I think we should. Good, I see him nodding. I see her nodding.
So maybe it's a parallel to the way the community conversations around the jail are going through public safety and justice, maybe around American Rescue Funds, they go through FGOC.
Yes, I think that makes sense.
Again, we're talking about dollars. We don't know the amounts to receive, what strings and what other commitments staff already has for any dollars we receive. So Supervisor Ellenberg, is your motion then to hear more at the FGOC meeting, to solicit more input than will otherwise happen at the board meeting and at the various workshops? Is that the motion?
If that works for Supervisor Lee, then yes.
Supervisor
That's my
Lee?
request.
Oh, he's nodding. Supervisor Chavez, your hand is up.
Yeah, the only thing I was gonna say, I think the idea of having a night hearing and getting people's feedback is a really good idea. And I also, but just to say, I also want to be very, I don't want to set expectations especially for our nonprofit partners, that there's this that there's a pot of money that we don't already need for something. So I want to temper this with the idea that I think it's really a great idea to get overall community priorities, not unlike the priority setting session, Supervisor Ellenberg, that you led us on, having that real thoughtful discussion. So I think that makes a lot of sense. And I frankly think doing it sooner rather than later, so it really does inform future work, is a fine idea.
All righty, I'll ask administration if you have an idea of what the motion is directing. Or is it not even, is it just to go to FGOC? We not even need administration? Supervisor Ellenberg?
What I'm understanding is that the motion is that administration come back to FGOC with a proposal for increased input into the options for the board, and that this particular budget cycle, which will happen between now and July 1st, there'll be an addition of a nighttime meeting for additional input, and we'll identify during the budget workshops and during the hearing what clarity we have about all of the so-called news sources, and we'll always keep in mind what Supervisor Chavez just said, that the expectations need to be tempered in the sense that we don't necessarily have a whole lot of new money. So that's what I'm understanding. If that's not correct, let me know.
Thank you. Supervisor Ellenberg, was that sufficient? Okay. So we'll say Supervisor Ellenberg, you made that motion. And Supervisor Lee, you seconded that motion. Am I putting words in your mouth? Are you okay with this?
Happy to second it.
Okay. Any further discussion on this item? So I guess it's direction, but we should take a roll call vote, please, Peggy.
Supervisor Lee,
Aye.
Supervisor Simidian,
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez,
Yes.
Vice President Ellenberg,
Yes.
and President Wasserman.
Yes, as well. And I think what I heard was administration working with the FGOC chair and vice chair to hold another meeting in the evening to solicit input. I wholeheartedly concur with Supervisor Chavez about setting expectations. Whatever individuals happen to make that meeting will obviously express desire for dollars for organizations that they represent. And at the end of the day, it's up to administration, who is the only entity that knows all that the county truly does. Nobody in the public knows all the county does and all the county needs. And we look forward, Jeff, to your bringing back recommendations for this board to consider. Thank you very much. Let's move on to 16, which is a referral. Supervisor Lee and Supervisor Simidian. Supervisor Simidian. And I'm happy to say.
I'm going to defer to my colleague Supervisor Lee, who took the lead and was kind enough to include me on this item. I may or may not have comments in a moment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And I'll say I'm supportive of the referral. Supervisor Lee.
Thank you very much. Take me a second to shift from one topic to the other. Give me a second. Sorry about that. So first of all, thanks President Wasserman for allowing me to introduce this referral. I'll try to be brief in my comments as the referral is quite thorough. It's about three really different way of looking at the body of the referral regarding the community within District 3. We've been talking with stakeholders throughout our districts that we know that more can and should be done around establishing various housing units or programs within the area. First of all, I would like to thank Supervisor Simidian for signing on to the adjourned referral, given our shared jurisdiction within Sunnyvale. I also want to thank the City of Sunnyvale, the Office of Supportive Housing, and the nonprofits, and all of the involved stakeholders to work together to assist the Unhoused at the Fair Oaks community that came through a very quick short-term resolution. And of course, we also
Supervisor Lee, we're missing a few of your words. If you could perhaps direct yourself more towards your microphone.
I'm sorry. Okay, sure. So let me start with this. I would like to also thank the City of Sunnyvale, the Office of Supportive Housing, and the various nonprofits we work with, including like Sunnyvale Community Services and Home First, and all those involved stakeholders. They're working together to assist the House of the Fair Oaks community on a short-term solution. And of course, we still need to find some intermediate solutions, and that's what this referral will address. And we believe that working together through different jurisdictions to address a housing situation has been a very fruitful endeavor so far. And so that's why I brought forward this referral in that spirit, whether it's working with City of Sunnyvale, Milpitas, it takes all of us to tackle this very, very important problem that even though after COVID might be gone in 6 to 12 months, if we're so lucky, our housing problem will definitely still be there. So that's the reason I'm putting this together. Thank you very much.
Thank you for bringing it forward. Supervisor Simidian, anything you wish to add before we hear from a couple of speakers?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Lee, for including me on this referral. I think just two observations. The first is a broad one, a relatively general one, and that is that, I think what we've seen is that projects, housing projects that are in our purview come to us by many different paths. And sometimes it's the initiative of an individual supervisor. Sometimes someone in the community will come to us with a proposal. Sometimes it's part of our regular Measure A process. And I will say, as someone whose district includes all or part of 8 different cities, that for some of the smaller cities in Sunnyvale, which, as Supervisor Lee mentioned, we both represent a good chunk of. Sunnyvale is the largest of our smaller cities, but it's sort of a catch-22, which is that some of the cities say, gee, we'd like to see some of those Measure A funds and some of those housing units come to our community, at which point we have to say, fair enough, but then the community also has to provide a venue and a receptive process for accepting the housing units. It's a two-way street. In some communities, that's been a greater challenge than others. In some communities, our housing staff has sort of quietly led the way to identify sites and see if we can't make progress. And I think, not to put words in my colleague's mouth, so I'll look at him and make sure that my paraphrasing is correct, but I think what we're saying here is that you have 2 members of the Board of Supervisors who represent Sunnyvale, a portion of which is in District 3, and you have a community that And here again, the nod to Supervisor Lee for having, done a little of this groundwork. You've got a community in Sunnyvale that has said, we're interested. We'd like to see if we can't make something happen in cooperation and collaboration with the county. And this is essentially, in my view, a way to turn to our staff and say, look, you've got two supervisors who represent this community. You've got folks in the community and at the official level expressing their interest. Let's see if we can't make this yet another one of the places where good things can happen if we can find a way to partner. And that partnering is hard work. It's easier if you go it alone, but you can get more done, obviously, if you partner with city, state, other jurisdictions, nonprofits. So that's the broader piece. The one cautionary note, caveat that I want to offer is that I want to be sure staff does not misinterpret any of this direction, and that they understand that, speaking for myself at least, I am absolutely committed to the continued operation of the homeless shelter at Hamlin Court. We worked very hard over the past 8 years as a county after the old Sunnyvale shelter was slated for closure to find a place. For a while we did without, then we did a temporary location, then we found a permanent location. And again, kudos to staff for that. It was 4 months, then it was 6 months, then it was 12 months. Kudos to staff for that. It was 125 people, now it's 175 people. Kudos to staff for that. And it went from being an operation that frankly did not provide really anything in the way of services to a place now where there's some significant component of services with a referral system and process to make sure that people are well served, they know what they can and can't count on, and that there aren't adverse community impacts. So my closing bottom line is to say, let's make sure that anything we do or pursue does not in any way, shape, or form interfere with all of that good work that has taken place over the last 8 years to get us a functional shelter in that part of the county. Thank you again. I'm an aye vote, of course, and if there's a second required, I think I will provide it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. It sounds like a motion and a second. Dr. Smith.
What is it?
Dr. Smith.
I just wanted to comment on C, referral portion C. We obviously will come back with a report on the 8th. I do understand that there's some urgency about this issue. Some unhoused residents have been sheltered at the Travel Inn in Sunnyvale using resources from the city. And the city has decided that they're going to end that sheltering process. Given the time constraints, I think it's fairly clear that we won't be able to find alternate shelter or permanent supportive housing in the short period of time. So if the board approves this, which I hope they will, just want to say that we'll take that as direction to begin immediately working with Sunnyvale to take over that contract, because I think the best thing we can do is offer to the residents a time period, additional time at the Travel Inn beyond the time period when Sunnyvale will stop paying for it. So the county would take over that responsibility, presuming that the Travel Inn or another motel, hotel was available to do that.
Thank you very much. I hear support, kumbaya. We turn to Supervisor Ellenberg. You're muted, Supervisor.
Thank you. Supervisors Lee and Simidian, thank you for bringing this referral forward today. I'm very glad to be your third vote. And something that I want to sunshine an issue that I'm having and reflect back, Supervisor Simidian, how striking your comments are to me to hear about the buy-in from the city of Sunnyvale and the importance of working together with those residents. It's really exciting that they want to do this. Of course, that's not always the case. And what I'd like to bring up, not as additional direction, but really just as an observation and a caveat, is that when we are doing emergency shelters or transitional housing, and we may not require, our building may not require the city approval for whatever city we're building in, because current state legislation has allowed staff to streamline housing for unhoused residents. What I have heard in my communities is that community outreach, whether or not it is required, is still absolutely needed. Residents are looking for an engagement process that will allow them to communicate how a project can best succeed in their neighborhood, from offering themselves up as volunteers to dropping off donations. Residents, I'm finding, want to be involved with the projects, and we need to give them that opportunity. So what I will recommend in coming weeks is that there be a proactive county-led community outreach plan in place the moment the board directs staff to purchase or lease property under one of these state provisions. And the purpose I envision of the engagement plans is to inform neighbors, to provide opportunities for questions and concerns, and to offer regular updates on the progress of the project with input from community where possible. The additional work, I just want to be clear, should not slow down the time to get people into the housing, because the specific intent of the state legislation is to be able to speed up the process. But I'm hoping that the engagement process will possibly improve chances of the project being welcomed by existing neighbors if we can address their concerns about impacts to public safety, traffic, parking, lighting, aesthetics, and other issues that they may bring up. So all of that to say, I think it's really exciting that you've got buy-in for this project right now. I wish that was always the case. And whether it is or is not in any given situation, I think we need a standardized, proactive community engagement process.
All righty, and I've got a few speakers. Supervisor Smitty in your hand, and Chavez. Do either or both of you wish to speak, or hear from the three speakers first?
Public's fine for me.
Okay, fine. Peggy, would you please allow our speakers on for up to 2 minutes each?
Yes, the next speaker is Felicia Gershberg. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you. I'm Felicia Gershberg. I'm a 24-year resident of Sunnyvale, a volunteer with URGE, the Unhoused Response Group, and co-lead of Together We Will San Jose, a community of nearly 3,000 local progressive activists. Thank you, Supervisors Lee and Smidian, for bringing this referral forward. There is great wealth in Santa Clara County, yet more and more people in our area are unhoused. We need our government, which, as the president recently said, is us, we the people, to do what it takes to provide more housing solutions so that everyone can have the basic foundations of safety and protection from the elements that all of us with housing take for granted. When I see unhoused folks, I see friends, family members, and neighbors. They are part of our community, and I know that there, but for the grace of luck and privilege, go I, you, or any one of us. Please, I'm asking you to support this referral. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Loretto QD's Brigade. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. My name is Loretto Quevedo Dimandao from Loretto Cuties Brigade, Silicon Valley, and I'm also with the Hope for the Unhoused in Milpitas. Thank you very much to District Supervisor Otto Lee, Supervisor Simidian, and the Board of Supervisors and Santa Clara County Admin for all and any current support to the unhoused communities all over the county. Please do not forget our unhoused neighbors also in Milpitas who need shelter, permanent housing, and wraparound services as well. Please allocate slots at Project Homekey Hillview apartments in Milpitas that we have strongly supported for. I also recommend setting up an oversight committee to look into how well these projects are in operation. And thank you so much for everybody. And thank you for your support. Take care.
Thank you.
The next speaker is telephone ending in 910. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, this is Sean with Unhoused Response Group. Most of you know me. And I've also been deeply involved in the Fair Oaks camp and getting it moved to the hotel. And I just can't say how happy I am with what a success it's been. We've had to fight since the beginning to even get it to where the hotel was even on the horizon. And we're just thrilled with how things have been going. I think the residents are pretty happy. Obviously, I support this. Supervisor Lee and Simidian, just be warned, I may tackle you in a hug. Just beware. I also wanted to just pass along, if we have the rooms at the hotel and we have other people who are not part of the program but wanted to be and were on a waiting list, we should be able to add those people. If people graduate out of the program or don't complete the program, if we've got room, we should be able to put those people in. We have people who desperately need into this. And if they can benefit from this over the next couple of months before it ends, we should definitely be doing that and not leaving people outside. People are struggling with their mental health. They're obviously dealing with other issues, but if they can benefit from this service for the next few months, why not do that? Instead of just turning our backs on them, like, bluntly, the city of Sunnyvale has. So let's do that. Let's just expand this to a couple more people that could be in that hotel right now. That would be awesome. And thank you, Dr. Smith, for saying that the county would take over when the city doesn't and keep them at the hotel. We really appreciate that.
Next speaker is Helen Gettinger. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, this is Helen Gettinger. First of all, thank you Supervisor Lee and Simidian for bringing this referral forward. The unhoused population continues to grow and more housing options are needed. I care about the unhoused community members in the same way that I care about any person in our community, and I assume you do also. I'm familiar with the former camp at Fair Oaks and Sunnyvale. It was, as Supervisor Lee could probably concur, it was truly a supportive community. Before the group was temporarily housed in the motel in Sunnyvale, they lived under the threat of a sweep, and they deserve any measure of security that can be provided. After the harsh winter and the atmospheric storm, these people's lives were at risk, and they couldn't maintain their shelters when they became cold and wet and suffered the risk of hypothermia. So stability is very important to anyone who is unhoused. And I really appreciate that there are these efforts to care about the people from the Fair Oaks location. Really was happy to hear also, as Sean mentioned, about extending the motel stay and hopefully to include others that are also should be qualified. So please support this measure and thank you for your caring.
The next speaker is Purvish. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you very much. First of all, I wanted to certainly thank all the Board of Supervisors for bringing the unhousing options to the different cities, and as well as considering the unhousing options for near the elementary school as well as the unified district school areas within the different cities. It is more than ever, I'm certain that the Board of Supervisors are aware that there's already a non-profit organizations like Hope, Destination Homes, working with the County of Santa Clara to end homelessness and building the community plan 2020 to 2025 for the supportive housing system progress. The supportive housing system progress supporting the veterans, as well as the different communities belonging to County of Santa Clara and providing providing the different households in order to reduce the homelessness. Also, there is a home key project which is in progress to address the homelessness crisis while the unhoused option housing being developed by the County of Santa Clara. There are also affordable ADUs are being developed within the different cities, especially the city of Milpitas, which is having developing affordable ADUs to support the renter households and reducing the homelessness crisis. Other than that, there are also supportive initiatives being taken by the Salvation Army and other nonprofit organizations to support to end the homelessness crisis. It is more than important ever that the steps, those are being taken, those are approaching in order to provide and end the homelessness crisis in Santa Clara County. It's more than important, and also it required to be strategized to find the root cause of homelessness, putting up the policy.
The next speaker is Viet Ted. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Reverend Sipaplu, and I'm just talking about the referral, item 12 from the Office of Supervisor Cindy Savage. I would like to say thanks for, referral, the continuation of the service at the Vietnamese Treasury, serving the nutrition meal. And on behalf of a few hundred Asian Vietnamese elderly, want to say many thanks to the Board of Supervisor and all the work we had done to our community. I know this we have, technical issue this morning. I cannot communicate and have public comment on my item 12. So I would like to, get support from the Board Supervisor to continue service to a few hundred our Asian American elder to serve the food and to have better life in this pandemic. So I hope, get support from the Board Supervisor and especially Supervisor Cindy Savage. Thank you very much for your kind attention and kind help to our community. Thank you.
And that concludes our public speakers.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Simidian, your hand was raised first, and Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you to administration. I thought Dr. Smith's comment about making sure we had a seamless transition on the motel rooms so that as other solutions were identified, we didn't leave people in the lurch was a very helpful and important note. Thank you again for that. And I also thought that some of the conversation and the comments from administration underscored a point I was making just recently at, I can't recall if it was a board meeting or a committee meeting, but that we found so many ways to respond in the face of the need in the pandemic, make sure that we don't sort of lose those solutions as we try and transition back. I think we're all anxious about getting back to normal, but not if normal entails losing the solutions that we identified during a very challenging time, which could serve us well in the coming years. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I got.
Thank you. Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. This was in response to what Supervisor Ellenberg raised around the how do we talk to communities, and I do think that's a really critical issue, and I want to make sure we're being diligent about that. I would like to ask that if, as the staff considers how to improve our communication, that we work with the county, with the cities association, in particular with the city managers association, because communication on land use projects is really squarely in the responsibility of the cities. And I want to make sure we don't get that we don't have confusion, and every city is going to have their own process. So I do want to make sure that whatever solutions come forward are really rooted in that framework, you know, and I'm mostly saying that because I don't want to leave out the folks who actually process the permits and all that, you know, as we think about the conversations in the public. Thanks.
Thank you. We've addressed the speakers. We have no more supervisors with their hands. Oh, we do have Supervisor Lee.
Yes, thank you, President Wasserman. So first of all, thanks for my colleague in indulging on this referral we put together due to the urgency of the need of the unhoused and options moving forward. On the comments on the outreach on the for the community, thank you, Supervisor Ellenberg, for those very important comments, and we're absolutely on top of that. It actually aligns very well with the direction that I've given the administration during the last Board of Supervisors meeting to report back on June 8th of the report with the assessment and options for incorporating Clara SSV's 14 recommendations on public engagement regarding these housing development projects, and also analysis of City San Jose's 2019 audit report regarding development noticing and ensuring outreach policies meeting the community expectations as a framework for designing, adopting, and implementing the county's own policy on our community engagement as well. So I think we're definitely in line on that. And I do want to give a couple of shout out as well. Thank you for the folks who spoke today in support of this and also working so hard on the project, especially on the one in Sunnyvale, the Fair Oaks Park. It was a lot of times you put together, but I do want to give a shout out to Set of Sunnyvale as well, because at the end of the day, they came through together with a contract very quickly and paying for the unhoused right now as they are being in the hotel there. So I really appreciate that. And I think it's a smooth handoff is exactly what we're looking for, at least in the short term, and hoping to also find a more intermediate term for emergency housing thereafter for them. So again, thank you for my colleagues as well for listening to all this, and I hope that we would be able to earn your support on this very important project. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion by Supervisor Simitian. We have a second by Supervisor Lee. We have expressions of acceptance by all the other supervisors. Nope, Supervisor Ellenberg.
Thank you. I appreciate the additional comment time. I just want to clarify, Supervisor Lee, that part of what you're asking back for, part of what you are asking for is a report on creating a county-led proactive community engagement program.
Yes, correct. Yeah, it is something that we work with, and then of course with that we work with our different cities and jurisdiction, because at the end of the day, it is a city thing, right?
Thank you. And if may I add, if you're open, just a friendly amendment to that. There are circumstances when the county authority derives from the state, and we are not necessarily obliged to use a city process. And what I just want to make sure we include in the community engagement is that even in cases where we are not necessarily obliged to work within the city land use rules, that we still have our own community engagement and outreach project process.
Sure, I think that's
that
all.
Work?
Yeah,
okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, and I want to make a correction. The motion was actually by Supervisor Lee, seconded by Supervisor Simitian. Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. I just want to, this addition is the only thing that's concerning me. I do recognize we have to have communications. I think we play a different role when we're the investor versus the operator versus they're very different roles. So if the motion is to have a conversation with staff, I want to remove county led, because we don't know under what circumstance we will be the lead or not the lead. But if the referral is to have staff come back to us with processes that reflect the principles that I couldn't agree more with Supervisor Ellenberg, of being transparent, upfront, engaging the community, all of that I agree with, but I just want to make sure we're talking to the City Managers Association, we're talking to the Cities Association, and we're not designating ourselves as lead, because that can be very offensive to cities. And those of us who've been at cities know how easily offended we can be. And so anyway, if we could just customize the language a bit, that would be great.
That's absolutely fine. And thank you. That was certainly not my intention.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
For sure.
So the motioner, Supervisor Lee, was nodding his head. I assume the seconder agrees with the recommendation as well. There's a thumbs up. Anybody else wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none. Peggy, roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Lee.
Aye.
Supervisor Simidian.
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Vice President Ellenberg.
Yes.
And President Wasserman.
Yes. Thank you. That was item 16, passes unanimously. Item 17 was deleted previously during our conversation about consent items. Item 18 is a referral by Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. This is a referral to sponsor the local color San Jose for their 6th anniversary sponsorship. If there are questions from my colleagues, I'm happy to answer them.
Don't see any questions. We do have 2 speakers. Peggy, please allow the speakers in at 2 minutes each.
The next speaker is Aaron Salazar. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning or good afternoon, rather. Thank you, Santa Clara Board of Supervisors and Supervisor Chavez. My name is Aaron Salazar. I am the Executive Director and founder of an organization called Local Color. Founded in 2015, our mission is to provide multifaceted opportunities for artists that keep them employed, engaged, and active within our community. This year, we celebrate our 6th-year anniversary. We do this work through many different kinds of creative solutions, first of which, and really is core to our mission, is to provide meaningful economic opportunities for artists through public art and community development. So in the last 6 years, we've actually painted 185 murals. We do this through the reactivation of buildings slated for demolition as creative studio spaces for artists. And over the last 6 years, we've supported 102 members. We are a small team of 4 women leading this work. Our membership represents the rich cultural diversity of this area. 60% are San Jose residents and 35% are from the Greater Bay Area. 48% are female and 4.4 are non-binary. Through grants, donations, earned income, and in-kind support, we have independently raised $2.9 million to support our community. This is our first request for support from the county. We're asking you to support equity, empowerment, and access to the arts. And cheers to 6 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Urbish. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to all Board of Supervisors. I wanted to mention something about the Local Color nonprofit organization. In terms of a nonprofit organization, the Local Color is for the artist, and they are to facilitate the space and connect the artist with the opportunities. Though it is a nonprofit organization, it has been noted that the artist which is participating to the Local Color for the Local Color event, they have been doing the artwork on the street for different organization where they are being provided the opportunity to provide the art, creativity, and exhibition as a part of an art gallery to nurture the county. Such artists, which are being supported, being led by the women and being supported by the arts nonprofit organization, they are actually having a more contribution towards the community development as well as towards the creativity of the art. Such artists being supported by the nonprofit organization, helping the community to develop and provide the means of art to be developed within the county. Certainly an initiative to be supported, and also such organizations is required to be supported by the county, so such opportunity be provided to the artists to provide more development opportunities. Thank you.
And that concludes our public speakers.
All right, thank you very much. Supervisor Ellenberg.
Thank you. I am a big fan of Local Color and the work that they do, and this certainly sounds incredibly worthwhile. I am really having a procedural and transparency struggle here because we have just approved a board policy that requires requests for sponsorships to come in more than 30 days prior to the event. And my tear here is to hold to the policy that I actually helped to initiate that got the vote of all of my boards, and the risk of withholding money from an arts organization that desperately needs it at this time and certainly warrants it. I'm wondering, Supervisor Chavez, if there is another way to do this that would not run afoul of our new policy. For example, if it was funded from specifically from your office, Object 2, I would even be willing to do that with you as opposed to making it a full board sponsorship so that it's not in violation. I'm afraid if I vote for it now, then the next example comes and maybe it's an organization I'm not as excited about and say, no, it's running afoul of our policy. The consistency is important to me, and the transparency and getting the message out broadly in our community that we do have a policy that requests that sponsorships come in are requested more than 30 days in advance. And one of the specific reasons is so that we can work with that organization to promote our sponsorship and support of it.
Yes, so I also remember as part of the discussion that we knew there would be some transition time. And at the time, I didn't think that we needed to say over the next 3 months, 90 days or whatever, that we would have a transition. But the reason I felt comfortable bringing this forward is that the recognition piece will be handled through social media and through their newsletters, which was important to me because I want people to know what we're investing in. But I think that if I had thought that by adopting the policy from that day forward, that everybody would automatically know, and you may recall that part of your request was that we do robust community information, and we're not done with that yet. And that's why I'm bringing it forward even on the short
So the
notice.
transition period makes sense to me. I don't think we talked about a starting date, but the fact that there's a waiver in here suggests that the policy is in place such that it needs to be waived.
Because we adopted the policy, and to your point, I wanted to be transparent. We researched that with the staff and are asking for the waiver because we adopted the policy without we all talked about it, but we didn't put it we didn't define that. We just talked about asking for robust outreach and flexibility. And James wanted to make sure that our attorney wanted to make sure that we were clear.
And I very much appreciate that. What I would like to do and what would make me feel better about being able to second your anticipated motion today and support this is if we can also get back from staff, please, a plan for promotion of this policy, suggestions for each of the board offices to promote it in our own districts so that we can get to a point where we can say, folks know about this. It's been in place since X date. So we need to uphold it. I think that's very important. Otherwise, we'll just continue to have this conversation as if the policy doesn't exist. So if you're all right with that, then
I think that's an excellent suggestion. Thank you.
Then I'm very happy to second your motion and approve this sponsorship today.
I'll move approval. With a second.
Thank you. Supervisor Simitian.
Thank you. I just had a quick question for County Council. I am mindful as I hear this discussion and look at the proposal, which I am planning to support in a moment, by the way, but I am mindful of the fact that every time we think we have this issue wrestled to the ground, it turns out there's still one more challenge. So I want to make sure I know what the rules of the road are going forward. If I can go through the chair to Mr. Williams.
Yes.
And Mr. Williams, my question is this. I'm looking at what I believe is the most recent version of the donations and sponsorship using county assets policy. it does indicate it was amended April 20th of 21, so that's pretty recent. And my first question is, there's a $20,000 per fiscal year limit. So I am assuming that refers, and I want to make sure my assumption's a correct one, that refers to funds that are reviewed and approved by our board within the fiscal year, so that we don't have a debate about funds that are spent at a different time or for an event at a different time, particularly if we're asking folks to make sure that they get in well ahead of the event with their request. So are we clear, am I right, that if the board approves it in this fiscal year, it counts against a $20,000 per district limit in this fiscal year, and that a new limit starts July 1st as to actions approved after that date?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. Then my next question is, there was a little conversation just now about the distinction between funds that come from our own district budgets, Object 2, and funds that ultimately come from some other source. Could be general funds, could be a special fund, could be an enterprise fund. Do I understand correctly that that the source of funds is not determined by our policy, and that may vary from case to case and request to request? It seems to be that that's the case, and I just want to make sure that that's the case so we all know the rules of the road going forward.
That is correct. The policy applies to all county funds.
Okay, so does that mean if someone's trying to total up their $20,000 worth of entitlement in making these requests, that the $20,000 figure applies whether it all comes out of an individual supervisor's budget or whether it all comes out of general fund, as an example?
Yes, and of course, each supervisorial office's budget comes from the general fund.
Yes, understood. Okay, then I think that, and then on the 30-day notice, I guess I would just ask my colleagues, understanding the motion, including the plan for some outreach, could we, it being early April here, excuse me, early May here, could we sort of agree that after May, June, and July recess, that if we have things coming back in August, that the 30-day advance really is a 30-day advance? And that doesn't mean there won't be extraordinary circumstances. It's entirely possible there'll be one, but I think we're having a little bit of a real-time conversation here about at what point should we say, okay, we really kind of expect everybody to understand this process, and that day will never really come, given how challenging the process has proven to be. But I'd kind of like to say, just for myself, that I feel like, okay, once we come back in August, we should all sort of expect to hold ourselves to that standard. And again, doesn't mean there won't be an emergency. If somebody came and said, look, I know it was supposed to be 30 days, but this one is important, and here's my argument, fine, I'd be happy to hear it, but that'd be the way I think I'd like to approach it. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Williams, for the clarifications, because I thought when we saw a few of these on one agenda, that it did raise just a couple more questions that a little clarity was helpful with. Thanks.
Agreed. Thank you, Supervisor Simitian. Supervisor Lee. Oh, and everybody, when this item is concluded, we're going to break for lunch. Supervisor Lee.
Thank you for Supervisor Simitian asking the question I had regarding the allocation of funds. So basically, for this current fiscal year, we still have till June 30th for the first allocation of the funds to be used for it, and we'll get extra 20 for the next year. So that clarification is extremely helpful. The other one I have is regarding the question of how do we calculate the 30 days? Do we calculate it from the day the request is submitted to the clerk, or is it from the date that the agenda is published, right, on the Wednesday before the meeting to the event, or is it actually from the date when the board voted then you get 30 days. I think those are three very different time frame, and given how tight our timeline is, I think it's important to get a clarification. So, County Council, James, do you have a question? Do you have a opinion on that?
Yes, the policy says board approval, so that'd be the date of the actual board meeting.
The vote.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So which means in order to get anything in, we need to get it at least 30 plus 5 days prior to when the board agenda is due. And of course, we only have meeting every 2 weeks. So the so-called 30 days really is we need to get these things in at least, well, say, month and a half or 2 months earlier, realistically, right?
Yes, there's lead time in advance of the board meeting.
Right. Okay, good. I just want to clarify that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we've heard from the public. We have a motion by Chavez, a second by Ellenberg. Any further discussion? I'm just going to say I agree with the discussion that's taken place. We have a policy of 30 days. I appreciate the disclosure, Supervisor Chavez approving the waiver, and I appreciate Vice President Ellenberg's comments about approving a waiver assumes that we have a policy in place. We need to get this clarified for next year and the year after that. I'm always concerned about when we approve dollars, where the money's coming from. We approve dollars, but without knowing where it's coming from. If it's in that 20,000, we can certainly track that on a fiscal year basis. And I see Part B of this referral, Supervisor, is asking administration to report back on options for consideration regarding the $5,000. So with that said, Peggy, roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Lee,
Aye.
Supervisor Simitian,
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez,
Yes.
Vice President Ellenberg, and President Wasserman.
Yes, as well. Thank you very much. Members, we are going to adjourn for lunch. We're going to start promptly at 1 o'clock, and we are going to start with our COVID report. Time certain, which is item number 11, which, as you all recall, will also include items number 41 and 42 will be discussed at the same time as item 11, starting at 1 o'clock. Then after 11, 41, and 42 are resolved, we will resume at number 19. Thank you all very much. See you at 1 p.m. sharp. Well, I was just having the most wonderful conversation on mute. It was really, I've been going on and on for about 2 minutes now. All right, so Peggy, I bet you are there, and you just didn't hear me ask that you take a roll call to confirm we've come back. So I took my own roll call of each of you, and none of you answered. Then I realized I was on mute. Peggy, please take a roll call. That was embarrassing, but nobody heard, luckily.
Supervisor Lee,
Present.
Supervisor Semidion,
Here.
Supervisor Chavez,
Here.
Vice President Ellenberg.
I'm here.
I'm President Wasserman.
I'm here. Thank you very much. Wow, that went on quite long. Okay, we are going to resume, as I said, with item number 11, and per the request of the board previously voted on, we are also going to hear 41 and 42 along with 11. And Dr. Cody, do we have you to open things up as we normally do? Perhaps Mr. Williams? If you're talking and you're muted, I certainly understand.
Good afternoon, Supervisor. I just figured out how to unmute. Pleasure to join you.
Hey.
I will start us out as always and then be joined by colleagues to give you our COVID update. And the slides will be up in just a moment.
There they are.
There they are. So our first slide is always the epidemic curve to just show you where we are in the context of where we've been. I think we're back just one slide. Yesterday, for the first time, our 7-day rolling average of new cases per day was in the double digits. And that's the first time this has happened in about 7 months. So I think that we are making progress, steady progress. So our case count continues to gradually decrease. We had that little bump in early April, and since then we've been steadily decreasing. And the next slide shows these our case rates by county section, and what you can see is that the disparities in the case rates by county section have continued to decrease, and this has been since about January. And the next slide, you can see our case rates by race ethnicity, and those disparities have also been steadily decreasing. The next slide shows lab confirmed deaths by date of death. These data do lag a bit, so in the last couple weeks, it's difficult to know what those case counts are, but given that our case rates and hospitalizations continue to decline and our vaccinations continue to increase, we anticipate that our COVID deaths will continue to decrease as well. The next slide shows the percentage of lab confirmed COVID cases by Asian subgroup. And these are data from June 1st, 2020 through April 22nd, 2021. And what you can see is that for all Asian subgroups, the percent of total cases among the subgroup is less than their share of the total population. Yeah. Or in other words, there's no Asian subgroup that's overrepresented among the COVID cases. However, what you'll also notice is that among all the Asian subgroups, the differences are smaller for both Vietnamese and Filipino. Those are the first two groups that are shown. So among the subset of COVID cases occurring among Asians, Vietnamese and Filipinos are overrepresented. But again, all Asian subgroups are underrepresented as compared to their share of the total population. Next slide. This shows that the number of COVID patients in our hospitals across the county continues to steadily decrease. And Dr. Kamal will provide more detail on that in his section of the presentation. The next slide shows where we are in the California blueprint. Both our unadjusted case rate, which is the dotted line, and our adjusted case rate, the solid line, are flat to slightly decreasing. So we just received our figures for this week, so not shown on the graph. Per the state, our unadjusted case rate is 4.7. So that's a bit below the 5.5. And our adjusted for our lab testing is 2.3. So we remain in the orange, although we are slowly drifting towards yellow. The next slide shows the county testing rate in blue and the state testing rate in orange. And you can see that the county testing rate continues to be well above the state testing rate. And after a decline, it's now stabilized. It's our testing rate. And again, Dr. Fensterscheid will provide more detail on testing in upcoming slides. As far as positivity, we continue to inch our way down. The metric for this week's blueprint calculation was 0.9%. And in the next slide, this is the testing positivity among the lowest quartile. And it's also continuing to very slowly drift down. The figure for this week's metric was 1.5%. And now I will turn the presentation over to Dr. Fensterscheid for an update on vaccines.
And Dr. Cody, if I may ask one question, please. On your last 4 or 5 slides, were those the metrics that the state uses as far as getting us to yellow? And were we in yellow in 2 out of the 5? Did I interpret current numbers correctly?
So the metrics that I gave you for the 2 positivity rates and for the case rates, adjusted and unadjusted, are the metrics that the state uses for their blueprint calculations. Because our case rate, our adjusted case rate remains in orange, the county remains in orange.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So,
okay, and our 5.5 rate shown on here is now at 4.7, right at the border of orange and yellow.
That's right. So the important one is the adjusted case rate, and to be in yellow, the adjusted case rate needs to be below 2, and our adjusted case rate is 2.3.
Oh, good. Okay, so we're getting there.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
We're getting there slowly. Yes. Okay, back to Dr. Fensterscheid.
Thank you, Dr. Cody. And so we'll move into our vaccine presentation. So I just wanted to mention a couple current issues that we're looking at right now to put things in perspective. The vaccine supplies, thank goodness, are much improved over the last several weeks now, which is a great thing. However, our demand for vaccines has slowed, and we'll talk more about that. The next good thing is that the equity gaps we also are seeing narrowing in the vaccine population, in the vaccinated population. But we also will have additional populations to vaccinate, as we are told that the 12 to 15-year-olds will probably be authorized to be vaccinated sometime late next week. The AAPI, which is CDC's committee, will be meeting most likely on Tuesday or Wednesday of next week. And after they make their recommendation looking at the data, then it will go to the CDC director, and the CDC's director decision at that point will then allow it to be opened up for the 12 to 15-year-olds. And we have 105,000 12 to 15-year-olds in our community that we will need to begin vaccinating. Next slide. So this is our dashboard. As all of you can see, I'm just overjoyed that we are now over 70% vaccinated in the eligible population, who are, again, over 16 that have had at least 1 dose of vaccine, which is really remarkable and just a great piece of news for all of us. Almost 43% of those eligible have completed their vaccine series. And if you look at the graph again, you can see a couple of things here. Number one, again, the first doses are in blue, and the second doses are in that green color. The pink are the Johnson & Johnson single-dose vaccines, and we will start seeing those appear again as we have unpaused that vaccine, and will have already begun using that once again. So that's very good news. The red squiggly line is showing you basically the average 7-day rolling average of total doses administered. And you see that we have been really on an uphill, which is good, getting up to an average over 30,000 doses of vaccine on average given a day. And now we have begun to see that slowing in demand. So again, we have the vaccine, but we are starting to see the slowing demand, which we expected. I think it was expected, and it is being seen across the country that, again, we vaccinated all those initially who were very interested and waiting their turn anxiously to receive the vaccine. And now we are facing additional populations that are thinking a little bit more intensely about the vaccine and have perhaps some hesitancy or some resistance. Overall, I was just looking at the total doses given by week, just to give you an idea. Over the course of the week of April 11th, we had given 160,000 first doses, and the week of the 18th of April, we had dropped to 117,000 first doses, and the week of the 25th of April, we have dropped to 52,000 doses given county-wide. Again, that's first doses of vaccine. The county system also has a capacity and vaccine to be able to deliver 20,000 doses a day, and we are now doing about half of that, about somewhere around 10,000 doses a day, again, due to decreasing demand. The next slide allows you to see, again, the breakdown by age groups and also ethnicity. Again, you can see 16 and older, we're doing quite well. It's over 70% vaccinated with the first dose. And it's even better when you, again, look at the older populations, the 50-year-olds and older, 76%. And you can even see when you look at the race and ethnicity data under the 50-year-olds that the gap has narrowed quite a bit. And so the numbers are lining up, except for the Asian population is a bit ahead in all age groups. But again, the rest of the populations are pretty much equal. The 16 and 17-year-olds, again, that have just started their vaccinations over the last couple of weeks, are moving forward nicely. We are at almost about 37%. But again, I point out that the Latinx population trails again in this early population group. And again, that's been the focus of a lot of our outreach and pop-up vaccinations. Let's move on. And again, this just shows the same thing, age over time. This is a trend, and you can see the 16 to 17-year-olds, which is that lowest squiggly line at 32.4%, just shows again that it's the most recent group of individuals being offered vaccine, and they will catch up. I would say that they, I think it's the 30 to 39, the green line, 30 to 39 really have taken off, and that you can see the steepness of that line, and it's passed over the lower yellow line also for the 30 to 39. So they're really out there mobilizing themselves and getting vaccinated at higher numbers, which is really, really good. Let's go on to the next slide. And this is a breakdown, again, trending over time by a race and ethnicity. And I would point out again, we have, as we've mentioned, the Asian population well out in front, but the other race and ethnicity groups are pretty much aligned. The gaps have narrowed a bit, and so they seem to be running very, very nicely together. Next slide. Now this slide is just 16 and 17-year-olds, and we broke 16 and 17-year-olds down by their race and ethnicity. And again, to point out, number one, that males are not doing as well as females getting vaccinated, excuse me. And again, you can see specifically the Latinx population of 16 and 17-year-olds down there at an average of about 17%. The females doing a little bit better than the males. Next slide. As we have broken down some of the into subgroups. Some of the Asian population, this is, again, we have presented this in the past. This is an update, again, within those in the population who have defined themselves as being in the Asian race group. Then the further breakdown shows Vietnamese population within that group are vaccinated at higher rates than the other populations, but again, they're not that far apart. Next slide. And this shows the same information, but again, over in a trending format. And you can see that the Filipino population, subpopulation, is lagging behind. The Indian population and the Chinese population have kind of picked up, and you can see that those slopes have become more steep. The Vietnamese population, again, has been, as we've seen, more highly vaccinated percentage-wise all along the way since the beginning as far as the subpopulations of Asians. And then the final slide, I believe, this is, I have to explain this one too, because this is unvaccinated. So these are the breakdown by age and gender, unvaccinated. So the higher the bars, the worse it is, as opposed to other graphs that we're seeing. So you can see here that the males that are 18 to 29 are really a lot. There's really quite a challenge to get that subpopulation vaccinated, especially the males in that young age group. But again, remind you that they have just begun being eligible since April 15th, but then also some of the 50 to 64-year-old males also have to, we have to get them motivated to get vaccinated. The total number of county residents that are unvaccinated to date is 477,622. Again, those are the people that haven't even started a single dose. And that breaks down into the males and female population. You can see there where males are less vaccinated than females. So this is the work that we have in front of us in order to get us, this will get us to actually 100% of those being vaccinated in our community. Okay, I'm going to turn this over now to Dr. Luna and give you the update on our equity.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fensterscheidt. So next slide. Our mobile vaccination efforts have always focused on the most vulnerable residents and the hardest hit communities. To date, we've held well over 100 pop-up clinics throughout the county, mostly concentrating in South County and East San Jose. Our teams have had to be nimble and responsive to meet the changing needs of county residents. The next few slides provide an overview of how we're adjusting our strategies as the demand for vaccination evolves. Next slide. Oh no, same slide, sorry. Our teams have visited well over 80% of the skilled nursing facilities and larger long-term care facilities. And in the future, we'll continue to do so, but are working to coordinate a stronger connection to retail pharmacies so that they can provide the support to these facilities on an ongoing basis. Our in-home vaccination program has now expanded its eligibility criteria to allow us to vaccinate entire households. We have coordinated with SSA and SARC to ensure that all of their clients know how to reach us for a site visit. We will continue our outreach to low-income apartments and organize future vaccine pop-ups as needed. Next slide. Our place-based strategy means that we have been to churches, sports complexes, schools, and parks. Now our work is now going to take us to be even more focused and concentrate on census tracts with low vaccination rates, what we're calling our deep dive approach. Our work-based strategy has helped us reach essential workers in essential categories such as childcare, education, and agriculture, and we've expanded to work with unions to help us reach essential workers. We will continue this strategy, but now are actively working with employers to meet who meet some basic criteria, such as those that experienced an outbreak or those that employ lower wage workers. Next slide. This map illustrates our deep dive by census tract strategy. Here you'll see that a census tract pulled out because this census tract has lower than 45% of its residents vaccinated. Our teams have been canvassing and conducting outreach in this area for several days, leading up to our pop-up clinic at the Children of the Rainbow Park today from 1 to 8 p.m. which we hope will close the gap in this particular area. Next, I'll hand it over to Mr. Brian Darrow for a little more information on our outreach strategy.
Thank you, Dr. Luna. Brian Darrow with the County Executive's Office. So in addition to all the mobile vaccine clinics that have happened, a lot of our outreach work, as you know, has been focused on helping our most impacted communities with appointment scheduling at our larger vaccination sites. And we have quite a few different community partners who've been helping with that work for a while now. This chart here shows you the trends in vaccinations that have occurred as a result of appointments that were booked through this outreach. So this is a 7-day rolling average of actual vaccinations. So it's not just appointments that were scheduled, but folks actually receiving their shots. Early on, when we had so many supply challenges, we only had intermittent access to appointments. So that's why the numbers dip up and down. But in the more recent past, we've been seeing an overall downward trend. And this is really because we're finding more and more folks who've already been vaccinated, which ultimately is good news. But we're not slowing down the amount of door-to-door outreach we're doing or business outreach we're doing to try to book those remaining folks. Next slide, please. This slide again shows the breakdown of who is being scheduled through outreach by race and ethnicity. We now have more than 20,000 individuals who've been vaccinated through appointments that were scheduled by our outreach team. So that's a big milestone for us. And the program's been really effective at improving access for our Latinx residents and workers. They account for about 10,000, a little more than 10,000 of those vaccinations, about 53%. Next slide, please. I wanted to share a quick update also on our door-to-door residential outreach. So this is just one component of the field outreach work that's happening. I've alluded before to the business outreach that happens. A lot of, we attend many events to do scheduling, like the May Day event this past weekend and many others. But our door-to-door outreach has been really key. It's to the work. We've been focusing, of course, on our highest risk, lowest vaccinated census tracts. And so far, we've knocked on 62,000 doors and talked to just under 30,000 individuals. Just a quick summary from those interactions: 54% of the residents we've talked to reported that they'd already been vaccinated. So again, that's just a growing number as we are out in the field. An additional 7% already had an appointment. We were able to schedule an appointment for 15% of the folks that we spoke with. 16% reported that they were likely to get vaccinated, but at the time we visited them, they either weren't eligible or we didn't have an appointment for them. So that number was much larger in the beginning, and now it's being taken over by the already vaccinated group. And we are circling back with all those folks who said that they were likely to get vaccinated. So many of them we are now booking into appointments or finding out that they indeed got their appointment. Finally, about 8% of the folks we spoke with were undecided or did not, they said they were unlikely to get vaccinated. And then next slide, final slide. Just wanted to share a few of our efforts to reach the remaining unvaccinated population. As Dr. Luna mentioned, we're focusing even more energy in our low vaccinated census tracts. We've been focusing a lot of our door-to-door outreach on the scheduling component, but now we're doing an even bigger push to promote our mobile clinics and do that in a coordinated way with the mobile vax team, and do phone banking and text messaging, and really just try to make it very clear that we're going to be there. We're going to be right in your neighborhood, and we want to make it as easy as possible to get vaccinated. We are putting some extra energy in reaching our 16 to 18-year-olds. We have mobile clinics at high schools. We had a great event this past weekend at James Lick High School. We have several events happening at Gilroy High in the near future. We have student nights coming up at Levi Stadium from May 11th through the 13th. We have some special efforts to try to reach men because, as Marty's slides indicated, that is a population that is relatively under-vaccinated. So we have a large sports advertising package that's launching next week. As Dr. Luna mentioned, we're trying more efforts to do worksite-based vaccinations to reach our low and middle income workers. We had some success, actually a lot of success, with the agricultural sector, and now we're expanding those efforts. And then a couple final things. We launched an evening mobile vaccination team. So as Dr. Luna mentioned, the Children of the Rainbow Park event is the first of these, but we have a permanent team now that is going to be available in the evening, going to different locations. And then we, in addition to that, have expanded the hours at several of our mass vaccination sites. So Fairgrounds is going to be open until 8 p.m. on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. We have longer hours at Emmanuel Baptist Church, and we maintain evening hours and weekend hours at Valley Specialty Center and at Levi Stadium. Eastridge has 7-day-a-week access as well. That's Stanford site that we partner with them on. And then finally, just wanted to flag our outreach workers. We're equipping our folks to be able to respond to misinformation that's circulating in the community. So if we're finding hesitancy due to misinformation or due to other issues, we just want our teams to be ready to respond with factual information and try to do appropriate nudging to make things easier for folks. So I'll pass it back over to Dr. Fenstersheim for an update on testing.
Thank you, Brian. So I just have a few quick slides to give you an update on testing. And the first slide coming up now. So this is our dashboard, as you've all seen. I think a couple things on here. You can see that our testing numbers are pretty stable at this point. Again, we don't see that dipping that we had seen early on after the surge over the winter time. And our positivity rate, as Dr. Cody has mentioned, has really plummeted. We are down below 1%. But the next slide, if you really start looking at areas of our community, the East Side and South County areas, positivity rates are slightly above the rest of the county. And I noticed also in some of looking at our community sites and our fairgrounds that the numbers were even a little bit higher for the Latinx population. So again, it's not below 1% for everyone, but we still have our highly impacted communities. And then finally, the last slide is, as we usually give you a schedule of all of our testing sites and times during for the next 2 weeks. Okay, I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Kamal for healthcare system update.
Thank you, Dr. Fenstersheim. In terms of healthcare preparedness, our hospitals continue to see a flat to slightly declining volume of COVID-positive patients. In addition, for the first time in the pandemic, we are hearing anecdotal reports that some subset of these patients are testing positive for COVID, but being admitted for something other than COVID, because there is some persistent positivity that's in the community. This is different from earlier on when everyone being admitted almost was being admitted because of respiratory disease. Next slide. Our number of new hospitalizations continue to be low and quite stable, and our length of stay also, even though it had bumped up a little bit, is now quite stable and slightly decreased. Once again, these are some of the metrics we use to assess whether there's more severity of the remaining COVID cases in our community. And right now, that does not look like to be the case. Next slide. And once again, the percent of cases hospitalized remains well under 10%, which is better than it was before. We did have some increase in the percent of hospitalized cases that are in the ICU, but this reflects the decreased number of people who are now being admitted. And many of these patients who are in the ICU are the long haul patients who have been there for many, many weeks. And that's it from the search point of view. I will pass it over now to Dr. Redman.
And I don't know if Dr. Redmond has had an opportunity to log on. If she's not, we just have a quick update. Dr. Redmond, are you on?
I am here, and I apologize for the delayed unmuting. Just want to give a brief update to share that our contact tracing group continues to really outstrip many other jurisdictions in the state in its ability to continue to attempt to reach every single case and every single contact by phone that comes to us. And with this success, we've been able to speak to over 3,000 cases in the last month and 2,500 close contacts, continuing to offer to safely isolate and quarantine support and referrals to resources, including over 1,500 requests for support for things like food and financial assistance, rent and eviction support, and cleaning supplies, as well as help with things like connecting with a primary care provider and accessing health insurance. And if we go to the next slide, I think one of the most important things we've done here in Santa Clara County has been integrate vaccine scheduling support into all aspects of contact tracing. This means that with every call to a case, we help them schedule an appointment for after they're out of isolation, making sure people understand that after having had COVID, it is still absolutely vital to get vaccinated and that it is safe and important to do so as soon as someone is out of isolation, as well as for every contact, making sure that they're able to get vaccinated after they're out of their quarantine period. Additional quality improvement efforts are supporting some of our outbreak and variant investigations. And we've continued to respond to the decreasing case rates with use of our reserve corps so that we're able to remobilize staff if we need to, but can return county disaster service workers to their original jobs as quickly as possible. And finally, an important project that allows us to predict the language that a client is going to need, even if we don't have that information upon original receipt, has helped us decrease translator needs and help best utilize our bilingual workforce. That's the end of my report, and I'll pass things back to the team.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Hong Kao with the Office of Supportive Housing to provide an update on the Isolation and Quarantine Support Program. From the start of the pandemic through April 29th, the Isolation and Quarantine Support Program has helped 2,296 persons, including persons without a permanent home, to isolate or quarantine safely in hotels. We've provided supportive services in over $917,000 in groceries and other necessities to help over 4,400 households isolate or quarantine safely at home. And we've distributed over $9.6 million in direct rental and financial assistance to nearly 4,600 households. Next slide, please. And this graph shows the program trend for total households assisted, which continues to mirror the number of cases and contacts countywide on a 7-day moving average. Next slide, please. And since we last reported to the board, between April 15th and April 29th, we have helped 27 households to isolate safely in a hotel, and we've provided in-home support assistance to 113 households and financial assistance to 83 households. Next slide, please. And finally, this slide provides an update on our community outreach and engagement strategy with the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. In partnership with the City of San Jose, Destination Home, and Sacred Heart, our overall approach is to communicate the availability of rent relief program throughout the county. And in doing so, in the month of April, we've provided information sessions to our county partners, including our door-to-door outreach team, our community embedded tracers, as well as continue outreach to tenants and landlords. We've hosted how-to webinars and collateral sessions to include a case manager toolkit, which is a more holistic approach to share federal, state, and local resources to case managers. And we've also held information booths at county vaccination clinics and distribute flyers, as well as provide application assistance at churches and also libraries throughout the county. And I will now turn it back to Dr. Cody.
Thank you.
Thank you, Han. And to wrap up our presentation, I'm going to share with you some select data regarding the health and social impacts that are not COVID to give you a sense for them. So the first slide shows births in our county, births with adequate prenatal care. And just to orient you to this slide, the blue line represents 2017 through 2019. So you can think of that as a baseline where about 74% of mothers were receiving prenatal care. And then 2020 is in orange, and you can see that it begins to dip around March or April, and then kind of flattens out around, it sits at around 67%, continuing into 2021, which is in gray, and then is just beginning to increase again. And this trend is similar to what we see for many other conditions, and I think it just is an overall reflection of people not accessing various types of care for fear of being exposed to COVID during the pandemic. The next slide shows some data regarding childhood immunization. And these are not children immunized, these are doses administered. So it's just the doses. And on the left shows doses for children ages 0 to 2, and on the right for all children ages 0 to 18. And again, starting on the left, just to walk you through, the blue is 2019, so you can think of that as something of a baseline, the orange 2020, and then the gray way over there on the left shows you trends in 2021. And I would say the top level story is that you can see that in the spring of 2020, the number of doses administered dips for both the youngest children and all children. That's the orange line you see dipping well below the blue line. But then since then, it's bouncing around a little bit and tracking relatively closely to 2019. In 2021, it's still hanging a little bit below, but those are only data through March before we had such a large percentage of our population vaccinated. So I think this is again reflective of the same pattern with prenatal care care access. That being said, we're not aware that we have, there's a little bit of catch up, but our last data show that still a very high percentage of our kindergartners were up to date with their immunizations, and very, very few were overdue. Next slide. These are emergency visits for flu-like illness, and I think this is particularly interesting. So this shows the flu season, which we usually think of as starting as early as October and ending as late as May. So this is like a flu season timeline. And then the various years are in different colors. And so what I want to draw your attention to is the 2019-2020 flu season, which is in orange. And you can see there's a huge uptick well above the regional baseline that happened in March 2020. That's probably not flu. That's, very well could be COVID before we had widespread testing. And then you can see that it dips way down in April. That's when the flu season's probably settling down, and it's also when we're beginning to be able to distinguish between flu and COVID. But really striking, look at that black line at the bottom, 2020 to 2021. There's almost no flu. We just didn't really have a flu season. And I think that may represent widespread use of masks, which is quite interesting. The next slide shows trends in enteric or foodborne diseases. And again, the baseline, you can think of 2019 as the baseline, which is in blue. And then 2020 is always in orange and 2021 in gray. And you can see that the reported enteric diseases really dropped off in March after shelter in place, and they've stayed low, well below what we saw before. And I think this reflects two things. One is I think that the actual incidence of foodborne disease is much lower. Folks are, at home eating in small groups and preparing their own food. And it also probably reflects some decline in reporting of disease that does exist, again, because a decrease in seeking care for illness. So the next slide shows emergency department visits for suicide attempt and suicide ideation. Suicide ideation is shown in blue and suicide attempts shown in orange. And again, these are emergency department visits. So this is a trend line from 2017 through 2021. And what you can see is that both the trends for suicide attempts and ideation were slightly lower in 2020 than in previous years. In fact, the 2020 is compared to the average of the previous 3 years for ideation was 7.5% down, and for attempts was 7.1% down. And again, these are data from emergency department visits. The next slide shows trends in suicide deaths from 2017 through 2020. And overall, the trend in suicide deaths in 2020 was comparable to previous years. Overall trend up, but not an additional, an additional bump in 2020. Next slide. These show the monthly emergency department visits for drug overdose. And the blue line are overdoses from all types of drugs. And the orange line are overdoses from opioids. And what you can see from the blue line is the trend overall was slightly lower than previous years. In fact, it decreased by 4.4% in 2020 compared to the average over the previous 3 years. However, opioid overdoses in 2020 were increased compared to the previous 3 years. The increase was about 4.5% compared to the average over the previous 3 years. So in summary, some key observations just to review. Prenatal visits did decrease during shelter in place, consistent with a reduction in overall seeking care for primary care visits, although they are starting to tick up again. Similar pattern with childhood vaccinations, although they are also starting to increase. We had almost no flu last year, period. Foodborne illnesses declined, and I think, again, it's because we really didn't have as much, as well as the reporting was probably somewhat reduced. Our suicide deaths do continue to trend up, but the trend is consistent with pre-pandemic trends. And drug-related overdoses and ED visits for them are trending down, except for those visits for opioid-related overdoses, which are trending up. And that concludes our presentation. So I'm going to turn it back to Dr. Smith.
So, President Wasserman, would you like us to go on with the report from EMC about our latest survey, or would you like to do questions at this time?
Why don't we include the EMC, and then we can combine questions from board members, and maybe do the first round at around 8 minutes.
Okay. Let's see here. I'm not aware of who's here from EMC. Jessica, there you are.
Yeah, sorry, I can jump in. This is Jessica Polsky-Sanchez. Thank you so much for having me. I'll go ahead and share the presentation.
And Supervisor Chavez, when we're done with this and we've asked questions, we'll move on to the 41 and 42 that you wanted combined with this.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to walk you through the results of the recent tracking survey that we conducted in April among Santa Clara County residents regarding the pandemic. This is the fifth survey that we've done to date in a year of research during the pandemic, so dating back to May of last year. The most recent survey conducted in mid-April, the 15th through the 22nd, including 1,000 interviews. So the margin of error is plus or minus 3.1 percentage points. And as a quick reminder, the survey was multimodal as well as multilingual, and it is demographically representative of residents in Santa Clara County. A quick note on the context, because I think it's important to understand the context in which these interviews were conducted. So just before we began interviews, the eligibility for vaccination had opened up to all adults age 16 plus, And just a couple days before we started as well was the pause in the Johnson & Johnson vaccine administration. So we want to keep those a couple of important events in mind as we look at how opinions have evolved around this pandemic. So first, some key findings. We do see that the overall mood of the public has been fairly volatile over the course of the pandemic, but optimism has rebounded substantially since winter as case rates have gone down. Concerns related to COVID-19 have certainly waned. We still see some concerns about the economy, but they've lessened somewhat since January, the last time we did this research. We see that more people are getting out and about. Attitudes about what's safe to do have relaxed somewhat since winter, but for the most part, we're seeing that residents are remaining vigilant in wearing masks as a precaution against COVID-19. We see in this data set, 3/4 of respondents report that they've been fully or partially vaccinated, and another 1 in 10, roughly, express interest in getting vaccinated as soon as possible. The remainder do express some level of hesitancy or resistance to getting vaccinated. And although a small minority believe that COVID-19 vaccines are safe or not effective, the vast majority believe in their safety and efficacy, and the portion who believes that they're safe has actually grown despite news about the pause in the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. So this opening question here, before we go into any specific questions about COVID-19 or the pandemic, we asked, do you feel that things in Santa Clara County are generally going in the right direction, or do you feel things have gotten pretty seriously off on the wrong track? And as you can see, these are the data going back to the first survey that we did on this topic in May of last year. Optimism was fairly high at that point at 71% and trended downward as we headed into the winter of this year when optimism was down to 52%, and it is back up to 64%. So we're seeing a rebound since the winter. And when we look at this trend over time, going back much further, even before we started doing research on this topic, this really helps us understand how volatile the mood has been over the course of the pandemic, especially when you see sort of how consistent it remained in the years prior. Another question that we have been tracking over time, what do you think is the most important problem facing Santa Clara County today? So this is an open-ended question. None of these response options were offered. We just asked in an open-ended question, what would they say is the most important problem? And here's the various things that they said, the most frequently mentioned top of mind concerns. You can see coronavirus or COVID-19 is down to 20% in April compared to 42% back in January, which matched the number that we saw early on in the pandemic. And we've seen now that homelessness is mentioned even more often as the top issue facing the county. We've also been keeping tabs on how closely people are following news and information about COVID-19, and it has been very consistent over time that most people report to us that they're following the news and information about the pandemic, and that has not changed. Last January, and then again in this April survey, we asked, do you think the COVID-19 situation is getting better, getting worse, or staying about the same? And what a turnaround we have seen. Whereas in January, people were feeling pretty gloomy, with 53% saying things are getting worse. That number has really reversed. Now 77% say things are getting better, only 3% say things are getting worse, and about 20% saying things are about the same. So listing a few concerns. How concerned are you about each of these on a scale from 1 to 7? 1 is not at all concerned, and 7 is extremely concerned. The local economy is still a concern to the majority, but you can see that concerns about you or someone in your household being infected with COVID-19 are down to about 50%. So a good portion still concerned about infection, but it's roughly half of respondents. And then unknowingly spreading COVID-19 yourself is under 50%. And when we look at how these numbers have fluctuated over time, this is the average level of concern, again, on a 1 to 7 scale for these items, going back to the first time that we've asked about them. When it comes to infection with COVID-19. We have seen that number fluctuate, and it is down considerably with the average of 4.35 now, which is similar to way back in May when people weren't feeling as concerned about being infected personally or for someone in their household. We've also seen shrinking concerns when it comes to unknowingly spreading COVID-19 and the local economy, although the decrease in concern about the economy is a little more modest. So some other questions we've been tracking to understand how active residents have been during the pandemic. So we ask a series of questions in the last 7 days or so. Have you done any of the following activities? And you can see the numbers for the most recent survey in yellow. Those are the April. The purple is from January and the blue from September. So it's interesting to see how activity level for going to a store other than a grocery store, spending time outdoors with people you don't live with, spending time indoors with people you don't live with. These numbers have kind of gone back to around where they were in September of 2020. And they had gone down pretty substantially in the winter during the shelter-in-place period. And we're seeing, numbers for things like dining at a restaurant higher than they were even back in September before the fall numbers, the case numbers started to increase. So we're certainly seeing people reporting that they're getting out and about a little bit more frequently than in the past. We also probed about mask wearing behaviors. We've asked these questions over time. When you are indoors with people you don't live with, do you always, mostly, sometimes, rarely, or never wear a mask? And you can see the numbers again from April in yellow with 46%, which is down from 55%, saying they always wear a mask when they're indoors with people they don't live with. So the number is down ever so slightly. We might wonder if that's because more people are getting vaccinated. And although that could be a factor, it's interesting that when we look at these numbers among those who are vaccinated compared to those who are not vaccinated, those who are vaccinated are being more cautious and report that they're wearing masks more often. So it's not that people are vaccinated and therefore just removing their masks. So also asking this question around outdoor mask wearing. When you're outdoors with people you don't live with, do you always, mostly, sometimes, rarely, or never wear a mask? We've certainly seen that outdoor mask wearing has slipped a little bit since winter, but most still report that they wear a mask outdoors at least most of the time. Also keeping tabs on how safe people think some activities are to do right now. And some of these we asked back in January. So attending indoor gatherings of 10 or more people, dining inside at a restaurant, traveling on a plane, and going to school. You can see that while the numbers who consider these activities unsafe have gone down fairly substantially, we still see majorities think most of these things are unsafe. So they're not feeling, the majority, not yet saying that, oh yeah, I can go out and do these things now safely. Still quite a bit of feeling like these things are a little unsafe to do. We do see opinions are divided about the safety of going to school and about working in an office.
All right. Are we there?
Can you still hear me?
I'm asking you a question just because, is that it there?
No, sorry, it continues. I can pick up the pace if you'd like to go faster.
Sure, please. I'm sorry. I thought you stopped and you were done. Go ahead.
No, okay, I'll keep going. So looking at perceptions of the safety of going to school, these are the numbers among those with children in the household compared to those without children in the household. On the top, those with children, looking at the comparison of the perception of safety of going to school from January compared to April, you can see many more parents saying that it is safe to go to school right now than believed that in January. We've been tracking these questions about whether people have been tested for COVID-19. You can see that number, the percentage who report they have been tested for COVID-19 has gone up to 66%. Interestingly, the percentage reporting that they've tested positive has not increased. In January, it was 9% and it remains at 9%. So a couple questions that we asked allowed us to create this segmentation of respondents and understand their vaccination status as well as their willingness to get vaccinated if they are not yet. So according to our results, 45% of respondents were fully vaccinated and another 29% had had at least one of 2 necessary doses. So a total of 74% at least partially vaccinated at the time of this research. Another 9% were not yet vaccinated, but indicated that they would get vaccinated as soon as they possibly can. So we're calling that group vaccine willing. 5% reported they're not yet vaccinated and they're going to wait a little while. So they said they're waiting it out, probably going to get vaccinated eventually, but not feeling the urgency to do that. We're calling them vaccine hesitant. And then on the right, these 2 categories, people who said they're not yet vaccinated and they will not get vaccinated unless they're required to do so. And then the 6% saying that they simply will not get vaccinated. So that total vaccine resistant number is 11% of respondents. When we look at the breakdown by some demographics here, you can see, according to our respondents, who has reported getting vaccinated in blue, and then the hesitancy numbers in the dark red and the lighter red. So it's interesting to see populations like Latinx, BIPOC, younger men, and Republican respondents have been vaccinated at lower rates and have higher hesitancy than other demographics. So some of these echoing some of the data that you just saw from Santa Clara County. And so we asked a series of open-ended questions to really try and drill down on reasons for why people do get vaccinated and why people do not get vaccinated. So this question asked of those who indicate that they're not yet vaccinated, but they will get vaccinated as soon as possible. We said, why do you say that you'll get vaccinated as soon as possible? The most frequently mentioned response, of course, I don't want to get sick or to spread COVID-19, which makes perfect sense. A variety of other reasons mentioned. Another open-ended question, this is asked of those who are hesitant. So they say that they will wait a little while before getting vaccinated. Why will you wait a little while? The most frequently mentioned reason for that is concerns about side effects or safety, 45% mentioning that, 19% mentioning there's not enough research yet, 13% mentioning more logistical challenges like they don't have time or availability, and a variety of other different reasons for waiting. This is the wait and see group. Among those who are resistant, so they say they will only get vaccinated if required or they will not get it. Why do you say that you'll only get it if required or you won't get vaccinated? The top mentioned reason is something about side effects or safety or that there's not enough research. Interesting that those who are reporting that they'll only get vaccinated if required, many also say they don't think that they need it. They don't want it, they don't need it, they think they're perfectly healthy. It's not necessary. So certainly, although these are small subgroups, some reasons, some explanations in their own words for why they don't plan to get vaccinated. Among those who are vaccine resistant, so they said that they'll only get vaccinated if required or they will not get it. What, if anything, might change your mind about getting a vaccine? The top response, especially among those who say they simply won't get vaccinated, nothing will change my mind. Among those who say they'll get vaccinated only if required, we do have a number saying that more time and research might change their mind. And there are some other responses mentioned indicating there might be some wiggle room with some of these people who are indicating they're resistant to getting vaccinated, but then a good portion who are just not willing to say they'll change their mind. So among those who are vaccine willing or just a little hesitant, the wait and see group, we asked what might make it challenging to get a COVID-19 vaccine. Again, this is an open-ended question. We've put into the responses into these categories. The most frequently mentioned response is availability. So we hope that will, of course, diminish over time as availability of vaccines becomes more and more widespread. Many mentioning logistics or timing as challenges, side effects mentioned by those who are hesitant, and a variety of other responses. So moving on to some other potential barriers, we asked about the process of making an appointment to get a COVID-19 vaccine. We asked, how would you rate each of the following using a scale of excellent, good, only, fair, or poor? So the availability of appointments, you can see we've divided up responses based on whether they're vaccinated or unvaccinated, but a fairly substantial group, regardless of vaccination status, saying availability of appointments was only fair or poor. So that certainly we hope will be a barrier that is removed very soon. The system for making appointments, you do see good portions here saying those are only fair or that's only fair or poor. Availability of information about how to get a vaccine, the convenience of vaccination location, and the hours of vaccination locations. These are rated poorly in larger numbers among those who are not yet vaccinated than those who are already vaccinated. So we also wanted to see who reports that they've visited ccfreevax.org or the county's public health website. We do have a good number, 51% of respondents who say that they have visited this website. And among those who have visited, the vast majority, 69%, saying they had an excellent or good experience on the website. Now just running through some perceptions of COVID-19 vaccines. Some of these questions we have been tracking over time. This first one is a new question. So do you agree or disagree COVID-19 vaccines can give you COVID-19? 71% disagree, but we do have about 1 in 5 who do think you can get COVID-19 from a vaccine. These two questions are effective and are safe. The vast majority do report they think the vaccines are effective and safe, and those numbers have grown, as I mentioned, despite the pause in the Johnson & Johnson vaccine administration. And it's interesting, we asked a few questions to try and tease apart how much that Johnson & Johnson might be influencing their perception of vaccine safety. And you can see here, there is a pretty substantial difference with 82, 81% saying that the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines are safe, and only 52% at the time of this research saying the Johnson & Johnson vaccine is safe. So you can see how that might have influenced perception of overall safety of the vaccines. A couple other perception questions around distribution. So perceptions that the vaccine is being distributed quickly have improved substantially. Most residents also understand the vaccines are free. Those numbers have gone up, so that's great. COVID-19 vaccines prevent those who have been vaccinated from having to wear masks and social distance. We see that most disagree with that, but the percentage who disagree has gone down slightly since January. Prevent people from spreading COVID-19 to others. 70% agree, but about a quarter disagree with that. Prevent people from having to get tested. We do see 32% who agree, so think that the vaccines make it so that you don't need to get tested anymore for COVID-19. And then interestingly, this last question here, COVID-19 vaccines are not needed if you already had COVID-19. Only a small percentage, both in January and in the current survey, agreed with that statement, but we have more among the small portion who report that they have had COVID-19. We have 26% who agree that you don't have to get vaccinated if you've had the disease. Some beliefs about vaccine requirements that we put in the survey this time. Do you agree or disagree that COVID-19 vaccines should be required for people to attend professional sports events or concerts, for people to fly on a plane, and for people to work indoors with others? Really consistent numbers here, where about 3/4 agree that vaccines should be required for these activities. So a few notes in conclusion, we do see residents reporting that they're feeling much better about the pandemic than in January, and they're increasingly getting out and about. We think growing vaccination numbers and shrinking case numbers are undoubtedly playing a part in this increasing comfort level with everyday activities. The vast majority of respondents report being vaccinated already. More express intentions to get vaccinated eventually, but we have a small group who are remain concerned about vaccine safety and side effects, and that group remains resistant. many of whom say nothing would change their mind about getting a vaccine. And we do see widespread support for requiring vaccination for activities like working indoors with others and flying on a plane. So that does conclude the presentation. And I'd be
Thank you, Jessica. If you can leave that conclusions page up.
Sure.
Board members, we'll just deal with the EMC poll first. Does anybody have any questions about those conclusions? We have nobody from the public. Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you, and thank you very much, Jessica, for the report out. I wanted to ask, was some subset of this work done via focus group?
No, so what we wanted to do was get this quantitative research in so that it would help us understand if some qualitative follow-up might be prudent. So this is just simply a tracking survey, quantitative research. We did include, as you saw, some kind of more qualitative open-ended questions that were asked of the subset who, for example, were vaccine hesitant. So that does give us some kind of more rich information than what you typically see in quantitative research. But we are, the next step for us is to consider what qualitative or focus group research might make sense coming out of this.
Yeah, so a couple things that I wanted to just recommend. First of all, I think focus groups are a necessary, they're very necessary because particularly as we get down to sort of the nitty gritty about what would make it, why would people or not want to be vaccinated? There are two groups that I'm particularly interested in. And one is that I'm very interested in how we talk to parents about vaccinating their children. And, I think that is its own kind of group that we need to dive into. And well, maybe there are three. I'm very interested in young adults that, the age group that we're seeing that are still getting COVID, but who are not showing up to our vaccination sites. And then third, I think that it will be really important to take a look at men, and that the male group, obviously we should do one in Spanish and Vietnamese and all of that, but I think looking at what would help men, want to get vaccinated, I think those are really, really critical. I really appreciate the data. I do think that from doing some doors myself and then talking to some of our folks who are doing doors, I am curious about whether or not there are some pervasive pieces of information that are missing. I mean, that are pervasive in terms of how people are thinking and why they're not interested in becoming vaccinated. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Supervisor Lee.
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, very excellent numbers to see, and I'm definitely glad to see that from January to April, that the hesitancy rate has clearly dropped, that people have more knowledge and have more confidence on the vaccination and also our process as well. So I do want to check in regarding a couple of questions on the reason of why people are not getting vaccinated. On that slide, I think I saw that there was about was that 10 or 12% of people who actually believe that they can get COVID if they get the vaccine? Is that how what the number was?
Yeah, so on this slide, do you agree or disagree that COVID-19 vaccines can give you COVID-19? You can see 7% strongly agree and 12% somewhat agree, another 10% don't know. So we see, the total who agree is 19%.
Right. So if you don't know, that's almost 3 out of 10 people who either thinks it's dangerous to get that COVID. So I think there's certainly a lot of information that we need to provide to the public to ensure that that false fact is out there. And then there's one where they said that how many percent said that they don't want it because they are quote unquote healthy enough, so they don't need it?
Yeah, so on this slide, why do you say that you won't get vaccinated? Among those who say they'll get vaccinated only if required to do so, we see 22% saying that they don't think they need it.
Okay, so clearly there's still a need on our information to the public to try to educate people better on that. Now, is there any specific age group you could tell that are saying these things, or are they pretty much throughout the different ages? And
yeah, so we definitely see a trend where younger residents are more hesitant. On this slide, just showing the numbers who are, the hesitant group again are those who want to wait and see. The resistant are those who say they'll only get vaccinated if required, or they simply won't get it. So you can see those numbers are considerably higher, especially among male age 18 to 44. Female is also the younger age category is more likely to be hesitant.
Right. Great. And that's all the questions I have on the poll. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't see Supervisor Simitian's hand up. I don't either. Thank you very much, Jessica. Let's go back to item number 11 now. We'll start with Vice President Ellenberg.
Thank you. Thank you, as always, to the staff. I really appreciate, just adjusting my volume, appreciate all of this information. Thank you particularly today for including some of the detail on the downstream health impacts of COVID. I know that based on our prior discussions that there are some limitations on what information is available from just the past few months, but this is a good start to start kind of reacquainting us with all of the other public health issues that need to be addressed, as well as the pandemic. Dr. Cody, I'm wondering, does anything stand out from the indicators as particular issues that would warrant more action right now, or are there other issues for which data is not currently available, or that you think should be monitored in the upcoming months or even years?
Thanks for the question. I think the overall pattern that we see is that during the pandemic, many people were staying at home, either because we were under shelter in place or because people still were hesitant and worried about getting COVID. And then a lot of downstream sort of health impact flowed from there around not seeking care perhaps when they should have sought care. So I think that's a sort of an overall trend that we see that's beginning to ease with our increased vaccination rates, increased confidence that you saw in the EMC research. I also think that some of the services that we provide as a county, all of us, the whole of government has been so focused on COVID that some of the other work we've not been able to do. And so I think that in general, as we begin to get COVID under control and then resume some of those other services, that's going to improve, sort of help prevent, other serious health issues and provide more services to people. Those are just kind of overall, in all categories.
Right, and one of the concerns, of course, is the increase in opioid overdoses, which could be related to the long-term isolation and upending of routine and normalcy. Is that something that we're thinking about addressing more assertively or broadly?
We were seeing trends and increase of opioid use well before the pandemic. So I think this is also an issue where the trend is continuing, but it's really difficult for me anyway to tell which part is from the pandemic and which part was from underlying trends that were and drivers that were present before. I remember working very much on an increase in opioid use prior to the pandemic. So it's definitely something that deserves our attention, but I'm not sure that I would necessarily ascribe it to the pandemic.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
I appreciate that perspective. Just one question today about testing. Over the past few weeks, Stanford has been reporting a much higher volume of tests than in the past. Do you know what's driving the change and whether this skews the countywide test positivity numbers?
Hi, Supervisor. We believe that Stanford is on campus using actually a different lab, but it's coming out of Stanford, and they are actually testing students and faculty at the campus. So that their numbers, when we look at them, they're actually quite high. So and also the fact that most of them are coming out negative anyway. So again, that may have some increase on our overall testing numbers, but I think in general we are seeing a definite decrease in our positivity rate, which is real across the county. But you're right, Stanford, their testing facilities are doing a lot of testing on campus.
Thanks. I wonder if they've just started bringing students and faculty back to campus, and maybe that's why there's a sudden increase now. The question about the variants as well. Since our last meeting, a dashboard on local cases of COVID variants has been added. Thank you. That seems to mirror the state variant dashboard. And we've noticed that they provide counts of local variant cases, counts of cases, we asked that clearly, counts of local variant cases identified, but not denominators of how many specimens were tested or sequenced. Can you either Dr. Venster-Scheib or Dr. Cody say anything about what you're currently seeing and how the variants are trending, and is there any particular one or several that make up a substantial portion of the local cases?
Sure. Just to provide some context on those data and why it's difficult to provide the denominator, I'll tell you a little bit about that, and then I can comment on what we're seeing. In order to do the sequencing to determine the variant, you have to have a positive specimen, and you have to have enough virus present in the specimen to be able to sequence it. So not every positive specimen can be sequenced, just a subset can. So one is the lab has to send the positive specimen to our lab to be sequenced, and two, there has to be enough virus present in order to sequence it. So that's what makes the denominator messy. The trends that we're seeing are the following. There's the so-called West Coast variants or California variants. Those are most prevalent. Those are the ones that we first started picking up and reporting, I guess it was late last fall or in December. Also the B117, which is the variant first identified in the UK, is also increasing in prevalence here and elsewhere. For example, it's what's driving many of the cases, particularly among young people in Michigan and in Oregon. And then we've also, I'd say every variant of concern we have identified here in the county, although not in large numbers. And we're also tracking variants of interest, and then variants that are of interest to us that haven't been named by the CDC or the state. And that would be the quote double mutant, the variant that's circulating in parts of India. And so we're tracking that on our dashboard as well.
It's really interesting. Thank you, I appreciate that. But no one I hear is talking about vaccines being more or less effective against one variant or another, right? That's not something our public needs to be thinking about.
Well, those are, you need to have data collected from a really large population, so the state looks at that. But in general, what we're seeing is that some people who do get COVID, even though they're vaccinated, so far I'm not aware of any unusual patterns. And I just want to be, as you all know, there's no vaccine that is 100% effective. And so you're going to expect to have a handful of cases. I don't remember the data, but I recently saw them from the state, and it's actually a fairly small number, less than I was expecting.
Cool. Thank you so much. President Wasserman, I have a question about the expansion of public health that would fall under 41 and 42. Should I ask that now, or are we going to have a presentation on those items?
Not sure what Supervisor Chavez would like to have regarding 41 and 42. So if you can hold that question until then, that would be great.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Lee, your hand is raised.
Yes, thank you, President Wasserman. Excellent report as always, Dr. Cody. One question, I guess, is with Dr. Fenstershot regarding the demand numbers. It looks like the demand is now falling and that we're only doing about 10,000 first vaccination a day. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, thank you. So I was just quoting some of the data from our own county system. So because we know a little bit more of our capacity and our vaccine storage. And so we are able to do 20,000 a day, but we are seeing across all of our sites that we are only doing about half, so that's 10,000. The county as a whole, as I had mentioned, is doing also less than they had been over the last several weeks.
Right. Okay, so that's I guess a little bit, that's kind of expected, right? That if more people have been vaccinated than not, and as we saw in the diagram, you showed that over 70% of the people eligible over 16 already got at least one shot, which is excellent news. So I guess I would like to find out more how we can find efforts to get more people more interested and more eager to go get vaccinated, whether it's through better access or through better information to alleviate people's doubts or fears. Now, we talked about the 12 to 15 years old, and as you have mentioned, I've read in the news that probably by late next week, we might get the FDA to approve them. Has there been any type of thinking or planning to try to get the vaccines being delivered at schools, like middle schools or high school? Reason I asked that question is because, as we all know, if the kids need to get vaccinated, the parents have to go accompany them, right, to do that, number one, which of course could be difficult on some of the parents, number one. Number two is, since it's a 2-cycle vaccine, a lot of them, which means that they would have to get the same vaccine again. And so if we could do it all in one shot, like if we could offer that at schools, it would seem to be a really amazing way to do it, or alternatively, to work out something so that the schools could, have a school bus and trust everybody to one of our vaccine sites. So I just want to ask to see if there's any thinking has gone into think about some type of plan like that.
Yes, and in fact, just today we had a meeting before we came over to present with the County Office of Education, and talked about a multi-pronged approach, actually, of trying to get kids vaccinated, realizing that a lot of children have not seen their own provider in quite a while. So we really want them to have the opportunity to see their provider for vaccine. That for some small pediatric offices or family practice might pose some problem because, again, in a small practice, there's the issue of storage and handling of the vaccine. It's not going to be a problem for a Stanford or a Kaiser or a Valley Medical. So we're working on those issues, and then also perhaps pop-ups at school sites in addition to that. And we can also hopefully be able to refer children that don't have primary providers to one, especially perhaps after they have received their first dose at one of our other pop-up sites.
Supervisor Lee, you're muted.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you.
Sure. The clock's still running, but you're muted.
All right. Thank you. As we have previously been very concerned about our Latinx and African American communities in the East Side and certain part of Gilroy, which have the highest rates of COVID and also one of the lowest rates of the testing and vaccination that we've seen. I would just want to add that while we're doing the planning for the 12 to 15 on schools, that we also put those considerations in mind as well when it comes to its pop-up sites and outreach. That would be great. I've also heard that there were some young people outreach that was very successful. using enticement carrots like boba, or maybe even sugar like Krispy Kreme. I just want to ask, what's the story on that? That sounds pretty interesting.
I'll let.
Hi, yes, Supervisor Lee, we did have a very successful event at James Lake High School with the boba truck, which I think will be replicated in South County next week, and we're thinking about doing probably something with a little bit less sugar, frankly, as we go out and try to get our 16 and 17-year-olds vaccinated and ready for graduation.
Well, you know, when you order boba, they ask you could do 50% sugar or 25% sugar. You just don't have to advertise that this is 50% sugar we're serving.
That's right. That's right.
Okay. Let's see. And then, of course, the other area regarding the young people, of course, is the social media outreach. As young people at that age group is very much on top of social media, on Instagram. I was told that Facebook is for old people like me. So I just want to make sure that we are covered in those type of social media or TikTok and whatnot, those that the younger generation is using. On one of the charts, I saw that on the vaccination, which is very surprising. So, by the way, first of all, thank you so much for doing the Asian ethnic data desegregation. That was very, very helpful. And one chart that I find specifically helpful is that the Phil-M community vaccinations started pretty good, but somehow in April, while everybody's still going up, it suddenly just stopped growing or suddenly became the lowest of all. Do we have any reason to understand why that happened, specifically the Filipino American community?
Yeah, we noticed that also, and we don't really have an answer for explaining that. But again, just seeing that data now and then working with our outreach in our communities to ask the questions is what we plan to do moving forward.
Right. So I'm wondering, we might need to do something in language on our outreach specifically for that community if it's so clear that there's issues, because as we heard from EMC, right, there's still about 30% of the people that believe that getting getting a vaccine potentially can get COVID or not sure. No, 1/5 of people actually believe that, or 10% still are unsure. It's still significant. So I think there's certainly need that we need to do some type of a multilingual video online to dispel some of this misinformation. So I've discussed that previously, but I certainly would like to find out more what our county can do to outreach on that. And the question about the yellow tier, I thought it was asked earlier from President Wasserman, that our case rate is the problem, right? Because our case rate apparently is still at 2.3%, and we need to drop below 2% to get to yellow. Am I correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
So, and we just got word that San Francisco apparently is going to yellow very soon as well. And so we still have to get the word out there that people know that we still need to continue our testing. And of course, hopefully our case rate would drop faster than slower. Now, the last question I have on this is about those potential new variants, or double variants. Has there been any data regarding the vaccine effectiveness on these newer variants that's been mentioned?
So as I was saying before, so far it looks like the vaccines are performing very well, even though we have increasing numbers of variants circulating. I think that the particular variants that are circulating in India, it's probably a little bit early to have any data here because we have different vaccines in use in the U.S. But so far, we remember we were talking about the race between the vaccine and the variants, and so far we're doing pretty well. The team vaccine is ahead.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. And so just let everybody know, one dose, 2 dose, just get it as soon as you can. And basically, again, I just want to say thank you for the team. Over 70% being vaccinated first dose, 43% fully vaccinated. These are absolutely amazing numbers. I just want to thank the team for all your amazing work for doing this. But now we have a little bit.
I have one more important update regarding team vaccine. At this moment in California, Santa Clara County is #2 for the percent of residents that have received at least one vaccine. Now, we've got a lot of other counties like right behind us. They may catch us on the curve, but we're gonna try to go faster.
All right, let's do it. I feel like a horse race, but being the #2.
Who's #1?
Marin County is #1. They're well ahead of us. So we're just going to focus on our little pack. We're going to break away from the pack that we're in right now.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Lee. Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. And again, a big thanks to the staff for all the amazing work that you're doing. Just a couple of pieces of information I'm really curious about. To my knowledge, we only have 2 drive-up locations to get vaccinated. Is that accurate?
I believe that is accurate.
So one issue that I'd be very interested in us taking a look at is to expand our drive-up capacity for families who have disabled children or adults, and or for individuals who would have a difficult time getting to get their vaccination because they have kids that they want to be, that they don't have health care for. I would be interested in, just as you all explore that, if we could get an update on that opportunity, and to determine whether or not it makes sense to co-locate something like that with a San Jose State or any other college campus where students, where it may also allow us to get to young people that are in our target audience.
Thanks. We'll certainly look into that and get back to you. As you know, one of our strategies right now is to serve people in their homes if they have difficulty accessing vaccine. And while we're there, we take the opportunity to vaccinate any other family members that are eligible.
I think that's wonderful, Dr. Cody. My big concern is simply that that's been relatively time consuming, and while the numbers are very good, it's still hard to it appears to me difficult in the way we're doing it. And it may make sense on that front, on the door-to-door front, to look at those areas where we have over let's say 4,000 or 3,000 people, and we're below that 50% mark. But I'm sure you all are prioritizing those those census tracts as we speak. So thank you for that. The other opportunity I was thinking about is whether or not we've offered or advertised family appointments, so that the whole family, no matter what age, they can all come down together. And so we're not necessarily doing appointment A, appointment B, appointment C, but doing a whole family clinic.
Yeah, great idea. I think in practice we're doing that, but we may not have advertised it as such.
Right. I think we just need to tell people, and we've told people, just show up. You don't need an appointment. I was with Dr. Luna and Dr. Fensterscheib while they were putting the word out, but I do think it may be in how we communicate it. And I think having maybe family appointment day on Saturdays or Sundays might be a way to get more interest from families. Thank you. I'm curious, are we denoting, and I'm sorry I didn't look at the website before I asked this question, are we denoting the locations that J&J is available?
It's available at all locations at this point, but everybody has an option to opt out. So we have we have a main vaccine, one of Moderna or Pfizer, and then option for J&J.
One reason that I was asking the question, and I don't know when we do the focus groups whether or not we'll learn that we may have more young men interested if we could have a location that's a J&J one and done location. And if I could just ask, as EMC is looking at their focus groups, if that is something we could explore. But I think highlighting where we have the J&J location, even though you can get it other places, might be, again, be a way to attract folks who, because my guess is that we have a lot of folks who aren't going to want to come back, and it's not, it has just more to do with they don't like shots, you know, and they don't want to take the time to go stand in line to get one. So just as I hope that gets explored. And then the last thing is that I would be very interested in us placing up a homeless, I'm sorry, one other thing, a homeless dashboard, you know, in terms of how we're doing on vaccinating the homeless community or the unhoused community. And let me just say, part of the reason for that is that I think as cities are becoming, you know, moving around more, and some cities are abating and other cities are trying to provide services, or we're providing services to the unhoused community, I think understanding how far we are on the vaccines is going to be relatively important. So here's my last question, and this has to do with my favorite map. My favorite link on the dashboard is the mapping dashboard, the census tract component of it. And I've been looking at that dashboard to look at our hard to serve areas, and really appreciated, Brian, your point about, you know, Children's Rainbow, or the Children of the Rainbow Park. On the dashboard that we have up, we have a higher than 76, 68 to 76, 59 to 67, and less than 59. There's a big delta between being below 40 and being as high as 60. And I wanted to ask if we could add in the like having a below 40 number on here. And it would be really, I think it would be informative, even for our nonprofit organizations and others that are trying to help us do outreach, if we could just highlight that for them. I know you have to hunt around a bit, but I'm hopeful that you can add that as an additional piece of information. And I'm not sure, Dr. Cody, or perhaps no one on the phone knows the answer to this, but why we have the categories exactly the way we have them, if that's part of a way you're keeping information that we're sharing with the state or federal government, or if we have the flexibility to add another category. Really what I want to be able to look at is those areas that are warm, that we, you know, that we're close to flipping, and then others that are just really, like, we really need to dig in.
They're listed based on the quartiles. We'll look at it and see if we can come up with another color. I don't think there are any census tracts that at this point are below 40, but we'll double check.
We do have some, and that's actually what prompted my question. But again, okay. I'm kind of hunting around on it, and there may be a better way to show it. I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, some it looks like we're moving relatively, like we're really close to the tipping point, and others seem pretty far back. So I'll look at it again too and see if there's another number, another way to approach it. Thank you very much. Thank you, all of you, for the really good work and the great reports, and making sure people are getting food, and, you know, all the other stuff you guys are doing. So thank you.
Thank you. Well done. Supervisor Smidian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And let me just begin with a question for any member of the staff who can help. Looking at the mapping for vaccine distribution, COVID-19 vaccination among residents 16 and older, Santa Clara County, I have been struck by the persistent less than 45%, very pale yellow, not light green, medium green, or dark green, in the upper left-hand corner, which looks to me to be in the vicinity of the Stanford campus. Is there something going on there that staff could share with us that explains that number, that shading, that low number in an area that otherwise is at least medium green for the most part?
Hi, Supervisors Committee, and this is Dr. Cody. I think there's a couple things going on there. One is a lot of people who live in that census tract actually have a permanent address outside. So if they get vaccinated, it's not going to count in that census tract. It's going to count in somewhere else. There also are, that's mostly Stanford campus, and the population on campus is much, much, much lower during the pandemic. Not everyone has returned to campus. So I think that the bottom line, the vaccination rates that you see there don't reflect what's actually happening, it's just artifact.
Dr. Smith, I wonder if by a week from Friday, I could get a definitive answer to that question. It's very helpful, Dr. Cody, I appreciate it, but I'm sort of anxious that we have hard data behind our best estimates or estimations of what's happening, and particularly as more students return to the campus, I think we're going to need to understand the challenges of both getting the vaccination out, but also getting the data right. I take the point about the confusion around folks who, young adults for the most part, who have perhaps addresses outside the area, but there's got to be a way to track whether or not we're getting the job done there and people are or not vaccinated. Part of my concern is that you will recall that some months ago, the campus essentially closed down and precluded folks from coming onto the campus if they weren't Stanford students or staff, didn't have a very well credentialed and established reason for being on campus. And I understood the wisdom of that, at least I think I did, in terms of preventing folks from bringing the virus on campus. The concern, of course, is that nothing precludes the folks on campus from mixing in the general community, which we certainly hope and expect we're going to see more of as things get better. And I really would like to have that nailed down and clearly understood before we get to that place. Dr. Smith, can I ask for that as a report back off agenda by a week from Friday?
Yes, we'll get your report. There are a couple of factors that I also mentioned. In addition to the denominator issue, we do have the limitation that all of the data that we're getting is from the state through the CARES system. So as we know, we've had inaccuracies in numerous locations with regard to CARES. So we'll get our best thinking and best information for you by then.
Yeah, I want to underscore something that some of my colleagues have said, which is, if we're struggling to persuade the young invincibles that perhaps they're not quite as invincible as they think to get those shots, we've got, as you all know from our land use discussions, we've got what is essentially a self-contained, unincorporated community there of 20, 30,000 people. And it's too big a number, as I say, to just sort of hunch out. And I understand the challenges at the state level, but at this point, we can't, quote, get back to normal if we don't know what is or isn't happening there. And it's particularly perplexing to me, given the fact that we've talked about the very significant role that Stanford Healthcare has played in distribution of the vaccine. I mean, so we've got the benefit of Stanford Healthcare in other parts of the county where we know the need is great, even as we look at that pocket of the map being the lowest of our 4 quartiles. So that's what I'm anxious about. Second issue is I had asked at our most recent Health and Hospital Committee a question about the persistent low vaccination rate among our county jail guards. if I remember correctly, that number is about 45% in a setting that strikes me as particularly fraught. Dr. Smith or any other member of the team, what's your take on that? Are we just sort of prepared to live with that? Is at some point there going to be a more robust discussion? I see the sheriff's light has popped on. We asked a question about this, and I appreciated the very prompt response back, which was basically, gee, it doesn't appear to have been a problem thus far in terms of contagion, and other counties around the state are not, quote, requiring or mandating vaccination. But I think both in terms of the health of our jail population, the health of our employees, and the potential liability, this is an issue that we can't just keep kicking the can down the road on. Somebody?
Hello.
I think the sheriff has to answer. But
Sheriff's on mute. Yep. There we go. Go ahead, Sheriff.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Wasserman. Yes, we have some updated numbers and some additional information to provide. In terms of mandates, I think that if that was part of the question, I'd like to answer that after Assistant Sheriff Davis provides some additional information. Assistant Sheriff.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Yeah, I just wanted to kind of just communicate in person that Sheriff's Office is a staunch supporter of vaccinations. We are constantly communicating with public health, adult custody health, county council, and others. We're doing this through emails, but more often than not, we have the weekly COVID meetings where we're meeting a minimum of 3 times a week. We have continued the efforts through education. We've done this through one-on-ones with staff, through groups. We've done town hall, pamphlets, emails. We've even sent a video out to dispel some of the concerns. So it's just a conversation to let you know that the Sheriff's Office is very pro-vaccination and will continue to work on efforts to increase those numbers. I think one of the recent report outs was around 50%. As of today, we're up to 57%, which for us is pretty significant. I think it's consistent with the research that was presented today. I think the numbers for the vaccines are safe question was around 50%. So we'll continue on that path. But I think it's also worthy to note that of the 800, roughly 800 sworn custody staff, 459 have been vaccinated, and still about another 186 have been COVID positive. So
in the last 6 months.
In the past 6 months, right. So, I mean, we're going to continue to push. We're going to continue to work with staff, but at this time, that's what we're doing.
Did you give the updated?
I want to press the point because while I appreciate that information, perhaps I wasn't clear enough about the question I want to see if we can get an answer to. We have somewhere between 40 to 45% of the custody guards in a contained environment with lots of people. Do we think 40 to 40 who are not vaccinated? Do we think 40 to 45%, and that's after months and months and months. Do we think that 40 to 45% is acceptable? And if not, what are we going to do to have an appreciably different result in the near future, if anything? And Dr. Smith, I know you handed this one to the sheriff, but this is one of those times when we have some interaction between the sheriff's department and the rest of the county organization, certainly in terms of liability, collective bargaining. I don't want to be here as we have been in past months, a month from now or 2 months from now, to discover that all we've done is make, at best, incremental progress.
So this is a sheriff. If I could respond briefly, actually, our sworn custody is 57%. Therefore, 43% is not vaccinated. And no, we don't think that number is high enough. That's why we continue our efforts. I think it's very, also very important to point out that we currently have 2 staff members who have COVID and only 2 inmates. And it appears for the last couple of months all of the people who have been COVID positive have come in at intake. This also is a great risk to our staff. So we're continuing to work on those numbers, and we'll continue to provide the updated information for not only our enforcement sworn, our custody sworn, our civilians throughout the department. So we'll continue to provide that information.
Dr. Smith, anything you can add?
Well, I think the unstated question has to do with requirements in other employment situations like colleges and schools and some other private entities that are actually requiring employees to be vaccinated. And I think that kind of question in our environment is multifaceted. It probably deserves a time of its own to be discussed, probably in closed session initially and then in open session.
Could I ask for a off-agenda memo by a week from Friday that indicates when, where, and how we will have those conversations? I am concerned that the issue will simply remain unaddressed in the months ahead, and that, as I said, progress would be at best incremental. Dr. Smith, is that practical?
Sure, we can do that.
All right. And that will be a public document as a matter of record. Yes, Dr. Smith?
Yeah.
Thank you. And we're, Dr. Smith or Sheriff Smith, if you could share what has been done to try and make it easy for our custody staff to access the vaccine, that would be helpful as well in understanding the nature of the challenge.
Yes, we will, and I can have Assistant Sheriff Davis mention a couple of those issues.
Yeah, what we've done to make it more or easier to get the vaccination. Previously, we've allowed staff to go and we've adjusted schedules, work schedules. We've allowed them to go on duty. We've obviously allowed to go off duty. We did have one night shift vaccination effort. We're continuing to work with custody health and public health to see what it would take to get some on-site vaccinations. It's seeming that our night shifters are the least vaccinated, so we have greater emphasis on that population, that group. And then we've also discussed the potential for peer vaccination type efforts to where we would get folks who have already been vaccinated to also communicate their experience to dispel some of the concerns. So
other agencies.
And then as far as other agencies go, we're also wanting to kind of see what the county's direction is. I mean, we've got 700 or 800 custody deputies, or 8,000 hospital health emergency service workers. And I mean, we kind of are wanting to see what the direction is so that we can also learn from them.
Dr. Smith or Sheriff Smith, should I correctly infer from what you've said that we haven't had on-site vaccines available yet at the jail?
Go ahead.
We've only had on-site vaccinations for our inmate population, never for our staff.
Dr. Smith, is there any reason we couldn't make that available sooner rather than later?
We'll work out the mechanics.
Well, I mean, I'm going to ask the sheriff a question I'm pretty sure I know the answer to, which is, you know, 6 feet of social distancing, I'm going to guess, Sheriff Smith, isn't always practical in a jail setting. Am I right about that?
Go ahead.
If I may, no, it's not always sufficient. And some of the efforts that we put in place to combat the lack of vaccinations for that 43% is that we are doing the daily rapid testing. So we have results on site. So that helps mitigate some of those issues. And we do have a mandate for mask wearing, and we do have a mandate for that rapid testing. So we're trying to implement those measures to help mitigate the lack of vaccination.
And, you know,
well, let me go ahead, Sheriff. I'm sorry.
We have an excellent relationship with public health and custody health, and have been working with them to try to get vaccinations on site. And as Assistant Sheriff mentioned, he has 2 or 3 meetings a week with those entities to work out the best practices. So I really want to thank them for everything they've done, and we're continuing to work to get on-site vaccinations.
Thank you. I think we need an answer, Dr. Smith and Sheriff Smith, that is focused on results rather than process in the very immediate future. I'll just let it go at that. Shifting topics, Dr. Smith, I think during the presentation we had, there was, in my view, implicit an acknowledgement that we're moving from larger scale vaccinations, or in part, while we'll still have those larger scale vaccination efforts, to, as a matter of necessity, more finely grained, I would almost call it hyper local vaccination efforts to get into communities and neighborhoods and even block by block. Are we ramping that up as quickly as we need to, given the challenge of getting to folks who have been anywhere from resistant to hesitant to disinterested, depending on where they are on the scale?
Yes, we've been ramping it up for a while now. We're putting it into hyperdrive, but as was pointed out, there still remains a cohort that is resistant, and we're trying all the different tricks we can think of, particularly focused on the high-risk population.
Understanding that focus on the high-risk population, I was intrigued by some of Supervisor Chavez's comments, because on the one hand, you want to get to folks who are in a census tract where the numbers are really disconcerting. On the other hand, you may have more success going to a place, I can't remember how Supervisor Chavez put it, where they're sort of tweeners and they may be a little bit more receptive to the opportunity for vaccination. And so I'm curious, Dr. Smith, Dr. Fensterscheib, Dr. Cody, anybody, on a sort of a, how do we identify city by city opportunities, either as a matter of our own interest or in helping our communities understand, all right, if you're in Sunnyvale, here's where you go. If you're in Mountain View, here's where you go. If you're in Milpitas, here's where you go.
I'm not sure I understood the question completely.
Well, I'm looking at SCC Free Vax, which I have to say historically I have found to be really a very easy one-stop shop. So I want to be very positive about that. But as I go now to the Santa Clara Valley Medical Center portion, rather than to, some other provider, a private or nonprofit provider, there are COVID-19 vaccination eligibility and scheduling, and that takes me to half a dozen places that I might be able to get a vaccine. 4 of them are in San Jose, one's in Santa Clara, and one's in Gilroy. So that means that we've got a dozen different cities where if folks go online they're going to say, oh, if I want to get any help from the county, I got to go out of town. And I think that was, manageable when we had high demand and low access. But now that our struggle is to some extent flipped, I'm trying to think of how we can make it easy. And I want to be very clear. I understand and appreciate the work staff has done to do that. I was at the neighborhood based effort in Palo Alto that AME Zion Church put together with help from Roots, with help from Stanford Med School, with help from the county. And it was 500 folks in a day. Now that's not, Levi Stadium numbers, but it's not an inconsequential number. And it was targeting, particularly at-risk populations. I think we still are up and running as of today in Mountain View, in fact, on a drop-in basis, but I'm just looking at the site and trying to figure out how does somebody know that? And if our circumstance is such that we have to make it easier than ever in order to entice people to do the healthy thing, I'm trying to figure out, all right, how do we tell somebody, look, this is pretty easy.
Now I get it. We've been doing pop-ups and small place-based vaccines at various locations throughout the county beyond what's listed on STC. So I think what I'm hearing is that we need to make that more clear on STC pre-vax, and we'll take that back and fix it.
All right. Is that something where I could also ask for an off-agenda report as to what's available in, communities not listed on our site by a week from Friday?
Yes.
Thank you. And Dr. Smith, I'm sorry to keep pushing on this, but I've got people who say, what are we going to do to get to that next cohort? And it's hard to give them good answers right now. And I know we've got a lot of folks who are getting second doses, and that's good and important. And I know that impedes the ability to then roll out first doses for people. But as I said, I just think the challenge earlier in the exercise, and I'll close with this, Mr. President, challenge earlier in the exercise was how do we ramp up in a dramatic way as quickly as possible? I think the challenge at this point in the exercise is how do we get more granular? How do we get more nimble? How do we find our way into trusted spaces and familiar places in order to deliver the vaccine in a somewhat different way than we have in the last few months? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Smith, Dr. Cody and team, and Sheriff Smith as well.
Thank you. Supervisor Lee, your hand is raised.
Thank you, President Wasserman. The question from Supervisor Simidian prompted my questions, actually. I think he was very focused on the numbers of the staff in the jail situation. How about our inmate? Do we have a pretty good percentage of what's the statistics right now we have, and how easy is it for somebody who is incarcerated to request to get a vaccine at this point?
All of the inmates are offered a vaccine. We don't have great acceptance. And as the board knows, about 70 to 80% of individuals who are booked are released within a week. So we're trying to use vaccines like J&J, but we clearly can't force inmates to get vaccinated.
Oh yeah, no, I definitely agree, Dr. Smith, that we can't, we don't, we're not that type of government. But at the same time, I just want to make sure that anybody who is willing for what, let's say they weren't willing before, they're willing now to get vaccine, that there's a way that they can actually request it while being incarcerated.
Yeah, 100% are offered the vaccine.
Great. All right. And then with the 12 to 15 and the 16-year-old, I guess we don't have that many 15-year-olds, but eventually, I mean, there will be a few that would be qualified as well. Just to making sure that those are made available to them.
Yes, we're offering it also to juveniles in juvenile detention.
Great. Okay. No, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Supervisor Chavez.
Yeah, thanks. This is also a follow-up on something Supervisor Simidian raised. Just to be clear with my colleagues, I think that what I was really trying to look at is depending on the level of vaccination per census tract. I know that what the staff is saying to us is they're customizing the approach for each of those areas, which makes a ton of sense to me. I do think that one thing I would say about the website, and I'm not entirely sure I understood Supervisor Simidian, your point. So I was following up because I wanted to make sure I do understand it, is that on the website, one thing that we did not list for a really long time were any of the pop-up sites. And we didn't list the pop-up sites because we were trying to make sure that, frankly, that we had the folks in the surrounding neighborhoods being able to access those pop-up sites. And what I'm curious for Supervisor Simidian, and maybe if my other colleagues have this concern, that on the book an appointment link, when you link on it, it gives you the different medical facilities. And if you scroll down, I think part of the I'll just say that part of the reason these were listed is this was a request from folks who wanted to be able to just easily go on, look for a spot and drive over to that spot, or take a bus or another way. But I think if I'm curious, Supervisor Simidian, are you asking for a similar link that you could just hit the button and it's the city and what's available in that city pops up?
Supervisor Simidian.
That would be one approach. Let me just ask, for example, I feel, and I wouldn't call it a pop-up, I mean, we have a significant presence in Mountain View, which I believe is still in place and providing vaccines as of today. Dr. Smith, yes?
Yes.
And is it taking walk-ups today or appointments today or second doses only today?
Second doses and some walk-ups.
Okay. And so to Supervisor Chavez's inquiry, I don't know, and maybe it is here because there's a lot of information on the site, which is one of the challenges of being so fulsome in what we provide. But I don't see a way that somebody in Mountain View would be able to discern, oh, all I have to do is walk up to the door and get a no appointment necessary. And then again, that's times 13 or 12, because there are a dozen cities that aren't listed there. The only two other than San Jose being Santa Clara and Gilroy. And if we're, as I said earlier, if we're trying to get people who are unenthusiastic or not exactly rushing out, making it easier and clearer is going to be an essential part of that ingredient. So here we are doing some good work in Mountain View, and I just don't know how people know that they can get a walk-in appointment. And to your point, Supervisor Chavez, and I promise this will be my last response, which is, yes, historically we've wanted what we call the healthcare providers, the Kaisers or the PAMP/Sutters, but the folks that I think we've all been concerned about in need are folks who don't have a regular healthcare provider. And so in a place like the facility in Mountain View, somebody who doesn't go to PAMP, somebody who doesn't go to Kaiser could go there, but they aren't going to go there if they don't know it's open. And that's
right. Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Smitty. That's very helpful. And I appreciate that when you, under that section, that very simply by being able to list what's available by day for walk-ups and adding, adding locations, because you're right, I also saw Milpitas and I saw Gilroy, but you're right, adding whatever is available countywide makes a lot of sense on this page. And that's actually a simpler solution than what I was recommending. But part of the reason, go ahead, Dr. Smith, I'm sorry.
No, I think this is very helpful. As you all know, we set up the system initially for all appointments, which was a way of dealing with high demand. But now that we have lower demand, we'll have to reorganize the web page a bit to deal with that.
Yeah, that's very helpful. And I think that doesn't seem like that would be very difficult to do. Thanks all.
Thank you, Supervisor Chavez. Supervisor Ellenberg, I don't see your hand raised, so I will just make my my comments if I may. Supervisor Ellenberg, did you have any further comments to make? Did not. Thank you. I wanted to address this to Dr. Tong, Dr. Luna, Dr. Cody, Dr. Fensterscheid. I track how many people we give first doses to each night, put it on my spreadsheet, do the delta to see how many are done that day, what percentage it is. 3 weeks ago, we gave first doses of, the county and its partners, 184,000 doses. 2 weeks ago, 111,000 doses. And the last 7 days, 83,000 doses. And the irony is, 3 weeks ago, it was hard to find an appointment. Now we've got a bunch of appointments. We didn't have the vaccines 3 weeks ago. Now we have plenty of vaccines. We're not getting the appointments. There is, in my opinion, there is nothing, and no offense to any supervisors, there is no dashboard, there is no anything more important than finding a way to get some more people vaccinated. But I also don't want to lose track of the fact that you all have vaccinated 70% first doses of the Santa Clara County residents 16 and older. And the only reason you haven't got many of the younger is because it wasn't allowed. It's going to be allowed soon, and we'll get them as well. You have done a great job. And as far as Marin's 12% of our population. They have to do 1,500 people, and they gain more than when we do 15,000. So I don't care about Marin. I love the fact we're number 2 compared to big and small. But I just want to say, as one supervisor, everything else to me is secondary. The dashboards, the this, the that's, I don't care if it's pop-ups or door-to-door or drive-throughs or whatever. If we can just get up to about 75, 80% of our population vaccinated, the problems we're dealing with in the economy, the unemployed people, the people unable to pay their rent, all these things will be addressed. That's what we need. And so I'm asking every doctor that's on this call right now, what can we do to vaccinate more people sooner? I know we have the vaccinations. I just don't know what more we can do. And I appreciate the 10s and 20s and 50s we get here and there and go there to there, but we need big quantities. We need to go on San Jose State's campus with the Spartan mascot there, encouraging people, maybe some percentage competition with Stanford, maybe the junior colleges, Gavilan and Foothill and West Valley competing. And that's how we'll get, especially the men. The men clearly are not as smart as the women because there's more women in each age group that have been vaccinated more than the men in the same age groups.
Now, wait a second.
I'm sorry, it's just true. But we need to just
get these people in the 18 to 40-year range that feel invincible, feel too busy. You guys are now doing 7 days a week from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. It's easy to get a vaccine. Any female in the 20 to 50 range that's concerned about Johnson & Johnson, I get it. Get all those men 20 to 50 to get the one and done Johnson and be done. But everything else will be affected positively if we can get our vaccinating rate up to about 80% or 75% of everybody. You know, we're at 70%, 60 and above. Let's get to 75, 80%. We'll have herd immunity. We'll open up our community. People will be feeling better. Any doctors want to respond with any off the wall idea? I mean, for instance, when Marty's got Dr. Marty has got 7,000 or 8,000 people still getting tested each day. Perhaps they're restaurant workers and you get tested every couple of weeks. I don't know. But when they're there getting tested, we should have a pop-up mobile something right there as they're in line to get tested and say, hey, you can get tested if you want to, but you want to get vaccinated right now? My thoughts. I'd love any response.
Well, big question, and I'm not sure I have a fabulous answer, but this is the reason why we have the EMC ongoing research, because it gives us an insight into what's going on in the community. And you can see as the pandemic has proceeded, certain subpopulations have become much less interested in dealing with it. And they're not interested because of various reasons. And so it's been clear to us that one size will not fit all, and that's why we're trying different things. We had the Bobo drinks at James Lick, which was very successful. We had to send Dr. Salmon away because she's the diabetologist, and she was upset that we were passing out Bobo. That was a joke.
I hear you.
But you know, we're doing that. We're doing the Levi Stadium with sports memorabilia.
Dr. Smith, I appreciate all the stuff you're doing, and you're absolutely right. You got to try everything you can. But if we could do half of what we're capable of doing for 3 weeks, we'd have herd immunity. So anything and everything. I mean, we're that close, you guys, except our numbers are falling from 180,000 to 110,000 to 80,000 3 weeks in a row. If we can just reverse that trend, I don't know how. All your ideas are great, Dr. Smith. There's just something that we're missing. And then we are there. This can be behind us. It's simply going to be a question of maintenance.
Yeah, we're all thinking the same things. What's the trick that will get the populations in?
I don't know, but if our biggest population not being vaccinated is 18 to 25-year-olds, that range, then let's go hit the junior colleges, and the colleges set up pop-up booths right there and say, get your free vaccine, right now. And I don't know, maybe you're already doing that. Anyway, I'm done with my time. I'm good. And Dr. Smith, I cut you off. Anything else you wanted to say? I'm just all jazzed up.
No, we're all jazzed up. We have plenty of vaccine, plenty of appointments available, doing walk-ups, trying to do special projects.
Okay, well, if you can't get the people to go where you are, then go to where the people are. That's the only other side of that issue. I have no idea what the answer is, but I applaud you for having 71% of Santa Clara County residents 16 years and older vaccinated, given all the screw-ups and the unpredictability of the state government and all the other challenges and the army of people we've had out there for 14 months. You all have done a great job. We're on the frickin' 5-yard line, and we just gotta get over. We gotta get in the end zone. And I'm confident we've got the people to figure out how to do that. And I just gave you 2 or 3 ideas that I tossed into the pot.
Anybody else, any other questions on this item? Otherwise, we need to move on. I do not want to have a dinner break tonight. Are we good? Okay, thank you. Thank you all very much. We're going to do 41 and 42. Supervisor Chavez, you pulled those. So I'd like you to take the lead on what questions you have, and so we can move on.
Thank you. And Supervisor Simidian also pulled 41. I pulled 42 as well because 42 is the oh my gosh, I need words. It's the salary ordinance that goes along with it. So, here's what I was hoping to better understand, and just a concern I had about the approach. One is that I recognize that this is a state grant, and I wanted to confirm the length of the grant as to whether or not the grant was over 2 years or 3. And the reason is I spoke with Dr. Smith, and I think I may have gotten these numbers confused.
Yes, I think I gave you the wrong information. It's a 2-year grant, and it's 2 years, but it comes in the middle of a fiscal year, so it overlaps 3 fiscal years.
Got it.
So just as background, it is a state grant. It's a grant with specific rules and requirements having to do with expanding epidemiologic response at the local level and lab response at the local level. It is a total of $62.5 million over the 24 months. We are proposing a number of expenditures having to do with expanding epidemiologic response to COVID currently and to the upcoming next pandemic that's around the corner. And so because the state designated that specifically to be the purpose, they're basically putting the board and us in the position of either taking the money and committing to do the expansion with the hope that there will be funding at the end of the 2 years, or to refuse the money to begin with and not expand. So what we're recommending to the board is that we move ahead with the expansion, realizing that there is some slight risk that at the end of the 2-year period that there will need to be a challenge for us to continue the project with further funding. But I think it's a reasonable effort, and it is clearly the right thing to do from a public service perspective, because if we had invested, when I say we, I don't mean our county, I mean California, if we invested this amount of money statewide in pandemic response and epidemiology before COVID, we would have had a much better outcome. There was a newspaper article today in the LA Times expressing exactly that. So we think it's reasonable to recommend to the board that you make this commitment.
So just to follow up on that, let me just share what is a little bit of a concern of mine. And what I'm most concerned about is I think one of the items that I would have wanted to hear just next week as part of the budget was just to better understand how this overlays with the overall budget. You did in the report, in the staff report, explain that there would be additional folks added that would come through the budget process, but what's hard to understand is what does it equate to in terms of the overall department. And so I don't know what the very best way to have that conversation more fulsomely in the budget. And then the second thing, so that's one thing, right? That you're going to add additional positions in addition to these. And then I know that we don't usually permanently hire folks for grants, but I also recognize that we're not going to get an epidemiologist to come for, 18 months. So I get the balance there. My question is for you is, how are you balancing the new, well, and so Dr. Smith, could you respond to that first part? Am I right that the point of it is that the point is that you think that we're going to make an exception because these are difficult positions to hire for?
Correct. That's why we came to you at this time period, because the pandemic, I'm sorry, is still ongoing, and we need clinical space and support and staff in order to continue the response.
Jeff, I'm
in
sorry, I'm
terms
asking
of how that,
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, please.
I was going to say, in terms of how it interacts with the budget, we will be making recommendations not in the May budget, but in the June revised budget for additional staff, and we're working on that right now. So we'll have an explanation for that.
Got it. And do we have to take any special action as a board to hire people on a grant that are not permanent? You know what I mean? Do we have to, is there any, because
no,
okay.
We're recommending hiring them into classified positions. Well, they're not provisional positions. And
I understand, but we don't have to take an action recognizing that we're using one-time money for permanent positions to start off with.
No, you just need to be aware that once the grant is done, we face a challenge of continuing funding. Now, I think that challenge is going to be relatively small because there's ongoing pressure at many levels to continue expanding public health response, but it is some risk.
Right, and that makes sense, especially if other folks are also taking advantage of the grant, they'll all be in the same position. I think that's a really good point. So here's my other concern. My concern is that that a lot of the work that we've been doing now has been a balance between us doing work internally and then having partners that are helping externally. So so the amount of resources that we're holding for the external purposes is relatively small compared to the overall budget. And so that to me feels a little imbalanced, because it seems like the cost of engagement is going to be expensive in the future.
I think I understand the question. What this grant is for epidemiology resources and laboratory expansion and expertise, but there will continue to be the need to have groups like we currently have doing knocking on doors, and EMC or somebody else doing surveys, and community-based organizations providing service, and clinics providing service. All of those all of those will have to be funded out of different resources.
So you know what, Dr. Smith, I think here's why I pulled the item. There were three things that were confusing to me. One was that the report itself, item 41 and item 42, even though they track in terms of content relative to position, the language in the report has a different patina than the actual salary ordinance. So I guess what concerns me, and what's a little bit confusing, is there's like communication staff in here, and there's other kinds of staff that don't align with the epidemiological framework that you're sharing. So so I think what would make this more clear to me is one, perhaps off agenda, just to send the actual grant that we applied for and what we told people we're going to do, because this looks like it may be a subset of it. Maybe that would be more helpful to me. And second, if during the budget process prior to us voting on it, that we can just see an org chart that helps us understand the growth of the department relative to the different kinds of grants that are coming before us. That would probably clear things up for me quite a lot. Thank you.
Maybe a slight explanation for the difference in patina. The proposal for the grant application was for the total amount, 62.5 million. But before you today is really only this part of the fiscal year, so it's only 3.3 million. So as we chopped it into specific fiscal years, I can see where it sounded a little confusing in the two write-ups. So I apologize for that. This is only the particular action having to do with this particular fiscal year. The remainder comes in the next fiscal year. So,
but the salary ordinance, no problem, Dr. Smith, but the salary ordinance is related to the entire grant.
Yes.
And that's, yeah, I see what you're saying. So yeah, if I could see the whole grant and then the org chart would be helpful. Thank you. That answers my question.
Supervisor Chavez, that was on 41. Supervisor Simidian also pulled 41. With your questions answered, do you feel like making a motion before we turn to Supervisor Simidian for his questions?
And I'd rather wait, but what I was moving with, I mean, I was referring to both 41 and 42 at the same time, because to me, they're a package. It's hard to decouple them.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
Supervisor Simidian.
I have no further questions. Supervisor Chavez's questions got to my bottom line question, which is what happens after 2 years is up, which was the thing that drove me to pull the item. Thank you very much.
Great. I'll move approval of both 41 and 42 with a request that we get an org chart and the board off agenda receive the actual grant we applied for.
Thank you, Supervisor Simidian. How does that sound to you?
Sounds fine.
Something you want to second?
If it helps you, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to move second the item. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, we have a motion and a second. We have no public speakers on this item, nor did we on the prior one. Unless there's any discussion, I'll ask Peggy to call a vote. Peggy, please call a vote.
I can call the vote. We did just get a raised hand for this item. Did you want to take that?
Yes, please do for 1 minute.
The next speaker is Michael Honda. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you very much to the members of the Board of Supervisors. Thank you for this opportunity to chat on. I wanted to just direct myself to item 25. Number one, thank you for having that resolution up there and for study and for consideration. My quick question would be, in the entire program and the outcome, I didn't see anything that looked like it was a final outcome or a final product that was described. So I was a little confused. I think I saw plans, but the final outcome and its use, it was unclear to me. So I just wanted to present that, and I'll take my answers when you hit item 25. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Congressman. We're going to hit 25 with number 19 in just a moment.
Next speaker is Irvish. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute when you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Sure. Thank you very much. I wanted to mention about the quantitative analysis that has been done for the COVID-19. I think it is equally important to when any quantitative analysis being done, I think it is important to note down that the quantitative analysis only can be made on the basis of the percentage and the ratios to be done with the work that has been accomplished versus the work that is yet to be accomplished. Also, it is to note here that it would be important to note down that if there are any cause of a death that has happened due to the due to the vaccination that has been provided. So it is my request to the Board of Supervisors to include the COVID-19 vaccination date ratio as well, along with the research work that is being put up by the EMC. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That concludes our public speakers. So turning to the roll call vote.
Thank you, Peggy.
Supervisor Page?
Yes.
You are. Thank you. Supervisor Simitian.
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Vice President Ellenberg.
Yes.
President Wasserman.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So with that, 41 and 42 have passed. We now resume our march with item number 19, which we're also hearing number 25 with simultaneously. And 19 is approved referral from Supervisors Chavez and Ellenberg. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Apologize, colleagues. So I think that you're looking at item 19, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that's with Supervisor Lee. All right. So this item is a referral from myself and Supervisor Lee. It's to approve a referral to administration to report to the board on May 25th with options to sponsor the International Children's Assistance Network with a $3,000 grant to support their personal safety distribution event on June 19th. ICANN is working with other nonprofit partners to host this event in response to the rise in hate crimes against our AAPI communities. COVID protocols will be in place, and I'd like to see if I could make a motion, if Supervisor Lee would like to second and make any comments.
Thank you, Supervisor Chavez, and you're correct. When I was saying Chavez and Ellenberg, that's 20. We're on number 19 that we're hearing with 25. Supervisor Lee, we have a motion from Chavez. Would you like to second your referral?
Yes, absolutely. I'm honored to partner with Supervisor Chavez on this.
Thank you. And supervisors, we're taking, let's see, 25 is to receive a report. It does not require a report. So we have a motion and a second. Peggy, would you please allow each of our speakers waiting in the queue 1 minute each to address item, let's do 19 and 25 together if they wish.
Yes.
Our next speaker is Michael Chang. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Yes, my name is Michael Chang, Executive Director for AAPI. First of all, hats off to the county supervisors for your leadership in response to anti-Asian hate. Thank you for the opportunity to brief you on AAPI's new initiative in convening a Fight Asian Hate Coalition and collaborative opportunity with the County Board of Supervisors. In the aftermath of the Atlanta shootings, AAPI launched a FightAsianHate.org coalition with the simple goal of advocating and recording meaningful government actions to safeguard the AAPI community and educate about stereotyping and scapegoating. As you may know, AAPI convenes an official fellows network of over 100 current elected officials, mostly in Santa Clara County. The coalition is made up of community partners, and I hope that to engage the board in a collaboration to work on this and request the ability to submit.
Our next speaker is Qian Bong. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Queen Bong, Executive Director of ICANN. Thank you very, very much, Supervisor Chavez and Supervisor Lee, for your support for our June 19th event. This is very important to our Vietnamese community because people have been so frightened, so distraught by what's going on. You know, they just got about to get out of COVID with the, you know, the light at the end of the tunnel, and now they got shut back in because of all these hate crimes. We need this event to give them the mental support. And also, ICANN has been holding listening sessions with the community members And at the last one last week, they would like to have a forum with to speak to the police officer, law enforcement officers, to learn more about their rights and how they can protect themselves. So we are moving forward on that front. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rita Coley. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon. This is Sarita Kohli. I am the CEO of AAPI, and I am speaking in support of item 25. Since Supervisor Lee introduced this referral over a month ago, hate incidents against the Asian American community have continued to persist. The data from the Stop AAPI website indicates that there are at least 132 hate incidents reported in Santa Clara County since the website was launched in March, but we know that that is an understatement. AAPI has responded actively to this increase. We held a brave bystander training for youth in response to our youth clients expressing fear and concern around the violence and racism. We've continued to partner and educate our senior clients as well and support clients with mental health resources. So we're looking forward to more details coming in the work plan for anti-racism outreach and education and to shore up the work that the community organizations are doing.
Our next speaker is Michael Ponda. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Oh,
Hello.
Your mic is open.
thank you very much again. 2 points. First point is to follow up on Dr. Chang's request. I don't think he got to finish his sentence, but to in this process to engage the members of the community to partake in the effort to go through and analyze the policies that are going to be reviewed, and to engage the community in that effort so that we have some participation in there. Second point is if we're looking at developing, looking at programs and developing protocol, it appears to me that the county itself should be looking at its own policies and to go through those policies to see if there are any hidden kinds of languages that might end up being systemically discriminatory. And I saw that there was the sheriff's office.
Our next speaker is Irvish. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you very much. I wanted to let Board of Supervisors know about item number 19 to 25 is certainly about the ICANN's contribution for the Children's Network in the Milpitas. Certainly a cause towards a nonprofit organization to provide the sponsorship. Also wanted to mention about the lead Filipino community to support their inaugural Queer Leg-Based Summit for the June 19, 2021. Also, I wanted to mention about the item number 24, which is about the digitally security closed circuit television cameras and the activation for the Reentry Resource Center. It is important that, when any digital security inclusions are being made, the consideration for the digital divide and as well as the security camera provision and ordinances are to be considered when any implementation of such closed circuit television cameras are being installed to any resource center. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Rita Bellotti. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Ritu Balani, and I'm the president-elect of the Senior Advocacy Committee on the high school-led Sunnyvale Youth Public Policy Institute. As the board considers item number 25, I firmly believe that seniors, the most vulnerable population to anti-Asian attacks, are being overlooked. In my policy paper published to the agenda under public comment, I outlined 2 main problems, which is that for senior victims of hate crimes, after the crime, because police sometimes can lack communicative skills, it can be jarring for them to interact with them. Second, Asian Americans are the racial demographic that is least likely to report hate crimes, and within them, seniors are least likely to report hate crime incidents. With this in mind, I urge the board to consider beginning a 1-year pilot of a 24/7 hotline across Santa Clara County, which can be operated by social workers where senior victims can call to report hate crimes. You can read about the rest in the paper, and thank you for your consideration.
The next speaker is Kiana Rodriguez. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. My name is Kiana Rodriguez, and on behalf of the Council on American Islamic Relations, I'm here to express my continued support for the anti-racism community outreach and education campaign. Since Supervisor Lee introduced this referral over a month ago, hate incidents against the Asian American community continue to persist. Data from the Stop AAPI website indicates that there were 132 hate incidents reported in Santa Clara County since the website was launched in March of 2020. This number is likely very low and reflects severe underreporting, demonstrating the need for a robust anti-racism outreach and education campaign to encourage the reporting of these types of hate incidents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Charles E. Chang. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Charles and I'm speaking on behalf of Assembly Member Alex Lee on item number 25. I want to thank Supervisor Otto Lee for bringing this item forward as we continue to cope with the increasing number of hate crimes and incidents against the AAPI community. We're also proud to co-sponsor a bystander intervention training event this Saturday with Supervisor Lee's office. While we appreciate the administration's work on this plan, we hope that more resources can be allocated and deployed immediately to provide culturally and linguistically appropriate programming to address gaps in the work plan. We hope to see more support provided to our community-based organizations that have already been doing this type of work on the ground and serving our communities. Thank you.
Thanks, Charles.
The next speaker is Paul Fong. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Can you accept the unmute, Paul?
All right, thank you very much. I've been involved with fighting Asian American hate for the last 50 years. And I ran into a lot of great activists over the years. I can think of at least 20 of them, and they're still alive. And so we really need to take on this project that Otto Lee is proposing, because we need to document all the quiet minority has been very loud over the years. And Santa Clara County has been a great example of that. And so we need to document all this stuff. And I applaud Otto Lee for proposing this project because these activists are going to die soon, but hopefully we'll be able to capture their involvement in Santa Clara County. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Michelle Liu. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon. I'm Michelle Liu, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the American Leadership Forum's AAPI caucus. I also want to convey support for the proposed work plan for community outreach and education. We also hope that you'll add to the work plan by partnering with and funding AAPI-led community groups doing related work to stop AAPI hate, work like Assemblymember Paul Fong just described. The work plan proposed, as well as additional programming by CBOs, requires financial resources. Please put some teeth into these anti-Asian violence efforts by allocating dollars to support this important work. Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle.
And that concludes our public speakers.
Thank you, Peggy. Supervisors Chavez and Lee, we're hearing 19 and 25 together. 19 needs a motion to approve the referral. Am I correct that Supervisor Chavez made that motion? Thank you. And Supervisor Lee, you're seconding that motion?
That's correct.
Thank you. Any further comments, either of you, before we call for a roll call vote?
Yes. Have we heard from staff on 25 yet?
We're only voting on 19, right, Mike?
Okay, all right.
Yeah, 19 is the only vote. Sheriff Smith, you had your hand up to speak. Sheriff Smith, if you want to speak, you're muted. Nope. Okay, we don't have that there. Now, we were doing 19 and 25 together. 25 does not require a vote, but it was to receive a report. Oops, Sheriff Smith, you're back. Did you want to speak on 19 or 25?
Yes, I believe that the referral asked us to present on information, how we can increase for law enforcement presence and visibility. So I have Assistant Sheriff Doty, who's going to present on some of the outreach and our continuing efforts with the community.
Okay, and that's for number 25?
Yeah, can we just take the vote on 19?
We're going to do, oops, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Supervisor Chavez.
I just wanted to ask if we could take the vote on 19.
Yes, that's what I was just going to suggest. We do that, and we'll flip over to 25, and then we'll get back to 20. Peggy, would you please call the roll call vote on number 19 referral?
Supervisor Lee,
Aye.
Supervisor Semidion. Supervisor Semidion.
Good. This is important for.
Supervisor Semidion, your vote? We'll come back to him.
Yeah, we'll come back to him. Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Vice President Ellenberg.
Yes.
President Wasserman.
Yes.
And returning to Supervisor Semidion.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. And again, we were hearing 19 and 25 together. We've heard speakers on 25. Now we'll go to presentation on from the sheriff.
Thank you, Assistant Sheriff Doty.
Great. Thank you, Sheriff. Good afternoon, President Wasserman and members of the board. I appreciate the time today to respond to this item. The Santa Clara County Sheriff's Office stands behind our Asian American Pacific Islander community. And with the recent rise in hate crimes against Asian Americans across our nation, we want to ensure our local community members that we are here for you. The Sheriff's Office recognizes the importance of ensuring that our deputies have the most current and relevant training in the areas of cultural diversity and hate crime recognition and investigation. Now, this training starts in the police academy and is continually reinforced through in-service training efforts throughout the deputy's career. The Sheriff's Office has recently partnered with local community leaders to attend rallies in our communities to help highlight this issue and support collaborative efforts and quests to stop this violence towards Asian Americans. Our deputies attend neighborhood community meetings. They attend schools to give presentations, emphasis on the senior community, as well as giving training sessions to city council meetings. We've increased patrol in the areas where hate crime concerns have been made note, and this has helped reduce and deter this violence. Crimes against Asian Americans may be underreported. We want to encourage the public to contact law enforcement to report any crimes or suspicious activity in your neighborhoods. See something, say something. Public safety is and will continue to be our #1 priority. In closing, we are very fortunate to live in such a culturally rich and diverse community in Santa Clara County, with Asian Americans making up nearly 40% of the population. We strongly believe that diversity is one of our greatest strengths within the Sheriff's Office, as well as in the community that we proudly serve each day. So appreciate the time to highlight these important issues. The Sheriff's Office looks forward to hearing any further recommendations on how we can become a better partner and collaborate more in addressing this issue in Santa Clara County. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate the report. We've heard from the public. This is a non-action item. Supervisor Lee, did you have any comments you wanted to make?
I do, but I would certainly want to hear the staff's report on this. I'm definitely waiting for it. I heard a peek preview earlier at the Hate Crime Task Force along with Supervisor Chavez. So I'm looking forward to hear that from staff.
So President Wasserman and members of the board, this is Rosia Luna, Deputy County Exec. In response to this item, we do have several staff in the meeting today that can provide an overview, but I'd like to actually hand it over to Ms. Betty Young, who will be providing a brief overview of the heart of this report back, which is the Community Outreach and Education Plan. And of course, we have Ms. Bertima Padney, Director of the Office of Women's Policy, who is also available to answer questions related to the progress on the recommendations from the special hearings held in 2016 and 2017. And Ms. Danielle Christian, our legislative manager, can also answer any questions related to any pending legislation that gets to the heart of the issue that we're presenting today. So with that, I will just hand it over to Ms. Young to give us an overview. Thank you.
All righty, go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, President Wasserman and members of the Board of Supervisors. Betty Young with the Office of the County Executive and the Division of Equity and Social Justice. We're presenting on the county's outreach and education campaign today in response to anti-Asian sentiment, hate, and violence. We'll get straight into it. So staff will be providing a brief presentation of the current climate and the drivers of this long-standing issue and harm against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders to provide context for our county for our proposed response. Just real quickly, these are images from an anti-Asian hate rally on Sunday, April 25th. Over 1,000 people. Oh,
not up yet.
Oh dear. Okay, hang on just a second. Can you see it now?
Not yet. There you go.
There we go. Okay. Thank you, Cindy. Thank you, Mike. So these are images from an anti-Asian hate rally on Sunday, April 25th. Over 1,000, this was in downtown San Jose with over 1,000 people in attendance. The premier speakers were from our community's youth. Just wanted to start with that positive note. So there's currently no comprehensive tracking of AAPI specific hate incidents and crimes. StopAAPIHate.org is one of several self-reporting platforms for hate incidents, violence, and harassments against Asian American and Pacific Islander individuals. This site is one of the more prominent resources, and it should be noted that this site is available to receive reports from all communities and identities. Since March 10th, 2020, the site has received 3,795 reports. The majority of reports involve verbal harassment and name calling. Physical assault, which includes report of pushing, shoving, and slapping, account for the third most reported category of hate crimes or hate acts. So the emphasis on physical violence would not be an accurate reflection of the current climate because non-physical violence in the form of verbal harassment continues to escalate. This data set goes through February 9th of 2021. As of April 23rd, 2021, the number of self-submitted reports have doubled from this number. The organizers of this platform are still processing the new reports and will be sharing that soon. I also want to note that the category of being coughed at or being spat upon was a recent addition because so many reports included stories of being coughed on or spat on, that the organizers created a new reporting code for users to select. The next set of slides reflects Santa Clara County specific data extracted from StopAAPIHate.org. A huge thanks to Dr. Jung and the StopAAPIHate.org team for creating these slides for us and organizing the data by gender here, which affirms what we've seen across all target communities that women are twice as likely to be a victim of a hate crime or incident. This is a slide with data by age group, by location or place of incident, with the majority of self-reports occurring at businesses where a victim works or was patronizing. The suspected reason for discrimination or hate incidents. Ethnic distribution in Santa Clara County of reports coming from Santa Clara County. And here, again, even in Santa Clara County, verbal harassment covers the largest share of reports. These incidents are acts of cowardice targeting those who are seemingly vulnerable or elders, women, and gender expansive individuals. 132 incidents is 132 too many, and we have no doubt that this number is underreporting. Again, this data is only present or current through February 21st. There will be additional information data provided as soon as our partners at AAPIHate.org are able to process their data. So I want to pause and just wish everyone a happy API Heritage Month, because now we'll go into a little bit of heritage here. This hate is not new. It has existed for centuries. The racialization of Asian Americans create opposing stereotypes that are easily interchangeable to fit and fulfill racist, divisive, and xenophobic narratives. Historically, and even now, Asian Americans have been regarded as perpetual foreigners, as threats to national security and threats to health, as those who would take your jobs and bring disease. This illustration from the archives of the San Francisco Chronicle to the left there depict the specters of malaria, smallpox, and leprosy emanating from San Francisco's Chinatown. On the other end of the insider-outsider spectrum lives the model minority myth, which promotes a false premise that Asians as a minority group are successful and therefore systemic and structural racism does not exist. The myth frames the AAPI community as the opposition of progressive policies. Perpetual foreigner stereotyping is incredibly insidious and resurges in times of war. For example, with the Japanese-American internment during World War II and the scapegoating of South Asians during 9/11. It occurs and resurges during economic recession, such as the murder of Vincent Chan because his assailants thought he was Japanese during a time when the US car manufacturing industry was suffering, and in times of pandemic. In 1900, San Francisco experienced the bubonic plague. Health officials roped off Chinatowns and neighborhoods. Asian American residents and people of color living behind those ropes were not allowed to leave, leaving them to suffer the plague. The article to the right top of your screen there is a headline from last year observing that the historical treatment of Asian Americans during the bubonic plague are playing out again today during COVID. Here are some examples of some of that manifestation. So how will the county respond? By doing all the things. Staff proposes a communications and education framework supported by prevention, data and reporting, timely and time-limited response, recovery and healing. Even though these categories are numbered, they will not be implemented in consecutive order, but pursued concurrently. Please note that many of the proposed action items in the ledge file and listed here during this presentation are not specific to just Asian American Pacific Islander communities. Staff seeks to implement a plan that addresses hate crimes and incidents against all communities and creating opportunities for community-specific responses. We also seek the opportunity to partner and support the solidarity work that our communities have been advancing for so long, which includes cross-community education and understanding. To help guide our discussions and planning with community and staff, we turn to the Pyramid of Hate, a learning tool used to help dismantle and respond to hate violence and incidents. As you can see here, only the top 2 tiers involve physical violence. The tenet of this framing is that we are able to address bias, prejudice, and discrimination. We limit the support structure for violent and deadly acts. Without its base, the top 2 tiers are severely weakened or may not be able to exist at all. How this framework helps us is by contextualizing responses and activities to the tiers and guiding the planning. For example, the broadest tier of hate is bias attitudes. Activities that address this tier identifies stereotyping, lack of self-awareness, fear of differences as the harmful manifestations of bias attitudes that can be inoculated against with education, know your rights presentations, cross-community and cross-cultural engagement and learning opportunities. My favorite example of this type of response would be community walking tours led by our elders who have lived this history. For a county that is so rich in multicultural heritage and stories, this would be incredibly edifying. I want to share briefly the activities that members of the Division of Equity and Social Justice have taken, led, or participated in. Every week since March 16th, the date of the Atlanta murders that target Asian American women, we have had the privilege to support, co-sponsor, and or participate in actions, vigils, and discussions processing this collective impact and trauma. Our team also presented last Friday to the Hate Crimes Task Force. A supplemental memo was provided earlier to the board today that includes feedback from the members of the task force and the feasibility of a mini grant program per the task force request. I will conclude with this last slide before turning to questions and answers. These are a quick snapshot of some resources for bystander trainings by CARE and I Holla Back and the Stop AAPI Hate.org reporting platform. There is a menu of bystander trainings included for specific identities and such in forms such as online harassment, which afflicts youth so much more. I urge everyone to take part in at least one training or consider creating more opportunities or these opportunities for your own offices and peer groups. And with that, I will conclude staff's presentation. This slide features a young advocate at the April 25 anti-hate rally. So ending on that note, thank you.
Thank you,
and
Betty.
Happy API Heritage Month.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Always fun listening to you. Thank you. Supervisors, any comments on this report? Don't see any raised hands. Oops, I heard somebody. Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, President Wasserman. Thank you for entertaining this very important referral that I've been working on the last few months. And first of all, I want to thank Betty just now, along with Dr. Luna, Sheriff Smith, and all those involved staff for the hard work on this report and presentation. It's befitting that this report is coming back to us at the beginning of the Asian Pacific American Heritage Month in May. Supervisor Chavez and I had a sneak peek of what to expect during last week's Hate Crime Task Force meeting on Friday. The task force engaged in a very thoughtful discussion and reinforced the notion that while our response, as Betty has noted, to these hate incidents is a community-wide effort, we need to build in the flexibility to tailor responses to be culturally and linguistically appropriate for the specific communities. Besides the AAPI communities, this is really focused on an anti-racist campaign, and it's not just an AAPI community specific. Through my conversation with our stakeholders, many of them are already doing great work in response to the hate incidents, but unfortunately does not have the resources to support it. A few board meetings ago, we approved the funding for the Marantha Christian Church to provide the personal safety devices to the elderly, right? The loud devices. Today, we just voted on the sponsorship of ICANN for the personal safety distribution event in June as well. The AAPI, the Asian Pacific American Leadership Institute, has launched the FightAsianHate.org website with a resource toolkit for public officials on meaningful actions they can take to support the AAPI community, complete with templates and sample policy proposals. While CARE, the Council for American Islamic Relations, has also been providing bystander intervention trainings free of charge to the community, including a training on this Saturday. My office will be hosting in conjunction with Assembly Member Lee's office. I would like to request the administration to come back with a plan at the May 25th board meeting for a mini grant program to be administered by the Division of Equity and Social Justice. The organizations are already doing this great work, and we should support them. These are the types of things the mini grant program may be able to help support. Recently, I also met with a few very experienced long-term Asian American leaders and activists about this project to preserve the stories of our local Asian Americans and their contributions in Santa Clara County. As former Assembly Member Paul Fong has mentioned in his comments on this item, many of these activists are aging rapidly and won't be with us for much longer. Through their storytelling, they want to lift up the themes of identity, solidarity, activism, allyship, structural and institutional racism, microaggressions, and power building, all which are timely and relevant in this very moment. The group plans to interview and archive the stories of these activists and envision building a website as a helpful and free resources for K through 12 and college and university educators, community leadership programs, neighborhood groups, and other interested residents. This website would be a valuable resource for the recently approved ethnic studies course in all California high schools. The group plans to collaborate with the Division of Equity and Social Justice and Hate Crimes Task Force. I think this would be a terrific component to complement the work plan and further, so therefore I further direct the administration to report back to the board at the last meeting in June with some options to fund this project. Through the board president, I'd also to request two off-agenda items. Number one, a report that highlights our existing relationships with local news networks that primarily serve a specific ethnic group so that we can build and better leverage our paid public awareness campaign so that it reaches as wide of an audience as possible. And second is a report from the district attorney's office to learn about their current reporting structure around hate crimes and the plan for streamlining reporting hate crimes incidents from trusted parties like our social workers, nonprofit, community-based organizations, workers, CBOs, that work with those affected by hate crimes.
Is that your
Yep.
motion?
Yes.
That's your motion. Supervisor Chavez, your hand is up. You're seconding the motion?
I'll second it with some additional comments.
Thank you. Go right ahead.
Thank you. You know, one of the things that I really wanted to just acknowledge, or issues I wanted to acknowledge, was to thank Supervisor Lee for bringing this forward. And Betty, just to acknowledge what great work went into this report. One of the concerns that I have is that many years ago, now this is 2016, 2017, as acknowledged in this report, there was a request from the board for a whole number of issues to be addressed relative to hate crimes. And if you go, and I don't know what packet page it is because it wore off mine, but of 9 of 13 of the staff report, what you'll see is that many of the requests we made are really, there's a lot of areas that they just didn't get addressed, they didn't get completed. And what I'm wondering, and I want to ask Supervisor Lee for his concurrence with this, is that I'd like to ask the staff to more robustly respond to the items 1 through 8 that were in the original report. And the reason is that what Supervisor Lee has raised is we're responding to a period of time, a series of incidents that have happened that are terrible and devastating to the Asian American community. In 2016, 2017, we had this hearing because we had a lot of folks that were concerned when President Trump was elected about the impacts and implications to communities of color, the Muslim community, and the transgender community. We had a lot of folks that were really concerned about hate crimes and hate incidences being rooted in that, in his election. And then after the Gilroy Garlic Festival shooting, where the target was clearly people of color, and we had deaths in our, from our families, we reconvened yet again to say, here are some opportunities that we have, and that established the Hate Crimes Task Force. So what I want to better understand is, what can we do now that is not simply incident driven, but really integrated and embedded in the county's role and relationship with its community and communities of color, and especially related to hate crime. So I don't want to deviate from the core focus here, but it appears to me we've had a series of starts and not necessarily completion. I know there are lots of reasons for that, but I think the main one actually is how the effort is resourced and whether or not we have a leader for the effort. So this is a question through President Wasserman to Dr. Smith about how we live up to the injuries, frankly, of communities that have brought these injuries over any number of years, and really not make this something that we're bringing for each community, but that it's really a more robust, wholesome response.
Dr. Smith, if you could please respond to Supervisor Chavez, and then when Supervisor Chavez is done, we'll go to Supervisor Smitty. Dr. Smith. Supervisor Chavez, do you mind if we hear from Supervisor Smitty and wait for Dr. Smith to come online?
It will impact my follow-up questions, but no problem.
Okay, well, he's on.
Sorry,
he's on.
I'm on.
Go right
I was
ahead.
having trouble with my audio visual. Can you restate the question?
So, so what I was saying is, Dr. Smith, that we have revisited this topic as a board in 2016, when we had the election of President Trump, and we had a whole number of folks in our community that were afraid of being targeted, which actually ended up being true. And then after the Gilroy Garlic Festival shootings, we had another rallying of let's do, focus on a hotline and multicultural training and all those things that are actually listed in the staff report. Now we have new incidents that are targeting another specific part of the community. And there are a number of areas where we started but did not complete the work. In fact, I would argue in most of these areas, it's not complete, even in areas where it says it is. So what I'm wondering is, how do we what can be different about this time so that we're more robustly digging in and getting each of these bodies of work completed?
I would suggest that the best thing to do would be to have regular report backs to one of the policy subcommittees. That way we'll keep on track and the board will be able to make suggestions about the process and success or lack thereof.
So if Supervisor Lee, if you're comfortable with that, I would add that to part of the motion. But in addition, I would ask that page 9 of 13 also be reported out at when the report back comes, because just really to get an actual status report with a little more detail, and it wouldn't have to be much more. And then in terms of committees, you know, the original hearings were out of Children's Family Seniors Committee, but they don't have to be there. And I know Supervisor Lee, let me just make one acknowledgement that Supervisor Lee and I are both serving on the Hate Crimes Task Force together. So it may make more sense to have it go to FGOC so we don't have a, you know, Brown Act, you can hear this and you can't hear that confusion. But that would be my request if Supervisor Lee is comfortable with that.
Motion maker Lee, are you comfortable with that?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Supervisor Chavez, did you have more, or I'll turn
No,
to
thank
Supervisor
you.
Simitian? Thank you. Supervisor Simitian?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and colleagues. Thank you again to colleagues who put the motion forth. As I mentioned when we have discussed these issues previously, I feel like this is a challenge where really sort of it's an all of the above in terms of how do we respond. And I'm going to ask the maker and the seconder to, if they're willing to incorporate a motion that directs staff to work with our 5 individual offices on individual office efforts that address these issues as they arise. And I see Supervisor Lee nodding his head. Thank you for that. And I know he knows why I'm asking, which I'll share in just a minute. But let me just see if that's a simple direction that I just wanted to ask if we could get that clarity in the motion.
Thank you. Supervisor Lee?
Yes, I agree. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the reason I ask, Mr. Chairman, and because I've been in conversation with Supervisor Lee, I think, as I said, there are so many different pieces to this challenge. And what I appreciated about the original referral from Supervisor Lee was that he wanted to make sure that we actually did something, that there were tangible responses. And so I say thank you again for that. I also think that while there is, clearly the need for immediate and urgent action around specific behaviors and certainly criminal activities, a piece of this is frankly about fostering some greater measure of understanding between and among the community. And to Supervisor Chavez's point, I was troubled 4+ years ago now when then President Trump made the comments he made about the Muslim community. And, one piece of the response to that from my standpoint was to sponsor a series of panel discussions called Understanding Islam, to try and foster some of that understanding that I think is important. And I was really quite overwhelmed, gratified by the community response. I thought we'd have 50 to 75 people sitting in a community room at a library. And that first year we had 700 folks sign up for the first of the panels and subsequent panels. And we had to scramble to find space. And it was so encouraging to know that the desire to understand a diverse community was out there. If only we could respond to that with in a thoughtful way, which I hope we did. The following year, we did the same series of panels right next door in Mountain View after having done Palo Alto the first year. And again, 500 folks a night in a public setting. The following year, went to a smaller community, Saratoga, but again, the response was very good. All of which is by way of prefacing the fact that because this is Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month, which our county has taken note of a few weeks back on a motion from Supervisor Lee and myself, my office in cooperation with AAPI, Asian Americans for Community Involvement, will be sponsoring this month a series of 3 panels. They'll be virtual given our COVID situation, called Understanding the Asian American and Pacific Islander Experience. And it's just one of the many things I think we need to do to foster that greater understanding. The demographics of this county have changed over the past many years and decades. And understanding who our friends and our neighbors and our colleagues and our classmates are is, I think, an essential part of getting to a better place. So I appreciate the willingness of the motion maker. Is there a second? I think there is.
Yes. Yeah, Supervisor Chavez.
I appreciate what I think is the agreement of the maker and the seconder to incorporate just a small reference to working with individual offices, because I'm sure each one of us is going to be doing what we can from our district by district perspectives and reaching across the artificial boundaries that are our district lines, and looking forward to working with the entire county organization to foster that sense of understanding. So thank you again.
Thank you. It looks like we're ready to move forward on this one, if that's all right with the motion maker and the seconder. Yes, it is. Thank you. Seeing no other hands raised. Peggy, will you please, although this was a received report, we do have some action items requested. There was the comments made regarding the TV stations, the district attorney, and Supervisor Chavez request as well, and the comments from Supervisor Simidian. So let's have a roll call vote, please, to accept all of those things. Peggy.
Supervisor Lee.
Aye.
Supervisor Simidian.
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Vice President Ellenberg.
Yes.
And President Wasserman.
Yes. Thank you very much. We had heard that.
The motion was pretty long, since it's all incorporated in my speech and also those added by Supervisor Chavez and Supervisor Simidian. I just want to make sure we don't need to repeat those again, right?
Correct. Yeah, I just summarized them, and yes, they were all captured.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. That was 25. We go back to where we were, which was 20. And it was asked by Supervisor Lee that we hold 20 and 21, excuse me, here, 20 and 21 together. So let's start 20 and, we have 3 different, that's why, okay. So item number 20 was brought forth by Chavez and Ellenberg, 21 brought forth by Lee. They're obviously very similar. Supervisor Chavez, how would you like to handle this?
If we could, I asked my staff to reach out to the organization to see if we were intended to do 1,500, or if they, and their sponsorship levels are 1,500 and 250.
Okay.
So what I'm going to recommend is that we move forward with each item separately, if that's okay, because it sounds
so
like
we have Supervisor Ellenberg, is that okay with you as well?
Of course.
Okay, so we have the referral from Supervisors Chavez and Ellenberg. We have a similar referral from Supervisor Lee. Do any of you wish to speak on these items? And if so, just raise your hand.
I'll move approval.
Second.
You're moving approval of both items, Supervisor, or just 20 and 20 at this time?
Just 20, and that way, yeah,
Super.
just 20, and then, yeah.
You got it. And Supervisor Ellenberg, I heard a second from you.
A second for 20.
Thank you. We don't have any speakers. Any further discussion on 20? Hearing none. Peggy, will you please call the question? Will you please take a roll call vote?
Supervisor Lee.
I called the question. I'm the president. All right.
Yes.
Supervisor Smidian.
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Vice President Ellenberg.
Yes.
And President Wasserman.
Yes, as well. Thank you very much. We now move on to Supervisor Lee regarding item 21. Supervisor Lee, do you wish to make a motion?
Yes, I should do. So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Chavez. Again, no speakers registered. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I just want a brief amount of comments, please. First of all, I'm very proud to support the sponsorship of Lead Filipino. And I'm very honored to say that we clearly have no Brown Act violations. Supervisor Chavez and I this independently as us. And that's why we came up, and I think it'll be great that with a separate donation, they will be able to get a total of 1,000 from our county in that sense, right? So I think that's great. As we all know, Filipinos comprise about 5% of the county's population. Our District 3 is home to many of over 90,000 Filipinos who live in Santa Clara County. Lead Filipino has been at the forefront of increasing the civic and public leadership of Filipino Americans locally through its programmatic areas of education, leadership, and cultural development and civic engagement. In addition to the inaugural Queer Lock-By before the board today, Lead Filipino also hosts an annual Fly Pinays Leadership Summit in March to celebrate Filipino sisterhood and mentorship and an awareness in action program, a free 10-week summer program that focuses on Filipino American and Asian American studies and civic participation. The Queer Lock-By Summit seeks to amplify the leadership and narratives of queer, bisexual, and trans voices in the Filipino American and larger Asian American communities. This summit will specifically be catered to LGBTQ plus Filipino XSOs and Santa Clara County-based LGBTQ plus IA plus leaders and advocates will be featured, including our own Sarah Fernando with the Office of LGBTQ Affairs. So I urge all of my colleagues to support this very worthwhile endeavor, and honored to say that I have probably the first Filipino American Chief of Staff working in my office as well. Thank you very much.
There you go. I think your odds are good. So we have a motion by Supervisor Lee, a second by Supervisor Chavez. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Peggy, please take the vote.
Supervisor Lee.
Yes.
Supervisor Smidian.
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Vice President Ellenberg.
Yes.
And President Wasserman.
Yes, thank you very much. Dr. Smith, we're now moving on to item number 22, and that is a report from the county executive.
President Wasserman, I was intending to talk a little bit about the budget, but I think we already went through it, so I'll defer to County Council.
Thank you very much. We now move on to 23, Mr. Williams.
There were no reportable actions at the closed session meeting of May 3rd, 2021. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much. We now move on to item number 24, considering recommendations relating to the acquisition of additional 2 high-definition digital security cameras. I see we've got Javier Aguirre here, and I can turn to Supervisor Smidian, I think, to start this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've reviewed the item carefully and I am prepared to move approval of the recommended action.
Thank you for a well-prepared item, Javier. We have a motion to approve. Supervisor Ellenberg.
I'm happy to second it. I don't have any concerns regarding the acquisition of the security cameras for the reentry center, but it did flag for me a question regarding the overall amount of funds spent by the county on a number of surveillance technologies. So if it is all right with the maker, I'd like to direct administration to provide a report back to the board on how much money from the general fund has been spent on surveillance technologies in each of the last 5 fiscal years, including but not limited to stingrays, drones, shot spotter, facial recognition, license plates readers, and any other technology that's used for surveillance.
I'm sorry,
Is that all right with you, Supervisor?
Vice President, you want that information back on all those things when? Supervisor, Vice
What
President?
is the, if I don't specify a date, is there not a standard amount of time?
Normal for referrals is 6 weeks. This isn't really a referral. What is your wish? And then we'll hear from Dr. Smith or whomever else necessary for that.
I'm happy to have this either as an off-agenda report or a report back to the board, and I will look to Dr. Smith to see what is reasonable. I don't need it urgently, but it's something that I am very interested in, so I don't want months to go by.
Gotcha. I'm certainly in favor of off-agenda. Dr. Smith?
We can do an off-agenda report. It'll probably take us about 6 weeks.
That's
Okay.
fine. That's fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Smitty, is that all right with you as the motion maker?
Happy to incorporate that and appreciate the second.
Thank you. We have the motion and we have a second. We have no public speakers on this item. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Peggy, please take the vote.
Supervisor Lee,
Aye.
Supervisor Smidian,
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez,
Yes.
Vice President Ellenberg,
yes,
and President Wasserman.
Yes. Thank you. We heard item number 25 earlier when we heard 19. So we now move to item 26. 26
Good afternoon.
Is received report from the Office of the District Attorney. And it looks like we have Mr. James Given Shapiro here. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. James.
Good afternoon, good evening. You've had a long day. Thanks so much for hearing from me.
Excuse me,
in
James,
2020.
James, I need to cut you off 1 second. Supervisor Chavez, you have your hand raised?
Yeah, I was just gonna ask questions and make a vote. So
On the previous issue?
no, on this topic.
I'm happy to defer to questions and not say anything more. I'm ready to answer any questions.
Thank you. Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. And I wanted to really thank James. You've been a utility player, right, Mike?
Yes, that's good.
So, first of all, I really want a very sincere thank you for the report and the update. And I have several requests that I would like to make on the elements in the proposed proposed in the ledge file by the Office of the District Attorney. I have two specific requests. One, I would like to report to be agendized as part of next week's budget workshops relating to the need for $750,000 budget allocation to fund the forensic medical exams and victim advocate accompaniment for the strangulation medical forensics exams. And I would like this report to include the information relating to how many victims does staff anticipate to serve in 2021, and how much money is needed by participating CBOs and how much would go to VMC for the actual forensic exams. Two, I would like to request a report in 6 months to the board relating to the strangulation training for law enforcement agencies. And that training is really relative to protocols and understanding the implications of strangulation during attacks. There are several requests that I would like to include that were included in my March 23rd referral pertaining to the needs of the health and hospital system enhancing countywide strangulation response and prevention that were not included in the ledge file. As part of the March 23rd referral, I asked for evaluation of the need for strangulation assessment in child abuse cases, improvement of dispatcher trainings and protocols, and improvement in EMS trainings and protocols. I also requested information relating to the establishment of the health and hospital system leadership and infrastructure to ensure a successful expansion and adequate support in cases of gender-based violence. It's my understanding that, Dr. Smith, that you've already developed the leadership and staffing model. And so I'd just like to request that a report be agendized as part of next week's budget, and maybe it's already included, to highlight that information. And lastly, I would like to request a report to the Children and Seniors Family Committee in August relating to the expansion of the strangulation response to include county communications, EMS, pediatric child abuse exams at the Child Advocacy Center. And that way we can better understand the gaps that currently exist. And I'm happy to hand over my notes if I get a second to the clerk.
James, that was a heck of a report. So
Can I jump in for a second?
yes, please.
The issues that you're asking for, Supervisor Chavez, I've already spoken to the district attorney and you about, and they will be in the revised recommended budget. They're not in this current version of the recommended budget because they came to us too late. So the intent is to have it in the revision in June.
Thank you. That's very helpful. So
I just have one additional note for you, Supervisor Chavez, which I hope is good news, which is that the Strangulation Training Institute is coming to Santa Clara County virtually to do a training for EMS staff just next month. So I'm really excited about that. And that's moving forward on exactly what you're talking about.
Perfect.
Awesome.
That's great.
Supervisor
So that would
Smitty.
be my motion.
Thank you, Supervisor Chavez. We have a motion on the floor looking for a second.
I'm seconding, and I have a question, if I may, at this time.
Please.
And the question, Mr. Gibbon Shapiro, is can you help me understand a little bit better the expectation and timeline about making sure that the services are available countywide as a component of other related services that we're trying to make sure are available countywide?
Yeah, this is a huge issue because we do not want to be driving victims or having victims drive themselves from Gilroy to San Jose or from Palo Alto to San Jose. One of the key components of the recommendations is that we increase the capacity, have more training, have more trained forensic nurses to be able to do this at county facilities throughout the county and non-county facilities. And really that issue, Supervisor Simidian, is about training because this is specialized training both for the forensic exam and for the follow-up care. But it's very doable. And I'm hoping that when we're back at some point later, I can give you some good news about how that training has gone and how we've been able to roll it out in other places other than the main VMC campus in San Jose.
That'd be great.
Any ability today, if I may, through the chair, to give us at least some timeline? I'm looking at the staff report, packet page 163, and it's page 2 of the 3-page referral from Mr. Rosen. And it says, and I'm pleased to see it, a budget allocation of approximately $750,000 for fiscal year 21-22 is needed to fund forensic medical exams and victim advocate accompaniment for those exams. Next bullet, training is needed for law enforcement staff in the Sheriff's Office, San Jose Police Department, and other agencies involved in the strangulation pilot about the examinations and talking with victims about them. And the third bullet is plans should be further developed for expanding medical forensic examinations. So I'm pleased to see all of that. It certainly suggests the desire and expectation to move forward, but I'm anxious to make sure that we lay down some kind of a marker about when we will be county-wide. I know you know the work we did with folks at VMC to make sure that the safe services were provided, not just at VMC, but in other venues, North and South County.
Yeah, as Supervisor Simidian, we're really piggybacking on those efforts about the sexual assault examinations. And the goal is to have those same nurses who are able to do those exams trained to also be able to do the strangulation exams. And that's important because there's so many of these cases that are actually crossover cases. They're both a sexual assault and an intimate partner violence strangulation or a stranger strangulation and a sexual assault. So having those same people have that training is what we're going to do. And I think piggybacking on that success is how we're going to be able to roll it out as soon as possible. The leader in our county for this program, both for the safe exams and for the strangulation on the medical side, is Kim Walker, who's a superstar at Valley Medical Center. And I know she's been talking with hospital administration about making sure we get more people trained across the county and doing these exams and follow-up care.
Could we, if the maker is amenable, get a report back sometime in the next couple of weeks with an expected timeline on when these services will in fact be available in other parts of the county?
Yes, of course. And what I would like to just remind the staff is that that probably the way to demonstrate this when this comes back to the board as part of budget would be to use the safe, to explain the safe structure one more time and how the strangulation program will lay on top of that. Because I think, James, you in the hospital understand it like the back of your hand, but I think we want to be able to explain it to the public very clearly.
Perfect. Absolutely.
So,
thank you, Mr. Shapiro. Thank you, Supervisor Chavez. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So again, it was a received report, but we do have direction. It was a motion made by Chavez, second by Simidian. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. We have one speaker. Peggy, if you could let the speaker on, please.
Our next speaker is Cynthia Longs. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, that was an accident.
No worries. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
All righty. So we have a motion and a second. Peggy, please take the vote.
Supervisor Lee.
Aye.
Supervisor Simidian.
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Vice President Ellenberg.
Yes.
And President Wasserman.
Aye. Thank you very much. Members, we have items 27 and 31 that was pulled by Supervisor Chavez, 61 pulled by administration. We now turn to 27, consider recommendations relating to the funding, acquisition, and use of military equipment by law enforcement agencies. My binder says we have Mr. Preminger and Mr. Clark. And I'm looking on my screen.
Yes, sir.
Supervisor Wasserman, sorry to interrupt. I pulled item 51 from consent, 5-1.
Ah, okay. 51's added on there too. All righty, go ahead, please. Mr. Preminger, was that your voice? I don't see your face.
No, sir, this is Mr. Clark. Good evening, board members. Happy early evening here. Mr. Preminger, I think, is being a disaster worker, so that's awesome. And with me today, though, is Danielle Christian to represent Strategic and Intergovernmental Affairs. Great. We're here to provide an update on the procurement and process for armaments and to present information on Assembly Bill 481. We have also updated our inventory list. We updated it today in collaboration with the Sheriff's Department. If you'd like us to share that, we can, or we can share it at the upcoming HHC meeting, or both. Our emphasis over the last 2 weeks from the last board meeting was getting the ledge file together and information on the analysis of 481, which again, Danielle will speak to. Some positives with respect to updates. We have invited the Public Defender Office to participate in our meetings. They already attended the meeting. That was great. We also invited Oakland to participate in our meetings, and they too participated in the last meeting. And they will, both of these groups who were added will continue to be invited to all future meetings. Another update is we have a vehicle inventory that we're putting together.
Somebody might want to turn their microphone off.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you. Go right ahead, Gene.
Thank you, sir. We have a vehicle inventory update we're putting together now. That's targeted for May 14. We'd be happy to put that before you again at the HHC meeting if you'd like, which is scheduled for May 19. And then on May 19, suggesting that we provide some suggestions to you on things like workflow, reporting periods, but clearly getting your direction, board. on initially at the HHC meeting on some of our ideas there to shore things up with respect to policy. So if the board would like, I can answer any of these questions right now, or I can allow Danielle to proceed with her update on AB 481.
Thank you. Danielle, why don't you give us your update, and then we'll turn to supervisors for questions. And we don't have anybody.
Thank you, President. Excuse me, I interrupted you. Thank you, President Wasserman. This is Danielle Christian, Legislative Manager. I'm going to provide just some very big key high points on AB 481. And I believe we still have the Sheriff's Office online who could also speak to the portion of the ledge file that it provided. Assembly Bill 481 by Assembly Member 2 provides a public process for the acquisition of military equipment used by law enforcement agencies and will provide clear state law authority for that process. The bill establishes requirements that local law enforcement agencies must meet related to the acquisition and use of military equipment. Specifically, it requires that all law enforcement agencies receive approval from their local governing body before acquiring military equipment or seeking funds for equipment purchases, requires a local governing body approval of a military equipment impact statement, which must describe each piece of military equipment, its intended use, and its potential fiscal and public impacts. It also requires local governing body approval of a military equipment use policy, which addresses the specific purpose of each piece of equipment is intended to achieve, and the training required for operating the equipment. Lastly, it requires law enforcement agencies to annually report information about military acquisition to the appropriate local governing body. The bill defines military equipment as equipment that is militaristic in nature and lists such items. Attachment A to your ledge file provides the list of these items that's from the bill language. Related to the approval by a governing body, it requires approval from the governing board, your board, by an ordinance adopting a military equipment impact statement and a military equipment use policy at a regular meeting of the governing body held pursuant to open meeting laws before acquiring military equipment either permanently or temporarily, including by borrowing or leasing. The bill states that the governing body shall only approve a request to fund, acquire, or use military equipment if it determines all of the following: that the equipment is necessary because there are no available alternatives, the proposed military impact statement and military use policy will safeguard the public's welfare, safety, civil rights, and civil liberties. The use of military equipment will not create or reinforce an existing disparate impact or disproportionately impact any community or group. If purchasing the equipment, the use of military equipment is the most cost-effective option among all available alternatives, and prior military use complied with the accompanying military use policy. I would like to point out that AB 481 does not only apply to future purchases, but it does apply to currently possessed military equipment. Requires that no later than May 1st of 2022 to commence a governing body approval process in accordance with provisions of the bill to continue the use of any military equipment that was acquired prior to that date. If the governing body does not approve the continued use of military equipment, including by adoption of an impact statement and use policy within 180 days of submission of the proposed impact statement and use policy, the law enforcement agency must cease its use of the military equipment until it receives the approval of the governing body. I'm going to stop there. The ledge file provides a lot more detail about what is required to be inside the military impact statement and the military equipment use policy, as well as the annual report. I would like to just highlight quickly the status of the bill. It's currently in the Assembly and it was approved by the Public Safety Committee last week. It is now in the Assembly Appropriations Committee. This committee will need to approve the bill and report it to the Assembly floor by May 21st. The Assembly will have until June 4th to pass the bill and send it to the Senate. It would be subject to various deadlines within the Senate, but September 10th is the last day for the legislature to send the bill to the governor for his review and action. So there is the luxury of a little bit of time ahead of us. Your report also points out some pros and cons related to AB 481. And I'm going to stop there and ask if the sheriff would like to provide any comments on her perspective on the bill, or if I can answer any questions.
Thank you. Danielle. We've got a speaker. We'll get to the sheriff first, though. Sheriff Smith. There you go. You're on mute.
Okay, we're having a little bit of problems with our system, so thank you. I have some people here who can answer questions, Sergeant Somerville and Captain Oberdorfer. But my first reading of AB 81, it really talked about the distribution of federal surplus property, also known as the 1033 program. And the surplus property that they have is property that might otherwise be destroyed. 92% of the equipment or the property that they supply to law enforcement agencies is general property, first aid supplies, hand tools, tents, beds, office equipment. In fact, during COVID, they provided a lot of tents and beds to law enforcement agencies during COVID. And just for information, there's no cost at all for this equipment. The 1033 program, the federal law requires that the local governing body oversight. So it's something that has to be approved already by the Board of Supervisors. And so the law enforcement agency has to provide Board of Supervisor authorization and information on the use of the equipment. There's also a lot of oversight over the equipment. The state does annual inventories, program compliance, and state level compliance reviews. Some of those compliance reviews are on-site visits. We have in the past utilized the 1033 program. We currently have 3 items, one of which is nets and tarps for weather protection. Another is sight optics, and that's being returned to the 1033 program, and a utility truck that is only used at the range for hauling. And that's what we have and what we've been able to get from the government. If the legislation was limited only to surplus military equipment under the 1033 program, I would certainly be in favor of it, but it appears that the legislation has gone a lot further than that. And I would actually oppose it in its current form. And the reason is, and a similar legislation was passed or was proposed in 2018, and it didn't even go as far as this legislation. It was in 2018, Governor Brown vetoed it, and his message was, the current list not only includes items that are clearly militaristic in style, but many that are commonly used by law enforcement and do not merit additional barriers to their acquisition. That was his message then. Much of the equipment that we have, not through this program, but much of the equipment we have is defensive in nature, like ballistic panels in vehicles, our patrol cars. And I'm sure that the board understands the need for ballistic protection. I really think there should not be any obstacles. I subscribe to what Governor Brown said in his last veto message, but I think it's important that law enforcement have the very best equipment to ensure the safety for our employees so that they can respond to the next call for emergency services or for emergency situations. We need to protect our staff, and I'm firmly in favor of that. So in its current form, I would oppose it. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have one public speaker. Let's turn to our public speaker. Peggy?
Our next speaker is Irvish.
Peggy, I can barely hear you.
Our next speaker is Irvish. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to let Board of Supervisors know about the AB 481 and as well as the AB 311. AB 481 is a newer bill introduced by the David Cho in the Assembly in the January 2021. However, the AB 311 4.11 that has been introduced in 2018, which did cover most of the military equipment funding and the acquisition that is required to be used by the as a part of a local program jurisdiction, as well as the county program jurisdiction and state program jurisdiction. As it is mentioned recently, the state of Maryland that did authorize as a part of the National Defense Authorization Act, with a 1033 program under the preview of Defense Logistics Agency allows a federal, state, and local law enforcement agency to receive the surplus military equipment that has been acquired by the U.S. military, and as well as the applicability of all the laws with respect to the same, as well as the Senate bill.
And that concludes our public speakers.
Thank you, Peggy. Supervisor Ellenberg, your hand was up first, then Supervisor Lee.
Actually, it was the reverse. Supervisor Lee's hand went up first.
Okay, then we're going to go Supervisor Lee first.
Yeah, thank you, President Wasserman. I would like to just go and make a motion to from the county to support the support position, a yes position on AB 481, and I would make comments after we got the second, and if I could get a second.
Danielle and Jean, I know the actions here are to receive the reports and to receive the reports. I've got a question regarding the motion made by Supervisor Lee at this point. Is that something you're asking for? Obviously, it's something we can do.
Supervisor Wasserman, this is Danielle. I'm so sorry.
Go ahead, Danielle.
The administration is not making a recommendation on a position for the bill. I think the sheriff has spoken to her concerns, and it would set forth a process that could be lengthy and could involve a lot of administrative tasks. But it does sunshine and provide some public opportunity to understand and learn about what's being done.
Thank you. That was my understanding as well. Supervisor Lee, do you want to hear from James? Do you want, how else can we help you on this as far as what you'd like to do, what motion you'd like to make?
Thank you. I want to confirm I have a second on my motion.
Can you confirm, Supervisor Lee, I'm open to seconding it. My understanding, though, was that your motion was to ask the Board of Supervisors to adopt a support position. Is that correct? Is that your motion?
That's my motion, correct? Yes.
Then I'm glad to second that.
Thank you.
And I do have additional comments, but Supervisor Wasserman, do you need clarity on the motion first?
No, we have the motion from Supervisor Lee. I'll be happy to go back probably to James as far as what the process is from here. But Supervisor Ellenberg, you made the second.
Yes, and I want to just add a general comment and a request back for some more information. I am increasingly concerned with the militarization of local law enforcement. And the concern isn't just about the type of equipment that's procured, though I will say that much of it does seem to be disproportionate to the goal of maintaining public safety. It's more than that. It's the culture and the mindset and the tactics that are adopted that can be adopted in their use that's additionally troubling. And with the advent of the DoD 1033 program that, as Sheriff Smith explained, that allows the Department of Defense to essentially unload excess equipment by transferring it to local law enforcement agencies at no cost to the locals other than shipping. Local agencies have really been granted significant access to military equipment, which has not been proven to be necessary or even proven that it's not detrimental to public safety. And in my view, good policy is not made by attempts to reduce overstock. And while the board currently has limited control over restricting the types of equipment local law enforcement agencies can acquire, I would be interested in exploring options for adopting policies that would allow for greater oversight. And I'd be interested to see where the conversations go in the HHC committee. I want to ensure that county general fund dollars are not spent on the acquisition of military type equipment. So if Supervisor Lee is agreeable, I would like to add direction to the motion for administration to provide the board with an off-agenda report within 8 weeks, detailing whether the county has spent in the past 10 years or currently has allocated general fund dollars for the procurement of military type equipment, including but not limited to armored vehicles, artillery, and body armor. Does that work for you, Supervisor Lee?
Yes, I'm agreeable.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm going to turn to Supervisor Simitian. Then I may go back to Danielle to get more clarification. I know what this was all about was presenting what was going on with AB 481, not looking for a motion to support or not. And then there's a process, if the board does this, that we'll need Danielle to explain. Supervisor Simitian.
Yes, I just wanted to indicate that I'll be supporting the motion. I will be an aye vote on the motion from Supervisor Lee and Supervisor Ellenberg. I also wanted to clarify, lest there be any misunderstanding, that AB 481 does not obstruct or preclude or prohibit. Rather, it simply requires that there be the kind of oversight, transparency, and prior approval before these various munitions are acquired. And I just think it would be inaccurate to suggest otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Smith.
I wanted to be sure I understood Supervisor Ellenberg's addition to the motion. What I heard was the question about whether or not general fund had been used in the past. And I'm presuming what you meant was a list of what's been purchased in the past.
Yes, with general fund dollars as opposed to things that come through state or federal funds, and just that would qualify as military type equipment.
Okay, just wanted to be sure I understood.
Thank you very much.
All righty. Any further? Supervisor Chavez, your hand is raised.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to affirm what Supervisor Simitian just said, that the way I understand this, the bill is that it would give, this would transfer, frankly, power that the sheriff has now to the Board of Supervisors relative to the acquisition of equipment. Is that accurate?
Danielle?
My interpretation of the bill is that it puts forth a public process, and it does require law enforcement agencies to obtain approval from its local governing body. I don't know what purchasing authority the sheriff has, other than the county's policies and the board's rules. Jean would be better to speak to that than I would. So I don't know that it's a transfer of responsibility as much as it's, as Supervisor Simitian said, it provides some oversight, more transparency, and requires approval by the policymakers, the elected policymakers, before the equipment is purchased or borrowed or leased.
Mr. Clark.
Yeah, I can offer some thoughts on that as well. Thank you, Danielle. She's correct. The sheriff procures under what would be considered the procurement policies that are in place, similar to other departments. There's not necessarily a special thing in place for policy. So its signature authority limits, it's going through the approval process that's put in place currently, so that there's no other special thing in place for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Simitian.
Supervisor Wasserman, I'm sorry, I didn't understand that. And maybe because I'm reading the staff report, so I'm getting two conflicting things. So
sure, let's go back to Mr. Clark then.
So the
Supervisor
board,
Simitian, we'll be with you in just a minute.
Thanks, Mike. So the board would essentially vote up or down on equipment that was considered militaristic.
Gene.
Let me try to jump in.
Dr. Smith?
Currently, individual department heads only have the authority to purchase what the board has approved within the board's allocation and according to policies and procedures that are adopted. And all department heads have that authority. So it's not a special authority from the sheriff to buy weapons, whatever type they are. This bill would put another step in the process requiring the board to approve the purchase of military style weapons, which would essentially be a new policy or procedure. Since it's a law, it would be a new law that required approval of the governing body.
Which then conversely means we could in fact vote no on any of these purchases based on this new law.
Let me jump in here. So I think the best way to explain it is this legislative proposal puts in place a process that has nothing to do with the procurement process. In other words, how you go about entering into a contract to buy a product and negotiate the cost and so forth. It puts in place a process that requires Board of Supervisors approval for the purchase of this equipment through basically something that looks very similar. And I think the best analogy is our surveillance technology ordinance. So it requires, just like we currently have for surveillance technology, it would require approval from the board first, and it would require specifically that there be an impact statement, a use policy, and annual reporting. And those will all be familiar concepts to the board because those are very similar to the requirement that the board has for surveillance technology.
Thank you.
Supervisor Simitian, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chair and colleagues. I can't say to a certainty, but I think, in fact, this piece of legislation is derivative of our work here on the surveillance policy. And I suspect that is the case because, as you will recall, our surveillance policy was reported, at least, to be the first such effort of its kind at the local level in the country. Our ordinance was then the basis for subsequent adoption of a similar ordinance by the city and county of San Francisco. Assemblymember Chu, of course, comes from San Francisco, and the language here looks very familiar, as Mr. Williams has suggested. So I think it's wholly appropriate to sort of think of this as a sort of a parallel process. I do think I want to check in with Dr. Smith. Dr. Smith, my recollection is that when I asked at a prior meeting whether or not we actually budget for particular kinds of munitions or weaponry, the answer was no, that was not a line item where we had exercised review and approval, that essentially those decisions were made by the Sheriff's Department unilaterally under our current system, using funds which were allocated for other purposes but unexpended. Did I remember that correctly, sir?
Right. What I was trying to explain last time was that the budgeting process currently allocates a certain amount of money in each department to object to, and then the department has discretion under the policies and procedures and delegations to spend that on the needs that they have. And what this bill would do is put another step of approval in the process so that, as you know, James explained, for this particular class of product, you'd have to get a special approval.
Yeah, and I would just say to my colleagues that this is the budget responsibility that we have. And I think that's implicit in the motion from Supervisor Lee and the second in comments by Supervisor Ellenberg. That particular piece of the proposed legislation simply indicates that there would be a more explicit and informed judgment about what it was we were budgeting funds for at any given time. The code section that we've all become familiar with over the last few years is section 25303 that talks about the prerogatives of our independently elected sheriff and district attorney. And I just, want to, I'm looking at section 25303 and I'm reading from it. It says very explicitly, nothing contained herein shall be construed to limit the budgetary authority of the Board of Supervisors over the district attorney or sheriff. It's a very clear statement of our responsibility and authority. And it, in fact, is so key to the provisions of section 2503 that the same measure leads with the following language: the Board of Supervisors shall supervise the official conduct of all county officers and officers of all districts and other subdivisions of the county, and particularly insofar as the functions and duties of such county officers and officers of all districts and subdivisions of the county relate to the assessing, collecting, safekeeping, management, or disbursement of public funds. Disbursement of public funds. So both in the introductory language and in the closing language of this relatively brief section, our responsibility and our authority around these budgetary matters is very clear. And yes, what it means is that instead of essentially authorizing funds for expenditure which are unknown to us at the time we authorize the funds, that in this particular category going forward, we would know what it was we had actually allocated the funds for, which seems to me is sort of good government, good budgeting 101. And again, I'm supportive of the measure. Other than that provision, this is about transparency and making sure that there's public access and that our board is fully informed when we vote on the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Lee.
Yeah, thank you, President Wasserman. The intent of this is not about slowing down our procurement process or not giving necessary protection to our law enforcement professionals. So first of all, I just want to say I really appreciate the comments from the sheriff and the concerns that she has raised. And now I'm going to be personally guarantee you that this being adopted will not in any ways, shape or form lessen any of the protection needed for our law enforcement officers who's risking their lives every day on the streets, protecting all of us. This issue is really about transparency, public transparency and civilian oversight, so that we know what equipment is being used. Unlike regular equipment of all our county staff, unfortunately, some of these equipment here is designed to kill people, and we are not a police state, we're a democracy, and I think there's a reason why this oversight is absolutely necessary. As far as the NDAA 1033 program, I actually have a little bit of experience on that since I was serving in Iraq. First of all, I have written on these MRAP, mine resistant ambush protected vehicle, and Humvees in many of our outside the wire missions, and I tell you, those are not very comfortable. They bounce a lot, very bad suspension. And I swear, before I went to Iraq, I was measured 72 inches. When I came back, I was 71 inches. So I'm sure it's something to do about that, the lack of shock on these equipment. And these equipment, why I'm making that comment is that they're extremely expensive when DoD bought them. And we were actually at the time when I was working on leaving Iraq and packing up the stuff, we were trying to give it to like the different theater, like Afghanistan. And what we've learned is that they were so heavy, and the roads in Afghanistan, as they are, a lot of them are mud and not very well made. These AMRAPs actually crushed the roads flip over and injured individuals inside these vehicles. So I can tell you these vehicles are very well designed for only a very specific purpose. I wouldn't want it on our streets of Santa Clara County because it really doesn't serve the purpose. They look really cool. It's really fun, but they are just, like I said, sometimes toys that we really don't need for so many reasons. And as the sheriff mentioned, you know, the Governor Brown has vetoed something similar back in 2018. I understand his concern, but obviously it's a new year after the Black Lives Matter movement of all too often seen of those type of issues. And certainly we do not want to have a day where we return on CNN seeing downtown Santa Clara County that our sheriff have some toys or some type of vehicles that we've never seen before launching projectiles that is hurting our residents. And that's certainly not what we are being elected to do. And I don't believe our officers will do that. But I do believe that the intent of this legislation is to provide that type of oversight and for us to be educated, right? The sheriff, I need you to educate us, civilians, to understand why these equipment is needed. And certainly we're not going to oppose something that's clearly needed to protect our officers to do their job since they're risking their life as well. So I just want to mention that. And I do believe at the end of the day, when we have more transparency of knowing what equipment we have, I think we will, you know, with also along with just the equipment, we are talking about the policies, right? What type of policies we're going to adopt on how to use these equipment, right? I think all these is going to be very helpful with the use policy, the impact statement, to be very clear what our county's values is about. So I certainly urge our colleague to support this. Thank you very much, President Wasserman.
Thank you for your motion, Supervisor Ellenberg. Thank you for your second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Peggy, please take the vote.
Supervisor Lee,
Aye.
Supervisor Simidian,
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez,
Yes.
Vice President Ellenberg.
Ellenberger.
Sorry.
It's okay, Peggy. It's a long day.
President Wasserman.
Yes. Okay, that was 27. We now move to item 31 by Chavez, then 51 by Ellenberg, then 61 by administration. Supervisor Chavez, go right ahead.
Thank you so much. This was in response to a referral from both Supervisor Simidian and I. And this item is the Food System Initiative Work Plan. And the first thing I wanted to say to the staff is bravo. Like, this was an amazing, amazing amount of work. It's very well thought out. And I'm just really very excited about how we move forward. So I just wanted to, I want to move that we receive the report, but I want to offer 4 additions that I just want to make sure that we're responsive to. One is that when Supervisor Simidian and I put this referral together, Supervisor Simidian really highlighted the need to make sure we were engaging the restaurant industry. And I want to make sure we get an off-agenda report on how the restaurant industry will be engaged and, you know, what kinds of strategies we have, and or if our offices can be helpful in connecting us with the appropriate organizations. But I think our department of Joe's Antics department could probably be helpful there too. 2, that the staff return before we recess to make sure the positions in the report that we begin recruitment for them, because timing is really just not on our side as it relates to COVID and the processes we're dealing with relative to making sure people have access to healthy, good food. 3, that the staff through our federal task force consider whether or not this should be a legislative priority and whether or not we should be advocating for resources that can fund this particular body of work. And 4, that as the body of work is really rolled out, that equity and how we're dealing with low-income communities, particularly as we think about CalFresh and other opportunities that you highlight in the report and working with nonprofits, can really be centered around an equity platform. And so that would be my motion, with a very sincere thank you to the staff.
Motion with a thank you. Thank you very much. We don't have any speakers on this. Anyone wish to venture forth a second on her motion?
I'll second the motion.
Thank you, Supervisor Simidian. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, Peggy, please take a vote.
Supervisor Lee,
Aye.
Supervisor Simidian,
Aye. Aye.
Supervisor Chavez,
Yes.
Vice President Ellenberg,
Yes.
President Wasserman.
Aye. Thank you. We now move on to item 5151 that Supervisor Ellenberger, excuse me, I just had to say it, that Supervisor Ellenberg pulled. It's entitled Receive a Monthly Status Report on Items Referred to Administration.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate the clerks attaching the joint letter from Supervisor Lee and myself that shares our concerns with referral item 40 in the matrix, the 120-day public engagement process to be carried out through PSJC that would include multiple community input sessions, dedicated focus groups, and a county-wide survey in order to solicit broad feedback regarding local infrastructure related to the criminal justice system. And we were concerned that with administration's determination that the 120-day countdown began on March 9th, prior even to administration beginning the process of selecting a facilitator for the project. And while we are both committed to a 120-day process, we don't feel that the time is best spent in the service of finalizing contracts and planning, but should be spent engaging the community as was initially intended. It is our conviction that the 120 days should not begin to toll until the facilitators are formally hired and their proposed work plan is approved by the Board of Supervisors. As presented in the matrix, there's no plan to present the selected facilitators' work plans to the board for approval. So therefore, we're requesting that the facilitators and administration present to the board at the earliest opportunity a plan that includes a robust community outreach campaign, scheduled dates of community hearings, targeted groups identified for focus groups, and the number of focus groups planned, as well as any additional information regarding the design and facilitation of a countywide survey. And the facilitators should specifically include in their work plan a strategy describing how they intend to engage individuals who are currently incarcerated. So if my colleagues are in support, I'd like to make the formal motion to direct administration and the selected facilitators to present to the board a work plan for this community engagement process and indicate that the 120-day countdown will begin the day the board approves the work plan. And I would love to have a second, perhaps from my co-author, Supervisor Lee.
Does anyone wish to second that motion?
I'll happy second it.
No.
Thank you.
Second by Supervisor Lee. Alrighty, no speakers. Any further comments by the remaining supervisors? Seeing none. Peggy, would you please take a vote?
Supervisor Lee,
Aye.
Supervisor Simidian,
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez,
Yes.
Vice President Ellenberg,
Yes.
and President Wasserman.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, we move on to what I believe, and Peggy, please correct me if I'm wrong, is our last item of the day, number 61, which was pulled by administration.
And
So
I will
Dr.
move approval.
For now.
You're
Happy second.
okay. Now you guys are jumping on my game. All right. I will.
Supervisor, the
Dr.
only
Smith,
reason
you
this
pulled
was,
this for a reason. Do you want to just
yeah,
explain?
the
You have a motion.
only
and a second.
reason, the only reason to pull it off consent was that bond counsel has opined that it needs to be acted on in regular rather than on consent.
Okay, and so
We don't happen to agree, but that's okay.
But we ended
So
up,
a motion and approval would be fine.
yes, because we moved it on to regular. So we have a motion and a second. We have no public comment. I don't see any hands raised. I see microphones off, but no hands raised. So Peggy, if you'll please conduct the vote.
Supervisor Lee,
Aye.
Supervisor Semidion,
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez,
Yes.
Vice President Ellenberg,
Yes.
and President Wasserman.
Yes, as well. Thank you for the clarification. Thank you for the expedited motion, Supervisor Chavez. All of you have a good evening. We are adjourning this meeting until our next one. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
And thank you to all of the, well, we're down to about 20 now.
All of our clerks and staff, thank you quickly because they're
to the
running off
100
as they should.
panelists. Oh, they're all staying on to hear my say nice things about them.
Good night, everyone.
Oh, and now it's up to
Thank
44.
you, Supervisor
It's growing.
Wasserman.
It's growing.
Thank you, Supervisor Wasserman.
You're all very welcome.
all.
Great job. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Have a good night.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Bye.
Good night.